the great swordsman of Marvel. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 251 Spirit. The thousands of white strands on the whisk resembled countless flying swords, arranged horizontally in a row, forming a thunderous force, carrying boundless killing intent and sharp sword light, its momentum scorching as it attacked. The robes of the Tongshan sect master instantly appeared above Pangu's head, and on those robes, an incredibly complex array suddenly condensed, each strand connecting to the next, like a divine eye from the heavens, radiating profound divine power, glaring angrily at Pangu below. The primordial heavenly venerable's natal flying sword, like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, carrying the endless, boundless waters of the heavenly river, roared furiously as it charged towards Pangu. Three supreme magical treasures, capable of crippling or even killing a saint, simultaneously targeted Pangu from three different directions, aiming to severely injure him. They were still just a group of inexperienced young people, naive and simple-minded. Ha! Pangu roared, and instantly, an even more imposing figure appeared around him. Although its face was indistinct, it resembled Pangu in every way, only several times larger. A phantom of a demon god. Seeing this sudden, gigantic figure, even the usually calm and composed Taishang Laojin was greatly shocked, his eyes filled with astonishment. A demon god phantom was a divine ability that only 3,000 chaotic demon gods born before the creation of the primordial world could potentially develop. Moreover, the probability was not only extremely low, but also random. Some chaotic demon gods, although they developed a demon god phantom, its power was nothing to write home about, sometimes even inferior to primordial treasure, utterly useless. This was because the physical strength of the former chaotic demon gods was comparable to that of a primordial treasure. However, there were also chaotic demon gods who successfully developed even more powerful demon god phantoms, such as Pangu now before the three pure ones. Whether in terms of aura or intimidation, this demon god phantom was top tier. The phantom of a demon god can only be possessed by the three chaos demon gods. As for the three pure ones, they are simply unable to develop it because their bodies do not meet the requirements, even though they possess a trace of the chaos demon god's bloodline power. A saint who can develop a phantom of a demon god is fundamentally different from an ordinary saint. In terms of strength alone, they far surpass ordinary saints, not to mention their understanding of the heavenly Dao. The moment the phantom of the demon god appeared, it immediately displayed its terrifying power. With one blow, it directly smashed Laozi's whisk, instantly shattering it. Its other fist struck Yuan Shishianzan's natal flying sword. Although it didn't shatter, cracks appeared on the sword's surface, and it flew backward at high speed. The moment Tongshan Jiaozu's robes touched the phantom's head, they were bound by countless black threads. In an instant, with a tearing sound, the robes turned to dust and scattered in the sky. Is this his true strength? Laozi took a deep breath, staring intently at the phantom of the demon god. The appearance of the demon god's phantom essentially sealed the defeat of the three pure ones. Unable to summon the demon god's phantom, they were utterly powerless against Pangu. At present, the only one who could contend with Pangu is probably their master, Hongo ancestor. Without Hongo's intervention, the primordial world would inevitably be ruled by Pangu. Senior brother, what should we do? Yuan Shishianzan anxiously looked at Laozi before him, asking this question so urgently for the second time in such a short time, demonstrating the dire straits he was in. Drag it out. Use all your means to stall for time until Master arrives. The sudden appearance of the demon god's phantom essentially sealed their defeat. At this stage, all they could do was buy time and wait for Hongo ancestor's arrival. The three kings, their eyes resolute, their gazes sharp and their expressions solemn, had been forced to the highest point of the perilous peak, with nowhere to escape. Yet, a glimmer of hope still lingered in their hearts. They hadn't truly reached death yet. They hadn't run away. Were they still waiting for him? Qing remained steadfast in his stance, which Pangu found somewhat amusing, and he couldn't help but shake his head. The deepest darkness is the darkness you fall into after your hopes are ruthlessly shattered time and time again. He himself had once fallen into the deepest darkness, That feeling of loneliness and coldness almost tore apart his last shred of sanity, plunging him into endless madness. Go! Pangu's fingers twitched slightly, and he spoke softly. The demon god's phantom vanished instantly, appearing before the three kings the next moment, like a dragon emerging from the river, carrying an irresistible, absolute momentum, a devastating punch. This punch seemed simple and ordinary, without any particular technique, even somewhat sluggish. But this is only the opinion of those who haven't reached sainthood. For the three pure ones, who have already become saints, this punch contains the supreme Deo of the primordial world, endlessly profound. Seemingly slow, it is actually fast, piercing through void in an instant. Seemingly without technique, it is actually filled with mystery, flowing like dragons and snakes, a straight path, unpredictable, as if hundreds of fist shadows were unleashed, merging into one, then splitting into several, with hundreds of transformations within. This is the true supreme magical power, utilizing a deeper understanding of the Deo, a more violent transformation, and an almost irresistible force. The three pure ones' faces were deathly still. This punch was utterly suicidal, leaving them no way out. They wanted to withstand it head-on, but a voice inside them kept urging, run. Run. Not only humans have intuition and instinct, but even these three who had reached the saint realm possessed this instinct. Fight. Even if you die, die with dignity. They knew that running away wouldn't solve anything. A retreat without resistance would only lead to a faster and more undignified death. At this moment, only by confronting them head-on could they avoid any regrets. Instantly, the heavens and earth around the three pure ones erupted with an unparalleled and terrifying aura. Countless magical treasures were placed before them. In this battle, they had no way to avoid it and did not want to escape, so they unleashed their strongest power. The heavenly Deo of the primordial world, perhaps because this battle was so spectacular, clearly divided the sky above Pangu and the three pure ones into two parts, like an open eye, gazing intently down below. Haha, even the heavens are making way for our battle. Three pure ones, you should be proud. Pangu gazed at the sky split in two, his eyes cold, and sneered. Heavenly Deo, what you owe me, you will soon repay in full. Pangu didn't shout these words aloud, but murmured them to himself. The three pure ones couldn't care less about what Pangu was doing. The power of the demon god's phantom was far greater than they had imagined, practically impossible to resist. The three were now in a most passive position. The demon god's phantom slammed down in circles, and they could only passively resist, relying on their immense primordial energy and countless magical treasures to withstand the attacks. Fighting back was simply out of the question. Although the battle between the demon god's phantom and the three pure ones was a one-sided suppression, it was still a life-or-death battle between saints, and the resulting power was enough to make the entire prehistoric world hear of it. A monstrous surge of energy rushed towards the open eye in the sky, piercing straight through and relentlessly penetrating to the very core, violently striking the hollow space. Hongjin, are you satisfied with the great gift I've given you? Pangu chuckled softly, gazing into the distance at the ever-bombarding hollow. Inside the Zixia Palace, Hongjin sat cross-legged, his face filled with excitement. He had completely forgotten about the three pure ones far away on Buzhao Mountain, about to be killed by Pangu. The opportunity for merging with the Deo had finally arrived. Endless chaotic primordial energy swept towards the Zixia Palace where Hongjin resided, encompassing almost every type of energy in the primordial world. The five elements heavenly Deo, the heavenly Deo of time, the heavenly Deo of space, the heavenly Deo of destruction, the heavenly Deo of life, and countless other heavenly Deos were all drawn into the Zixia Palace, flowing into Hongjin's body. With the opportunity for merging with the Deo presented, it was utterly impossible for Hongjin to leave to rescue his disciples, the three pure ones. His sole purpose was to merge with the Deo, control the heavenly Deo of the primordial world, and then advance to the next realm. The outside world was beautiful, but also cruel. Without absolute strength, going out meant certain death, or becoming someone else's servant. For Hongjin, who wanted to roam freely in the heavens and beyond, he absolutely could not be bound by strength. Therefore, he had to merge with the Deo and increase his power. The three pure ones were long forgotten. Below the sages, all were ants. For Hongjin, anyone weaker than him was insignificant. He could abandon them at any time for the sake of merging with the Deo. Block it, Tongshin Jiazu roared, and all the primordial energy within his body erupted. His skin began to crack, and blood flowed out, making him look extremely gruesome. Hold on, Once Master arrives, we can defeat this demon. Yuan Shixianzhen's body also erupted with fierce light, doing his utmost to block the demonic phantom before him. However, at this crucial moment, Lao Zi's face was blank, his vital energy gradually weakened, and his eyes were vacant. He was almost trampled by the demon god's phantom, but fortunately, he was saved by Yuan Shixianzhen, otherwise he might have suffered serious injury. Senior brother, what's wrong? This is a matter of life and death, you can't be distracted. Yuan Shixianzhen looked at the still stunned Lao Zi and immediately shouted angrily, trying to wake him up. Now it's either life or death, and without Lao Zi's fighting power, we're probably doomed. Master, he won't come, Lao Zi said calmly, as if stating something extremely simple and clear. What? Upon hearing this, Yuan Shixianzhen and Tong Shenjiazi were both shocked and shouted angrily, completely unable to believe this fact. Senior brother, don't try to lie to me, Master will definitely come back. We are his disciples, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Chapter 252 Competent. On the surface, Tong Shenjiazi vehemently refused to accept it, but in his heart, a crack had already appeared. Taishang Liaojin would never lie to them, especially not in a life or death situation like this. So there was only one truth, Hongga Laozu truly wouldn't come. Our battle with Pangu caused chaos in the heavenly Dao of the primordial world, opening the opportunity for Dao integration. Master will not come to Buzhao Mountain for Dao integration, then will persist until Master successfully integrates with a Dao. Once Master succeeds, we will surely be released, Yuan Shixianzhen said urgently, as if seeking reassurance, needing a response from Taishang Liaojin and Tong Shenjiazi, a word of agreement. But they both knew that the immense power of the demonic phantom wouldn't allow them to survive until Hongjin Liaozu's return after Dao integration. It seemed that from the moment they arrived at Buzhao Mountain, their fate of death was sealed. But as saints, they felt no remorse for this fate. Could it be? Everyone turned to look at Pangu in the distance, who was leisurely watching himself fight the demon god's phantom, like a fanatical owner hosting a gladiatorial match. The three pure ones had clearly lost their will to resist. The spells and supernatural powers they unleashed were much weaker than before, significantly weaker than before. They couldn't even block a punch from the demon god's phantom, and were directly knocked away, their blood churning, coughing up a mouthful of scarlet blood. Seeing the three pure ones now powerless to resist, Pangu seemed very angry. He had thought he could have some fun, but he hadn't expected them to lose their motivation so quickly. Fortunately, the 10 ancestral witches would be returning soon, and it was time to get down to business. There was no need to waste time dealing with these three who had lost their will to fight. The demon god's phantom suddenly unleashed extremely violent power. The originally illusory figure suddenly became incredibly real, like a real chaotic demon god. Two enormous black palms clashed towards the three people in front of them, like two giant mountains crashing together, creating a deafening roar. A wave of energy spread rapidly in all directions, turning everything it touched into dust, which then rushed outwards with the energy wave. After losing their will to fight, the three queens' magical powers were no match for the overwhelming shockwave, and they were instantly swept away. Their bodies erupted with boundless energy, instinctively trying to protect themselves. But the power of the demon god's phantom slap was simply too violent. Even with their protective energy, they couldn't withstand the terrifying force. They were instantly scattered, their entire bodies exposed to the shockwave, like a sandstorm crashing down on the desert cypress trees. Teetering on the brink of collapse, this perfectly describes the three queens' current predicament. It seemed only a single straw was needed to break them. Just as the three queens were being relentlessly battered by the shockwave, a gigantic hand suddenly appeared before them, grabbing the three who were locked in a stalemate with the shockwave. The demon god's phantom, having grabbed the three queens, then easily walked to Pangu, binding them together with a wisp of black light and throwing them before Pangu. After completing these tasks, Pangu's demonic phantom transformed into a streak of black light, darting into Pangu's body and disappearing from the spot. The three trapped sanking, their eyes unfocused and heads drooping, appeared extremely dejected. Originally, as the 6 sages of the primordial world, they were free to roam this primordial world, unrestrained by the 6 paths of reincarnation, except for their master, Hongjin. But now, facing Pangu, they were like weaklings, utterly powerless and easily defeated. This humiliation was unprecedented in their lives, even Hongjin had never inflicted upon them. Therefore, after being easily defeated by Pangu, The three Sanking were so dejected, unwilling to even lift their heads to look at Pangu. You all originated from me, can't you stop acting like you've lost your mother? As soon as he finished speaking, Pangu realized something was amiss with his words. It sounded as if he were their mother. Wasn't that implying he was dead? Pa. How could you say such unlucky words at this time? You should put it another way. The three of them weren't frustrated or discouraged. They were simply contemplating life with their heads down. Thinkers always have this air about them, mysterious and enigmatic, which makes them seem profound. Profound. They all learn their profundity from me. I am the one who has mastered it all. Thinking this, Pangu felt incredibly excited. Sure enough, changing the way he phrased it made a difference, and he immediately felt refreshed. He casually looked around and immediately noticed Yu Yan and his two companions still fiercely battling the two Western Saints, S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.Y.E.L.D. He immediately watched with great interest. Right now, he was just a spectator, thoroughly enjoying himself. Although Yu Yan and his companions were invincible thanks to the Ruhan Transformation 3 Venerables formation, they were still some distance from defeating the two Western Saints before them. At least until another force joined the fray, the two sides could only maintain a balanced state of equilibrium. Pangu. Yu Yan glanced over and saw Pangu casually munching on popcorn and watching the battle between him and the two Western Saints. He immediately shouted. According to the agreed-upon plan, whoever defeated their opponent first would help the other. Clearly, Yu Yan wanted Pangu's help. However, Pangu seemed completely unconcerned by the shout, ignoring Yu Yan and continuing to silently watch their fight. Helping was out of the question. There was no way he would help in this lifetime. He was strong enough, and he had to take care of the three saints in front of him. These young men are so handsome, and their battle is so exciting. I love watching you fight. Pangu stroked his hair and trimmed his nails, becoming a typical spectator. Seeing Pangu like this, Yu Yan knew that expecting his help was impossible. He would have to rely on himself to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.Y.E.L.D. The three pure ones have been completely subdued by him. Although Pangu didn't come to help them, he noticed a terrifying fact. Pangu seemed to have already defeated three sages. Just thinking about this made him feel incredibly powerful. To defeat three sages alone, and so easily, was truly boundless. If he's so powerful, why would he cooperate with us? Yu Yan couldn't help but wonder, but before he could delve deeper into it, S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.Y.E.L.D., carrying boundless and powerful golden energy, charged forward. Without time to think, the three of them, following the Hongmeng transformation into three Venerables formation, intertwined their figures, their inner energy surging forth, coiling together like a coiled dragon, instantly unleashing terrifying power, colliding violently with the two Western sages. A violent roar exploded in the sky, both sides suffering equal damage, each retreating dozens of meters. A draw. Good. Pangu, watching from afar, suddenly clapped his hands, much like a spectator, clearly satisfied with the performance on stage. His expression seemed to say, "Excellent, you've performed very well. Keep it up, and we'll reward you with some silver." The two Western Saints turned ashen-faced. A dignified saint, dealing with petty thieves, was being treated like a monkey in a performance. In the next instant, S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.Y.E.L.D. abandoned their attack on Yu Yan and his companions, turning their attention to Pangu, who was watching the show from afar. In an instant, the situation changed, which suited Yu Yan perfectly. He had been worried that Pangu wouldn't come to his aid, but now, with Pangu getting himself into trouble, he no longer needed to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.Y.E.L.D. Hey! Even the monkeys want to fight the customers. It seems I have to discipline them on behalf of their master. Pangu stood up, stretched deeply, and exhaled heavily, as if he had finally felt much better. However, this turbid breath, like a precious gem destined for a pond, took on a new form upon encountering wind and clouds. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a tornado hundreds of feet high, its terrifying force surging towards S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.Y.E.L.D. Moreover, this tornado was unlike any ordinary one, constantly sweeping forward and absorbing all the surrounding breezes. The ocean, though vast, is composed of countless tiny rivers. Thus, with each gentle breeze entering its body, the tornado had become a tyrannical tornado unlike anything ever seen in the primordial world. S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.Y.E.L.D., watching the tornado grow ever larger before them, were utterly shocked. We are saints, after all, they thought. How can we feel such an overwhelming pressure, giving us no chance to breathe? Suddenly, a large, gleaming golden bell appeared before the tornado, seemingly to block it. This golden bell is a Buddhist secret technique. The conjured bell possesses terrifying defensive capabilities. Even the combined attacks of the three pure ones wouldn't break it. The strongest shield against an incredibly sharp spear. It's hard to say what will happen. The tornado collided with a golden bell, instantly creating countless ripples that spread across its surface. Although shaken, the bell seemed unscathed, remaining steadfast against the tornado. Is Pangu even human? A casual exhale of turbid air forced us to use our strongest defensive techniques. Damn it, Jian exclaimed, watching the golden bell as Scorpion struggled against the tornado. Pangu's strength is too great. Pangu rubbed his nose, wondering who was secretly cursing him. Chapter 253 Master. But this sneeze immediately amplified the tornado, causing the wind to spin faster and faster, seemingly threatening to cleave the sky in two. Countless wind blades shot out from the tornado, attacking the golden bell from all directions, creating a constant clanging sound of metal clashing. The golden bell, already struggling to resist the tornado, gradually succumbed to its onslaught after Pangu's roar. Cracks appeared on the surface of the bell, gradually spreading and enveloping the entire bell. Not good. The golden bell is about to collapse. Quickly reinforce it with Buddhist light and primordial energy. Zunti, upon closer inspection, immediately realized that the golden bell was about to succumb to the tornado's attack and hurriedly shouted. Two even purer streams of Buddhist light and primordial energy shot out from Zunti and Jian's bodies, rushing into the golden bell, repairing the cracks on its surface and strengthening its defenses. The golden bell, which was on the verge of shattering, managed to withstand the even more ferocious tornado once again thanks to the reinforcement of the two's Buddhist light and primordial energy. But even my sneeze was blocked. No, Pangu looked at the two Western saints who were still resisting the tornado, and his expression changed, showing some displeasure. But if Zunti and Jian knew that Pangu was so angry and displeased because they had caught his sneeze, they would probably vomit blood and faint from anger. It was the first time that a dignified saint had been humiliated in this way for catching a sneeze. But in the blink of an eye, the tornado suddenly changed shape, surging up and engulfing both the golden bell and the two Western saints. Countless wind blades fiercely pierced towards the golden bell. In the inner realm, a tornado remained motionless in one place for a long time, seemingly drawn in by something. Inside, countless wind blades, all carrying a pale blue light, continuously erupted from the tornado, fiercely attacking the golden bell. Senior brother, what should we do? Faced with this tidal wave of wind blades, Jian seemed somewhat flustered. If we continue to passively defend like this, the golden bell will definitely be shattered by these wind blades, and then we probably won't be able to escape. Zunti's expression was grave. The current situation was indeed extremely critical. If a decision wasn't made soon, the two of them would truly die here. Lowering his head, he thought for a moment, then a glint of light flashed in Zunti's eyes, as if he had already thought of a good solution. Junior brother, this imposing figure is probably beyond our ability to contend with. We must escape quickly and then find our master to come here and rescue our three senior brothers, Laozi and Taishang Laojin. This will require you to make some sacrifices. Hearing that Zunti wanted him to make a sacrifice, Jian hesitated with a complex expression at first, but after a moment, he nodded heavily. Seeing Jian agree, Zunti then told him his plan. Coercion wouldn't work. Jian, I need you to self-destruct your physical body. The resulting shockwave will break through this tornado, and then I'll carry you away quickly. Upon hearing that he had to self-destruct, Jian became extremely serious. A saint's body is comparable to a primordial treasure. The power unleashed by self-destruction would be something even Hongjin Liuzi wouldn't dare to casually face. Therefore, the energy generated by the self-destruction would definitely create a huge hole in the tornado, and at that moment, Pangu wouldn't dare to confront this force head-on. That would be his moment to escape. The most crucial point here is that a saint's physical body is extremely precious. Once one self-destructs their physical body, leaving only their divine soul, even if they were to inhabit another body, they would never regain their peak power. This is because their physical strength would be somewhat weaker than that of these saints, resulting in a certain degree of reduction in their raw power. Zunti, seeing Jian's hesitation, felt a pang of anxiety, but quickly calmed down. Based on his understanding of Jian, he was certain that Jian would agree to the plan. Moreover, he couldn't possibly self-destruct his physical body. After all, his speed was many times faster than Jian's, and escape would have to be his own responsibility. Just a moment later, as Hunty expected, Jian nodded with difficulty, agreeing to the plan. Senior brother, you hide first. I'll try my best to control my power and prevent the aftershocks of the explosion from harming you. Having received the instruction, Hunty nodded and flew to a very distant location. He knew that even a slight blast from the aftershocks of the explosion would severely injure him, leaving him powerless to escape. Standing before the golden bell, closest to the tornado, Hunty stared intently at the blurry figure, his expression chilling. If it weren't for that person, he wouldn't be in this predicament, nor would he have to destroy his physical body to escape. Everything was due to this man before him. Once he escaped and brought his master, the Hongo ancestor, back, he would exact his revenge. With a resolute gaze, Hunty's body erupted with a terrifying aura. Countless golden rays burst forth from his body, instantly engulfing him and transforming him into a dazzling, metallic sphere. The metallic sphere grew brighter and brighter, its light piercing through the golden bell, through the tornado, and illuminating the entire sky above Buzzsaw Mountain. Bang! A deafening roar, like thunder from the heavens striking the earth, resounded, its endless sound waves and aftershocks echoing throughout the world. Any object weak enough to touch it was instantly destroyed and annihilated. Run! Get up! Yi Yan shouted. Upon seeing the beam of light emerging from within the tornado, he understood what had happened. The heavenly emperor flame instantly appeared before the three of them, transforming into a giant lotus flower that immediately bloomed, the Buddha's wrath lotus. The power of a saint's self-destruction was far beyond Yi Yan's ability to withstand, and he didn't have enough time to react. Therefore, he could only resist the force with his own, using the immense power of the Buddha's wrath lotus to offset the power generated by his self-destruction. Fighting and retreating, Yi Yan and his companions ran as fast as they could under the protection of the Buddha's wrath lotus. Embracing the principle that true men never look back at explosions, they sped away without looking back. With each step, it was as if they had traversed a void, instantly arriving 100 miles away. Shrinking Earth, a magical ability frequently used by powerhouses above the quasi-saint level, allows one to reach extremely distant places in a very short time. In stark contrast to Yi Yan and his companions' rapid escape from the explosion zone, Pangu remained motionless, seemingly unconcerned about the power of his saintly body's self-destruction. Just as the energy ripples from the explosion were about to reach Pangu, an even more majestic and imposing blurry figure enveloped him, the phantom of the demon god. The demon god's phantom held its hands horizontally before it, halting the unimpeded momentum of the incoming energy ripples upon contact with these illusory hands, preventing them from advancing any further. The energy ripples that did not touch the demon god's phantom bypassed it, passing by and speeding away into the distance. As the energy from the saintly body's explosion spread outwards, a figure instantly darted out from the tornado's hole, moving so fast that in the blink of an eye it could only be seen as a tiny speck of light in the sky. Pretty fast, huh? Within the phantom of the demon god, Pangu smiled slightly as he watched Hunty and Jian flee at breakneck speed, not in a hurry to give chase. The power of the saint's self-destruction cleaved a crack in the sky above Mount Buzzsaw, leaving a cloudless, windless expanse for millions of miles. Through that hole, it seemed as if one could see through the entire sky. Even Mount Buzzsaw, hailed as the pillar supporting the primordial world, showed numerous cracks, seemingly about to be snapped in two. In the distance, the two western saints had already fled to an unknown distance, their figures no longer visible in the sky. Only thanks to the Buddha's wrath lotus and the continued escape of Yi Yan and the other two, they barely avoided being hit by the energy splashes from the saint's self-destruction, narrowly escaping death. Only Pangu remained unharmed, the phantom of the demon god outside his body gradually receded, completely unscathed in the center of the explosion. In the distance, the 10 ancestral witches, who were originally on their way to Buzzsaw Mountain, avoided the aftershocks of the energy blast after receiving the green body that had self-destructed. They continued their journey, rushing towards Buzzsaw Mountain. Finally here, Pangu's eyes flickered, sensing a familiar aura, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He turned his head to look at the three pure ones, protected by his demonic phantom, and smiled, revealing his white teeth. His plan was finally about to begin, his complete self was about to return. At the same time, Yi Yan and his two companions, along with the 10 ancestral witches, strode forward, using the shrinking earth technique to reach Buzzsaw Mountain. But as soon as they approached, an extremely strong stench of blood assaulted their nostrils, causing them discomfort. Upon closer inspection, They saw that it was the quasi-saints of the four sects. Trapped within the burning heaven emperor flame, unable to escape and without anyone to protect them, they vanished into nothingness the instant the aftershocks of their self-destruction touched them. In the primordial world, their figures were nowhere to be seen, only their blood, evaporated into gas, remained in the air, emitting a pungent, overwhelming stench of blood. People of the quasi-saint level from the four sects, dying like this, truly pitiful. Yihan waved his sleeve, symbolically shielding his nose, but in truth, he was already accustomed to such scenes. In the primordial world, every great calamity claimed tens of thousands of lives, and the stench of blood then was even greater than now. The 10 ancestral witches, however, didn't even glance in this direction, heading straight to Pangu's side. They had already experienced such gruesome deaths in the Lich War 500 years ago. Therefore, they were completely indifferent to this kind of death, which was merely a minor skirmish, even though this time the victims were all quasi-saints. Father God, you defeated the three pure ones. Upon seeing the three pure ones bound by black ribbons on the ground, Di Jiang's eyes widened in shock and slight panic as he asked. Seeing is believing, just as you see now. Pangu didn't explain things very clearly, adopting an air of superiority, as if to tell Di Jiang, even now, don't you understand? Pangu's lack of a direct answer made them realize the truth of the matter even more, and their initial shock transformed into immense excitement and anticipation. Chapter 254 Loneliness. The Father God has returned, and his strength easily crushes the 6 sages of the primordial world. The revival of the Witch Clan is just around the corner. How could this not excite them? The revival of the Witch Clan, their ascension to the top, a dream unfulfilled for tens of millions of years, is about to be realized at this moment, in the era of the 10 ancestral witches. At that time, everyone in the primordial world of future generations will not only remember Pangu, the greatest contributor, but also the 10 ancestral witches who helped Pangu establish his empire will be remembered in their hearts, unforgettable. Thinking of the future reverence of all races, the 10 ancestral witches unconsciously smiled. The dream was sweet. Now, don't think about what will happen in the future, proceed according to the plan. Pangu, seeing their thoughts, urged them hastily. Ancestor Hongjin must have noticed something amiss at this moment. He might come immediately, so we must hurry. Understood, the 10 shouted in unison, leaping forward simultaneously to surround the 3 pure ones. Each person stood in a separate, orderly fashion, their positions forming the pattern of an array, with the 3 pure ones at its very center. 10 powerful forces erupted from the bodies of the ancestral witches, shooting towards the sky. They then converged, continuously expanding into a massive sphere of light at the highest point of the heavens. After reaching a certain point, all the energy within this sphere coalesced into a pillar of light, rushing towards the 3 below and instantly enveloping them. Ah! Ah! 3 extremely agonizing screams emanated from the pillar of light, seemingly piercing the sky itself. Even the 10 ancestral witches had to use their vital energy to plug their ears to avoid being struck by the 3 pure ones' sonic attack. Thus, it is evident how terrifying the torment and harm the 3 pure ones endured after being enveloped by this pillar of light was, to the point that one of them cried out like a monkey across the Yangtze River, attempting to split it in two and walk against the current. Inside the pillar of light, enveloped by the combined primordial energy of the 10 ancestral witches, the 3 pure ones' bodies were uncontrollably disappearing bit by bit, starting with their fingers, then their hair, and then spreading to their entire bodies. Moreover, unlike the self-destruction of their physical bodies during the Guiding One's quest, where their divine souls could still exist, this time it seemed that even their divine souls could not escape, and were about to be directly dissolved. This was the most terrifying thing. If the physical body was gone, a sage could find another, but if the divine soul was gone, that was true death, and even if the Hongo ancestor personally intervened, he could not be resurrected. Pangu, you actually want to... Before he could finish speaking, Taishang Laojin's mouth was dissolved, and his divine soul began to be eroded as well. But how strong was the divine soul of a sage? Even the combined primordial energy of the 10 ancestral witches could not easily dissolve it. Father God, our strength is insufficient. Continuing will likely be difficult. Dijiang gasped for breath, looking at Pangu. The 3 pure ones were already saints, their realms far surpassing theirs. Below the saints, all are ants. So even with the strength of 10 of them and the enhancement of the formation, they were still somewhat lacking in refining the 3 pure ones. After swallowing them, Pangu casually tossed them away, and instantly each of the 10 ancestral witches held a black-red pill. Although there were no flowing light waves on them, an extremely powerful energy penetrated into each of their hearts. The 10 ancestral witches did not hesitate, they would do whatever their father god said. After all, their lives were given to them by Pangu, and Pangu's strength was immense, so naturally they would not disobey Pangu's orders. The black-red pills were instantly thrown into their mouths, and that energy, not belonging to their level, surged through their bodies, filling them in moments. Their own vital energy was also controlled by this foreign energy, obeying its commands. It seemed that from this moment on, their bodies were no longer their own. The gods had lost control of their bodies, isolated and imprisoned in the depths of darkness. They could only watch helplessly as that foreign power moved freely within them. Father God, what is happening? A furious voice roared from Dijiang's divine soul. Anyone would be wary of their body being out of their control, even if Pangu is extremely powerful and still their father, they would still question him. However, at this moment, Pangu did not speak again, perhaps because he did not want to pay attention to Dijiang. With a sunny smile on his lips, he slowly walked step by step to the sphere of light gathered in the sky. He comfortably raised his waist, gently stroking the sphere of light before him, as if looking at his children. Children, Father has returned. Did you miss me? The energies in the sphere of light slowly approached Pangu, and after feeling extremely familiar with him, they rushed into Pangu's body. Father God, what are you doing? Seeing that Pangu ignored them, Dijiang and the other 9 ancestral witches were incredibly tense and uneasy, because the essence within their bodies had all been gathered into the sphere in the sky. And now, even their bodies, like the 3 pure ones within the pillar of light, were slowly dissipating, turning into starlight and merging into the sphere. This great formation not only intended to refine the 3 pure ones and others inside, but also the 10 ancestral witches at the edge of the formation. It could be said that those who were key elements within the formation could not escape the fate of being refined along with it. And this fate seemed to have been predetermined when Pangu saved them. Pangu remained comfortably within the sphere of light, enjoying the streams of warm, ripe silk flowing slowly into his body, oblivious to the world around him. No, Father God, don't abandon us, the 10 ancestral witches cried out, pleading with Pangu. They wanted to create a new world with Pangu, to live, not die. Ha ha ha, Dijiang, you've been indulging in your own beautiful dreams for too long. It's time to wake up. Stop daydreaming and deceiving yourselves. In the pillar of light, the Supreme Lord Liuzi, whose body had mostly disappeared, let out a sneer, deeply mocking Dijiang. But you think you're saints, that no one in the primordial world can compare to you, that you can roam freely between heaven and earth. But now, you're constantly being defeated by us quasi-saints. Besides, Father God might not necessarily abandon us. Dijiang's body had also largely disappeared, and he, relying on his 160 divine souls, voiced his rebuttal, angrily rebuking. Even now, you still refuse to admit it. No wonder you're only a quasi-saint, your composure is far from sufficient. However, you have no chance to become a saint either. But the thought of sharing a body with someone like you makes me feel insulted. The two, even as their bodies were disappearing and their divine souls were beginning to suffer severe damage, continued to bicker incessantly, seemingly determined to determine a victor. A dying man's words are good. I didn't expect to be fooled. It's too easy to believe the ancients, Yi Yan sighed as he looked at the 3 pure ones and the 10 ancestral witches who were about to be refined within the formation. The ancients were right, it was indeed an empty saying. Look at those 2 groups of people inside the formation now, their words are fierce and sarcastic, not kind at all. This Pangu is too ruthless. He doesn't even spare his own kin, he's a complete scoundrel. Chen Feng, seeing Pangu enjoying himself immensely inside the sphere of light, couldn't help but feel a sense of disgust. Chen Feng, you're still too young. True powerhouses don't show mercy. Those below the saint level are all ants, that's the principle. Yi Han also stared at Pangu within the sphere of light, and immediately recalled the war between humans and witches 500 years ago. With a single command, Chen Feng had mobilized all the scum of the human race to the battlefield, ostensibly for the sake of humanity, but in reality, to send them to their deaths. Although superficially he seemed somewhat different from Pangu, in essence, he was similar. By the way, there's still no news of Chen Feng. I wonder if he's encountered any danger. Thinking of Chen Feng, it naturally occurred to him that he hadn't returned after so long. What had happened was unknown. Far removed from the primordial chaos, Within a dilapidated palace, two figures clashed repeatedly in the air, the sounds of metal clashing echoing, flashes of cold light constantly appearing, extremely intense. A flying sword thrust forward with all its might, carrying the power to pierce through heaven and earth, its tip slamming fiercely into a metal arm. Tomorrow's sword art, point of light. With a boom, the metal arm was shaken off, and a recoil force traveled from the sword tip to Chen Feng, causing both of them to stagger back several steps. But in the blink of an eye, as if by prior agreement, the two figures charged at each other, colliding violently once more. Tomorrow's sword art, dust collapse. In a short breath, Chen Feng unleashed all 5 forms of tomorrow's sword art simultaneously, demonstrating both offense and defense, holding his own against the metal man. Finally, you've improved, the metal man, watching Chen Feng deftly defend against his attacks, spoke with a hint of admiration. Only someone with such spirit is worthy of inheriting their master's treasure. Otherwise, even if the master's legacy resonates with Chen Feng, if Chen Feng fails to meet their expectations, they will still be abandoned and killed. Even if it means spending longer, lonely days in darkness, they will not allow their master's secret treasure to be taken by someone without ability. However, Chen Feng has already met the requirements of a metal man. In such a short time, he has improved his swordsmanship by more than 1 level, and can now fight me to a standstill. Chapter 255 Defeat. The two exchanged blows in midair, sweat pouring down Chen Feng's forehead and back, soaking him completely. His energy and strength were reaching their limit, but the metal man seemed like a machine. As long as there was an energy supply, he never tired. So, when Chen Feng, weakened by the metal man's attack, was sent flying against the stone wall by a single blow, his expression turned grim as he saw the metal man charging towards him again. He recognized him immediately. This was someone he didn't want to see again. Tomorrow's sword technique, dust collapse. Chen Feng exhausted the last of his strength, unleashing his most powerful attack. The instant his spear touched the sword tip, Chen Feng was sent flying backward. The result of force against force was obvious. But after Chen Feng was thrown back, a visible crack appeared on the metal man's arm. Although only a few centimeters long, it shocked the metal man. The kid has indeed improved. This final, exhausting attack, while posing no real threat, echoed the previous moves. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, this directly triggered a series of chain reactions, causing the internal structure of this area to be completely damaged, making it impossible for it to repair itself. Exhausted, Chen Feng lay heavily on the ground, panting heavily as he gasped for air. At the same time, the surrounding spiritual energy rushed into his body, repairing his injuries. Here, the metal man had appeared beside Chen Feng and tossed him a pill, the same pill he gave him after beating Chen Feng unconscious. Upon seeing the pill, Chen Feng recalled the scenes of being repeatedly beaten by the metal man, and his expression changed slightly, becoming somewhat ugly. This pill represented the shame of his life, an unforgettable humiliation. Eat it. Seeing Chen Feng standing there in a daze, the metal man urged. Logically speaking, Chen Feng had taken this pill many times and should be extremely familiar with its effects, so he shouldn't be questioning it. Seeing Chen Feng still standing there, the metal man urged him twice more. Chen Feng, who had been immersed in the memories of forgetting fear and humiliation, finally came to his senses. Looking at the metal man urging him on, he smiled, glanced at the pill with a cold glint in his eyes, and swallowed it whole. In an instant, a familiar feeling washed over him. The surging blood and qi within Chen Feng's body, and the displaced internal organs, were instantly enveloped by a gentle power. In the blink of an eye, the injuries were initially repaired. This pill, if it were in that primordial world, would definitely cause a sensation. After all, this was a pill that could quickly heal even a saint's injuries. Even the Hongjin ancestor couldn't refine it. Rarity increases value, and this wasn't just simple rarity, it was epic rarity. Is it ready? If it is, let's go. It's time to hand the item over to the enemy. The metal man, seeing Chen Feng's face gradually regaining its color, asked, the thing. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment, then remembered that he had been drawn here by something mysterious. The thing the metal man was talking about must be that treasure. Chen Feng followed the metal man to this very familiar place, a small area filled with a light of luminous pearls. Here, the metal man said to Chen Feng, who was behind him, as they walked to a place where the light of the luminous pearls couldn't reach. Chen Feng, following closely behind the metal man, looked at the dark area without any light and felt somewhat puzzled. This was clearly just a stone wall, there was no other aura behind it. Even any saint would probably not be able to find this extremely hidden place. But since the metal man had personally brought him here, it couldn't be wrong. Indeed, the places where powerful people hid their treasures were extremely secretive. Without considerable skill, it was truly impossible to find them. The metal figure before him stretched out its right hand in the darkness and pressed it against the stone wall. A cracking sound followed, and the entire wall trembled slightly. Although he couldn't see what happened, a faint light emanated from within the wall and shone into his eyes after a moment. "Come in," the metal figure called, stepping into the stone wall first and urging Chen Feng to follow. Stepping over the wall and entering, he immediately felt a sense of discovery, a world apart. The space inside wasn't large, even smaller than the outside world, but it felt more human. There were tables, chairs, cups, and tea, suggesting that someone had once lived here, someone who knew how to enjoy life. "Is this where your master once lived?" Chen Feng looked around, touching the tables, chairs, and teacups, feeling a sense of familiarity. This was a place where people should be, not the cold, desolate, and lonely feeling of the outside world, which was completely unsuitable for humans. This was once where the master lived, but back then, he was already severely injured and didn't have much time left. He was barely able to stay alive thanks to the array set up within this small space, but he couldn't leave this place, otherwise his injuries would become uncontrollable, and death would come. But the master didn't make it to his destination, he died here. At this point, the metal man's tone became somewhat sorrowful. Although so many years had passed, this memory had always been hidden deep in his heart, and bringing it up again brought forth a grief. Chen Feng didn't know what to do at this moment. He didn't have the strength to think about others, so he could only watch silently from the sidelines. "The master's treasure is here. Come here." The metal man clearly noticed Chen Feng's posture, so he abruptly changed the subject, finally mentioning the treasure that Chen Feng cared about most. Hearing about the treasure, a light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, and he unconsciously quickened his pace, instantly arriving beside the metal man. Seeing Chen Feng approach in just a few steps, the metal man's face, forged from star-refined iron, seemed speechless. The metal man felt that the slight emotion he had felt earlier seemed inexpressible in front of Chen Feng. Reaching a stone table, the metal man stopped, placed one hand on it, and instantly, like the stone wall before it, the table split in two with a crack, leaving a square opening in the middle. Under the light, the contents inside were clearly visible. Contrary to expectations, there was no blinding light. Inside the stone table was only one thing, a sphere resembling an iron ball. It didn't even emit a faint glow, nor did it exude any powerful or strange aura. It seemed like just an ordinary iron ball. But the metal man didn't care what Chen Feng thought. He simply placed the iron ball in Chen Feng's lap and casually said, "Enter with your divine sense and feel it carefully." Upon hearing the metal man's words, Chen Feng immediately followed his instructions and entered the iron sphere with his divine sense. However, the moment his divine sense entered the sphere, Chen Feng realized something was wrong. This was no ordinary iron sphere. Inside was a world of swordsmanship, every inch of space filled with swords thrusting, stabbing, and slashing. The most basic sword techniques such as thrusting, parrying, slashing, striking, and intercepting were all displayed within this world. This world seemed to showcase all the techniques of swordsmanship. But within this world, as soon as Chen Feng's divine sense entered, he was attacked by countless swords, each basic sword technique leaving sword marks on his divine sense. Damn it! At this moment, Chen Feng couldn't help but curse angrily. He had clearly been tricked by the metal man. Outside, seeing Chen Feng's slightly furrowed brow, a smug smile seemed to appear on the metal man's face. In fact, the iron sphere was not a simple iron sphere, but a sword pellet. Once unfolded, the sword pellet became a sword, a divine sword once wielded by the metal man's master. However, to unleash this sword pellet, one must pass through the Sword Dao world constructed by its master within. Failing the test of this Sword Dao world prevents the unleashing of the sword pellet and the acquisition of the divine sword. One's very consciousness may perish within it. Furthermore, the metal man knew this was a Sword Dao world, yet he didn't tell Chen Feng, clearly setting him up, a classic example of sabotaging a teammate. But the metal man's actions were understandable, given Chen Feng's previous indifference when he expressed his emotions. For Chen Feng, the Sword Dao world was the final test to obtain this powerful figure's inheritance. But now, Chen Feng could only endure, silently bearing the attacks of countless swords within the Sword Dao world, his body increasingly scarred by sword wounds. What to do? What to do? Chen Feng felt a sense of panic. Countless swords, stabbing, slashing, and cutting, left sword wounds on his body, making it impossible for him to think clearly. His mind was filled with images of swords, all sorts of sword images. Calm down, calm down, calm down, he had to calm down. Chen Feng kept reminding himself to stay calm, even slapping himself several times to force himself to quiet down. However, the surrounding sword shadows and flashes continued to reflect in his eyes, as if trying to break him, trying to prevent him from calming down. Swords, 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 swords. All swords, nothing else. Chen Feng closed his eyes, shutting down his senses, completely sealing himself within his heart. Instantly, all the swords, all the sword shadows, all the sword techniques vanished. While his mind calmed, Chen Feng's body continued to suffer from the sword's attacks. More sword marks appeared on his body until it was completely covered. Not a single inch of him was free of them. After a long while, as Chen Feng pondered, a sword suddenly appeared behind him, a sword radiating an extremely terrifying aura. In an instant, Chen Feng opened his eyes, activated his ears, and a sharp light shot from his eyes. Since this is a world of swords, then only swords can defeat you. A deep murmur came from Chen Feng's mouth, and a sword suddenly appeared in his seemingly empty hand. He had no sword in his hand, but a sword in his heart. Chapter 256 The Way of the Sword. Within a small space around him, a sword swiftly thrust forward. Chen Feng lightly swung his sword, blocking the incoming attack, and then, with a slight twist of his wrist, deflected the sword. But in this world of swordsmanship, swords are never in short supply. Another sword came slashing down from above his head, its swiftness seemingly unstoppable. However, Chen Feng merely raised his hand and twisted his waist, deflecting the sword above his head with fluid grace, a display of beauty. Chen Feng's swordsmanship was like a painting, effortless and expressive, yet brimming with aesthetic beauty, allowing the viewer to savor his swordsmanship. His swordsmanship was remarkably simple, employing only the most basic sword techniques, slashing, thrusting, and parrying. Within the world of swordsmanship, Chen Feng used the most fundamental moves, horizontal slashes and parries, each stroke deflecting and deflecting the sword shadows attacking him from all around, giving him the air of a reclusive master. As Chen Feng continuously parried the sword shadows, his understanding of swordsmanship gradually deepened to a higher level. Although he was currently only using the most basic sword movements, not his self-created tomorrow's sword technique, lacking its elegance, imposing presence, and overwhelming power, these simple basic movements brought him a more profound understanding than he had gained after experiencing the tribulation of inner demons. Slowly, as Chen Feng continued to practice, familiarize himself with, and master the basic sword techniques, the countless sword shadows that seemed to fly through this sword world without any apparent rules began to show traces of their flight. This was. Chen Feng opened his eyes, staring at the incredibly exaggerated scene before him, his mouth agape, momentarily stunned. The sword shadows in this sword world, right before Chen Feng's eyes, were actually being performed by a single person, and this person bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure he had encountered in his dream. This man, wielding a weapon, or rather, a wooden stick resembling one, moved his wrist with incredible speed and dexterity within the confined space. The stick seemed to dance in his hand, each basic sword move leaping from the paper. Most terrifyingly, with each of his moves, the small space seemed to possess day and night, seasons, and life itself. A thrust unleashed an incredibly powerful impact, like spring's arrival, the revival of all things, every living organism brimming with vitality, its head reaching upwards. A slash unleashed even greater destructive force, like the scorching summer sun baking the space, the life force of all things reaching its peak. A horizontal strike, like a dragonfly skimming the water, blocked an impending attack, like autumn, life force reaching its end, but giving people what they most desired, fruit, disappearing while simultaneously providing what satisfied their desires. With a flick of the wrist, a seemingly calm yet explosive force of liberation burst forth, much like winter when all living things appear to be at their lowest point, yet within their bodies, new energy is brewing, waiting only for the opportune moment to erupt and astonish the world. This person's most basic swordsmanship had evolved into the myriad things of the world, the depth of whose swordsmanship was perhaps unmatched even by the heavenly Deo of the primordial world. This swordsmanship had reached a state of perfection, Chen Feng's future swordsmanship was nothing more than a snot-nosed child before it, utterly insignificant and beneath its notice. This senior, even in the final moments of his life, never forgot to practice his sword. The sword had become an inseparable friend, an indispensable companion throughout his life. Now, as Chen Feng observed these sword shadows, his heart was no longer filled with doubt and fear as it had been upon entering. Instead, his virtual sword swayed continuously, unleashing move after move, deflecting the attacking sword shadows while simultaneously observing them, gaining a deeper understanding from them. For Chen Feng, this sword-dale world wasn't a trap, nor a place of fear and despair, but rather a place to improve his understanding of swordsmanship and hone his swordsmanship. Outside, watching Chen Feng's brow gradually relax, the metal man couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. How long had it been? He had already adapted to the sword-dale world created by his master. This kid, I knew I hadn't misjudged him, the metal man muttered to himself, a hint of admiration in his voice. However, this is just the beginning. You'll get your comeuppance later. At this point, the metal man's tone suddenly changed, filled with a sharp edge. He wasn't so optimistic about what Chen Feng was about to experience. Nay, currently inside the sword-dale world, couldn't know his thoughts. If he could hear his words, he would definitely rush out and fight him. Knowing so much, knowing there's danger ahead, yet you didn't give me any warning before letting me rush in like this. Within the world of swordsmanship, Chen Feng, confined to a tiny space, handled the constantly approaching sword shadows with remarkable ease. He didn't even need to utilize his advanced sword techniques. The most basic sword movements were enough to sweep away the surrounding sword shadows. As Chen Feng's understanding of basic swordsmanship deepened, a glimmer of light seemed to appear before him, drawing him forward to explore. Chen Feng didn't hesitate. The rushing sword shadows here no longer offered much help in improving his swordsmanship. In other words, he had already grasped the essence of swordsmanship within these flying sword shadows. What he needed was to develop to a deeper level. And now, before Chen Feng appeared such a gate, seemingly containing a deeper realm of swordsmanship, inspiring longing. His figure continued to move forward, countless sword shadows still flashing past, but Chen Feng casually blocked and deflected them all with a single move, appearing quite nonchalant. As Chen Feng continued forward, the surrounding sword shadows, though still employing basic swordsmanship, possessed a power far greater than before, becoming increasingly fierce and swift. The sword principles they contained were as profound and unfathomable as an abyss. At this point, Chen Feng was practically unable to move, all his energy devoted to contending with the rushing sword shadows. One wrong move, and he would be struck by them. Sure enough, in the initial period, sword marks reappeared on Chen Feng's body. The already dense sword marks were now even more terrifying. Anyone with trypophobia would faint from fright. The sword shadows here were faster, fiercer, and more profound, forcing Chen Feng to increase the speed, power, and depth of his swordsmanship. Faster and faster. Chen Feng's swordsmanship grew faster and faster until his sword movements were almost invisible, and it was impossible to see when he would strike again. No madness, no life, Chen Feng had clearly entered this state, a state that appeared to be one of frenzy, yet in reality, his heart remained as still as water, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. The sword shadows here were too numerous, the sword techniques too fast and fierce, the sword path too profound. One sword wasn't enough, two swords weren't enough, three swords seemed just right. Two more illusory swords appeared in Chen Feng's hands, three swords held together, one in each hand, and a sword biting between his teeth. The three swords, in Chen Feng's hands, moved with effortless grace, like a rain of pear blossoms, deflecting the relentless sword shadows without harm. Within the world of swordsmanship, the sword shadows in this realm, sensing Chen Feng's valiant resistance, immediately swarmed around him, like brothers coming to his aid when they couldn't defeat him. Unity is strength, many hands make light work. But Chen Feng disliked this completely. It was clearly an extremely arrogant person asking if he wanted a one-on-one fight, a 5.5 duel, or a group brawl. Regardless of his choice, the outcome wouldn't change. He'd have to face a whole group of enemies alone, with no other option. Just like Chen Feng's current predicament, whether he wanted it or not, they'd come knocking. He'd challenged them, and he had to fight to the bitter end. Three swords, not enough, too few. The sword shadows multiplied, attracting almost every sword shadow in the area. At this point, three swords weren't enough, he needed more. Chen Feng unleashed his most basic magical abilities, instantly holding 6 swords in his hands and 3 in his mouth, a total of 9 swords. It made one wonder if he could execute them well. If he were to be imitated by his own swords, it would be incredibly comical. Even the silent sword shadows here would probably mock him. 9 swords, held horizontally before him, resisting the boundless sword shadows. Within the world of swordsmanship, Chen Feng, with 3 heads and 6 blades, wielded 6 sharp swords and held 3 more in his mouth. From a distance, his figure was no longer visible, only 9 sword shadows remained. The 9 swords moved in unison, attacking the ever-approaching sword shadows with thrusts, slashes, interceptions, and parries, blocking each flying sword imbued with the boundless, ferocious sword intent. A fierce tug of war ensued, the sword shadows within this world constantly hurtling towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng, however, exerted all his strength to resist these relentlessly attacking sword shadows. For a moment, this small world was filled only with endless sword shadows and sword light, radiating overwhelming sword intent. This was the battle between Chen Feng's sword intent and swordsmanship and the sword intent and swordsmanship of the creator of this sword world. Perhaps initially, Chen Feng's understanding of swordsmanship and sword intent wasn't as profound as this person's, but through continuous exchanges with these sword shadows, his powerful learning ability became apparent. Countless sword shadows flashed before his eyes, as if a master of the sword world was demonstrating his swordsmanship in front of him, freely displaying his sword intent and his way of the sword. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Restoration. Fighting these sword shadows was like fighting their master, as if he himself was focusing his training on the most immature aspects of his swordsmanship. As time passed, the imperfections in Chen Feng's swordsmanship gradually disappeared, slowly polishing it to perfection, gradually completing his swordsmanship. If the countless sword shadows of the first level were teaching Chen Feng how to strike, then this level was revealing the true essence of swordsmanship. First, he recognized it from its appearance. After becoming familiar with its surface, he then rediscovered its root. This approach made Chen Feng more clear about what swordsmanship ultimately meant and how to use the sword in his hand. So that's how it is. With his 6 arms constantly wielding the sword, Chen Feng gained a deeper understanding of the essence of swordsmanship. Previously, every strike was to resist the oncoming sword shadows. Now, the strikes carried more of his own will, no longer simply to resist the whistling sword shadows, but more to hone his own swordsmanship. The leap in his realm directly demonstrates Chen Feng's leap in understanding the way of the sword. Previously, his swordsmanship was like many drops of water, each fighting its own battle. Now, his swordsmanship is like a stream, formed by the convergence of the previous drops, connecting together to fight the enemy. This is my sword intent, my sword path. 6 arms, 9 sharp swords, under Chen Feng's control, are like the greatest painter of our time, sketching the most beautiful painting in the world, admired and revered by countless people. Those flying sword shadows are like colors added to his painting, making the whole picture more perfect and more beautiful. When Chen Feng can integrate the constantly flying sword shadows into his painting, it means that he has completely understood and comprehended this level of sword intent. A bright light appeared before him again, like a guiding light of hope. Following it will take you to the place you desire. Without hesitation, Chen Feng took a big step and followed the light into another world. The final level, I hope you can succeed. The metal man's lips moved slightly, looking somewhat excited. It had been a long time since he had felt this kind of excitement. Countless years of wandering within the palace, countless lonely years, only a few people had ever come here, but none had the strength to take away the master's treasure. Chen Feng's sudden appearance greatly increased his chances of leaving this place. He not only gained his master's approval but also, in a short time, overcame 2 obstacles in the sword world and arrived at a final world. However, this final world was imprinted within this extremely small space by his master when he was seriously injured. The dangers within were so great that even the metal man himself might not be able to guarantee his survival. Because this final sword world was filled with following light, Chen Feng felt his body traverse many spaces again, arriving at a place completely different from before. Here, there were mountains and water, flowers and birds, a veritable oasis within the vast and empty sword world. Chen Feng looked ahead, and that figure reappeared before him. This time, however, he could see his true face. A middle-aged man with a stern face and piercing eyes, as if boundless sword intent emanated from his entire body, making it impossible to meet his gaze. "Senior, who are you?" Chen Feng stood frozen in place, not daring to make any move, for this middle-aged man only needed one sword strike to shatter his body and soul, dissipating him from this world. "My name is Bei Ling. You are the second person to arrive here, which means your swordsmanship has reached a level where you can inherit my legacy." Bei Ling spoke slowly, not elaborating on himself, seemingly finding it unnecessary. "Senior Bei Ling, shall I challenge you to a sword duel?" Chen Feng didn't waste any words, cutting straight to the point. Besides, those who had come here before were probably already dead. Yes, but no. A single sentence left Chen Feng bewildered, unable to decipher its meaning. Bei Ling Jian, feigning confusion, chuckled, "You want to compete in swordsmanship, but not against me, but against my swordsmanship, my sword intent. This place represents the swordsmanship and sword intent I comprehended in my final days. While not as profound as before, the killing intent it contains is the strongest I've ever experienced. You, take care." His words had barely faded when his figure vanished before Chen Feng's eyes. Instantly, the world shifted dramatically, a torrential downpour and rumbling thunder, as if something urgent and terrifying was about to unfold. Just as Chen Feng was reeling from the sight before him, an extremely eerie and sharp sword light whistled out from his left. Caught off guard, Chen Feng was grazed by the chilling sword light, a sword wound appearing on his waist, from which crimson blood flowed. "Don't be distracted." Bei Ling Jian's voice rang in Chen Feng's ears again, the warning particularly clear. But at that very moment, a sword light, with a cunning angle and boundless, terrifying momentum, struck directly at Chen Feng's right side. "Here it comes again." Chen Feng twisted his waist, instantly turning his body and narrowly dodging the sword. It was a close call. If he hadn't been so focused, he would have been pierced through the abdomen. The swords here were indeed more powerful, carrying boundless killing intent. Every move was a fatal strike, leaving no chance of survival. This swordplay was a kill or be killed affair. There was no other way out. Chen Feng was now trapped in a deadly situation. The final outcome was either his death or his victory. There was no other possibility. "Come on." Looking at the sword lights constantly appearing around him, Chen Feng's eyes were icy and his gaze chilling. On Mount Bashao, Yan and the other two silently watched Pangu deep within the sphere of light. At this moment, they were powerless to intervene. Within the Great Formation, the bodies of the 10 ancestral witches and the 3 pure ones, no matter how large, were likely to vanish completely, leaving only a few scattered limbs. Now, their divine souls were suffering immensely. Once their divine souls were refined, they would cease to exist in the primordial world. Hundreds of years later, they might be forgotten and abandoned by the world. Truly pitiful. To discard someone after they've served their purpose, anyone would feel deep anger in that situation. Chen Feng looked at the divine souls suffering within the Great Formation, and a sense of resistance welled up within him. Betrayal was something no one wanted to experience. "We can't control him. Pangu's strength is probably only something that the Honggao ancestor can punish." Yihan spoke, immediately thinking of his true form, Chen Feng. If that person were here, perhaps there would be a chance to defeat Pangu. But now, no one could punish the figure within Pangu's sphere of light, who dominated Buzhao Mountain. Inside the Purple Palace, Hongjin ancestor slowly opened his eyes, a sharp light shooting from them, his entire being exuding immense power. "3 pure ones, my disciples, I will avenge you." Clearly, Hongjin already knew that the 3 pure ones had died at Pangu's hands. But at that time, when the 3 pure ones were lured into Buzhao Mountain by Pangu's scheme, he couldn't stop them, nor could he, because he also needed Pangu's plan. Simply put, when the 3 saints, the 3 pure ones, were fighting Pangu, Pangu, as an ancient chaotic demon god, would inevitably resonate with a heavenly Dao. And at this moment, it was his opportunity. The opportunity to merge with a Dao would appear at this moment, coming to his side, and naturally, he couldn't refuse. Just as Hongjin had predicted, the opportunity to merge with a Dao appeared, and he began to merge with a Dao as he had imagined. However, time seemed insufficient, resulting in the Dao integration not being fully successful. Only a large portion was completed before the crucial opportunity vanished. But it didn't matter much. His strength had increased significantly compared to before. Although he hadn't yet fought Pangu, he had a vague feeling that he could defeat him. However, at this moment, Hongjin Ancestor needed to stabilize his strength. After the Dao integration, although his strength had increased considerably, it still needed time to stabilize. He couldn't immediately go to Pangu. Otherwise, once at Bushao Mountain, Hongjin couldn't guarantee he could defeat Pangu. Closing his eyes, Hongjin Ancestor once again immersed himself in cultivation, constantly trying to comprehend the heavenly Dao that had merged into him. On Bushao Mountain, the 10 ancestral witches and the 3 pure ones within the Great Formation had vanished, their divine souls severely damaged, essentially beyond repair. In other words, the once world-renowned 10 ancestral witches and the 3 sages of the primordial world were essentially disappearing into the long river of history. Future generations may only have fragments of memory to remember them. New talents emerge in every generation, each wave higher than the last. Perhaps in the future, Pangu's fame will resound throughout this primordial world. Let's go. Yan watched Pangu, who was about to refine and absorb all the 10 ancestral witches and the 3 pure ones, turn and leave. Currently, their strength is still far inferior to Pangu's, and once Pangu has fully absorbed them, he will become even more terrifying. If he decides to kill them, there will be no time to leave. Therefore, leaving while Pangu is still refining these people is clearly a wise choice. Moreover, in this plan, they have obtained what they wanted. At least almost all the followers of the 4 major churches have flocked to their churches. In just a short time, they can absorb these followers into the fighting cult, and through their influence, the fighting cult should once again dominate the human race. That shouldn't be a problem. The 3 clones did not linger any longer. With a flash, they transformed into streaks of light and left Mount Bushao, heading directly towards the location of the 3 human clans. Chapter 258 Fighting. Inside the dilapidated palace, within the sword-wielding world of the sword palette, Chen Feng was struggling against the relentless, tidal wave of sword shadows attacking him. Each time a sword shadow reached him, it would leave several sword marks on his body, meaning he couldn't handle all of them, only defend against a portion. The sword techniques were too powerful, each move deadly. Every strike disregarded whether the enemy would be harmed. The sole aim was to leave a mark on the enemy, even if it was just a small one. This kill 1,000 enemies, lose 300 of your own approach was causing Chen Feng, who hadn't experienced many life or death battles, to feel somewhat panicked. Thus, a stark contrast could be seen between Chen Feng's swordsmanship and the tidal wave of sword shadows. Chen Feng's sword wasn't fierce enough, not aggressive enough. Each strike left room for maneuver, seemingly for himself, but also for the enemy. These sword shadows, however, left no room for maneuver, displaying an overbearing spirit of even if I die, I will still cut a piece of your flesh. So when Chen Feng's sword clashed with these sword shadows carrying overwhelming killing intent, it was clearly at a disadvantage, its space for survival constantly squeezed and its last bit of resistance stripped away. Chen Feng's sword retreated step by step, utterly powerless to resist, forced into purely defensive posture. Your sword is too weak, lacking that vital energy. What a pity. The familiar voice rang out again, its tone filled with regret, as if bidding farewell. My sword, Chen Feng murmured incessantly, then suddenly looked up sharply, his face contorted, and shouted, I won't die here like that person. The calm arrogance he had accumulated in the previous 2 trials vanished completely, replaced by only anger and resentment. He hated the weakness of his swordsmanship, hated his own flaws, and hated his own incompetence. The sword in Chen Feng's hand now held no more moves, even the most basic sword techniques had been abandoned. At this moment, swordsmanship was no longer needed. In a life or death situation, any sword move, as long as it can defeat the sword shadows before him, will be used, completely disregarding whether it suits him, his sword intent, or his sword path. Utterly chaotic, that's the direct impression of Chen Feng's current swordsmanship. Although Chen Feng's sword lacks any specific form, it seems to be less effective than when he used swordsmanship to defend himself. The sword marks on Chen Feng's body are increasing, gradually covering him completely, a shocking sight. But Chen Feng doesn't stop using this madman's swordsmanship, it remains chaotic, and more sword marks are etched onto his body. Yet, Chen Feng seems oblivious to the pain, letting the sword marks appear on his body, only concerned with unleashing his chaotic, utterly defenseless swordsmanship. But with Chen Feng's unwavering persistence, the howling, frenzied swordsmanship seems to be gradually being resisted. The frenzied and chaotic swordsmanship, surprisingly, began to take on a subtle, unpredictable trajectory as Chen Feng relentlessly resisted the sword shadows before him. Within this endless madness, a sliver of calming rationality seemed to emerge. This change was beyond Chen Feng's comprehension. Now, only one thought occupied his mind: even if I am struck by your boundless, overwhelming killing intent, I will not passively resist. Since you have left a mark on me, I will repay you. I must tear a bone from your body. You are bloodthirsty and mad, so I will be bloodthirsty and mad. You disregard your own strength to kill me, so I will disregard my injuries to kill you. Using madness to fight madness, killing intent to fight killing intent, this was the five-fold madness swordsmanship Chen Feng was now unleashing. Although he had not yet undergone the baptism of endless battle blood, the sword intent Chen Feng was currently displaying was filled with boundless, surging killing intent. At this moment, he seemed like a seasoned assassin, a madman who wouldn't hesitate to destroy himself to achieve his goal. His sword intent also revealed an indomitable spirit, a domineering arrogance that would eliminate anything that stood in his way. Even the cost of his life was not too much to ask. Chen Feng's sword, within the sword world left behind by Bei Ling, had undergone a complete sublimation. This was not only due to his deeper understanding of the sword path, but also because his sword intent possessed a boundless domineering spirit of "you may ask me to betray the world, but I will not allow the world to betray me." A sword cultivator not only needs an understanding of the sword path, but also a wild and unrestrained domineering spirit, a spirit that remains even in defeat. Breakthrough. Chen Feng's 9 swords exploded forth, blasting away all the sword shadows from Zhouguo. Within a 5-meter radius, a barrier seemingly constructed of countless sword lights appeared, shattering all the sword shadows within this sword world, preventing them from getting any closer. You have passed. Bei Ling's figure reappeared, speaking calmly. Thank you for your trouble, senior. The sudden appearance of Bei Ling Taoist made Chen Feng, whose confidence was currently brimming, speak humbly. Haha, young man, arrogant yet still humble, quite different from me back then. Bei Ling Taoist looked at Chen Feng before him, seemingly recalling his own youth, and couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. So many years had passed in the blink of an eye. Looking back, I was born with a profound understanding of the sword path, fearless of anyone or anything. I was just a greenhorn, a complete idiot now. Haha, but then I met someone who changed my life, someone who helped me perfect the sword path. But I can't tell you here yet. Once you obtain my heirloom, you'll understand what I'm about to say. With that, the figure of the Northern Ling Taoist slowly disappeared from his sight. The sword shadows, which had previously been without order, suddenly seemed to be governed by rules, arranged in a neat and orderly fashion. Now, in Chen Feng's eyes, this sword path world resembled a place where a master practiced swordsmanship, and he could observe the sword path of senior Northern Ling. The orderliness of the sword path world transformed this originally empty, dark, and desolate world into one teeming with life. The world of flowers gradually bloomed, with green mountains and clear waters, flowing gently, like a hermit's dwelling place, pleasant and incredibly comfortable. This is the artistic conception you created when you practiced swordsmanship, senior. Looking at the colorful world before him, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. It was a world within a sword. The way of the sword constantly evolved, eventually becoming a world of its own, a world belonging only to him. It was time to go. Chen Feng glanced once more at the vibrant world before him, then turned and left. His divine sense instantly emerged from the sword world created by the Northern Mausoleum Taoist and entered his physical body. Chen Feng exhaled a deep breath, slowly opening his eyes. A sharp light shot from them. This light was like a sharp sword, capable of cutting through everything in its path, carrying an endless sharpness. Back, a cold, metallic voice came from not far away, immediately reaching Chen Feng's ears. Back, of course I'm back. Judging by your expression, you don't want me to come back, do you? Upon hearing the metallic voice, Chen Feng immediately thought of the scene where he had been tricked into the sword world. Knowing so much, yet telling him nothing, clearly intending to inflict some physical pain. Why the bitter look? Logically, one should have benefited greatly after emerging from there. The metal man looked suspicious, completely bewildered as to why he was angry. Chen Feng, even more unwilling to acknowledge him, feigned innocence, thinking, do you think I'd believe that? However, seeing Chen Feng's continued hostility, the metal man immediately understood Chen Feng's thoughts and quickly changed the subject. Since you passed Master's final test, you can have what Master left behind. Sure enough, Chen Feng's eyes lit up at the mention of Beeling Doran's legacy, instantly forgetting what the metal man had done to him. This sword palette, you should understand it now, but besides the sword world within it, this sword is also a divine sword, Master's natal flying sword, Black Knight. The Night Sword is a divine weapon of the Dao. According to your primordial world, it's a weapon used by powerhouses above the saint level, even more noble than your chaos treasures. These words from the metal man immediately startled Chen Feng. A flying sword of a higher grade than a chaos treasure was something the entire primordial world probably couldn't possibly produce. After all, for so many years, the strongest treasure in the primordial world was the chaos treasure. The thought of wielding a divine weapon of the Dao, even more powerful than the chaos treasure in the hands of the Hongo ancestor, and defeating his chaos treasure made him secretly delighted. Taking the sword pellet from the metal man, he slightly circulated his yuan qi into it, and the sword pellet seemed to be activated, resurrected from its frozen state. The divine sword Night Sword unfolded before Chen Feng's eyes. The sword's blade was as black as ink, yet the aura it emanated was as calm as a stream. Hidden beneath its black surface lay a world of swordsmanship, possessing boundless sword intent. Grasping the divine sword, Black Knight, an extremely cold aura instantly flowed into Chen Feng's body, seemingly freezing his flesh and soul. But then, a blazing heat, like magma, suddenly appeared within him, threatening to incinerate his body. Cold and heat, fire, two opposing energies clashed and fought within Chen Feng's body. Chapter 259 Shock. Fire and ice, like yin and yang, exist within the divine sword Black Knight, and simultaneously within its blade. At this moment, they entered Chen Feng's body, seemingly wanting him to accept this existence, so that they could be of the same kind and control the divine sword Black Knight. Enduring endlessly, Chen Feng knew that only by passing the test of the divine sword Black Knight could he truly master it. He had thought that after passing the test of the Northern Tomb Taoist, he could obtain his legacy, but unexpectedly, the first thing he wanted to control, the divine sword Black Knight, required him to pass its test first. These tests were too many. Chen Feng couldn't help but complain inwardly. Having already overcome so many dangers, he still had to endure more perils. This world was truly wicked. However, after experiencing even more difficult tests, dealing with the yin and yang energies constantly clashing within him, while not easy, wasn't too difficult either. As time passed, the two energies within Chen Feng, as if having used up all their strength, slowly began to merge together. Just like the harmonious balance of yin and yang within the divine sword Black Knight, the yin and yang energies within Chen Feng's body had also reached a state of equilibrium. Instantly, Chen Feng, holding the divine sword Black Knight, felt a blood connection with it, as if Black Knight had shared countless ages with him. The metal man, watching Chen Feng firmly grasp the divine sword Black Knight, felt a slight pang of emotion. Truly worthy of being chosen by my master, the metal man's voice, slightly calm, carried a profound impact on anyone who heard it. Divine sword Black Knight, you fought alongside my master for countless ages. Since my master's passing, almost no one has been accepted by it. You are the first. The metal man's voice was calm, yet it resonated deeply within anyone who heard it. No one had been accepted by it for countless years, yet Chen Feng had achieved it. To say it so casually seemed too pretentious. Hearing this from the metal man, Chen Feng felt a pang of embarrassment. If he had said this in public, he would have been attacked by everyone. It was simply too offensive. However, the metal man remained indifferent, as if to say, what's wrong with that? If there's a problem, then don't listen to me anymore. His attitude was, if you ignore me, why should I care? He'd do whatever he wanted. That was perhaps just the metal man's personality. Alright, where are the other things? Give them to me. Chen Feng didn't need to care about the metal man's nonchalant attitude. He only needed to get his hands on the Northern Mausoleum Taoist's relics. As Chen Feng spoke, the metal man shifted his feet slightly, his body appearing as if teleporting to another location. Beside the bed, the Golden Sea Man stood with his hands behind his back, as if telling Chen Feng, what you want is here, come and get it. Chen Feng ignored the metal man's gaze and actions, walking directly to the bed, eagerly anticipating what the next item would be. At Bashao Mountain, the 10 ancestral witches and the 3 pure ones within the formation could no longer be sensed. Under continuous refinement, the physical bodies and divine souls of the 10 ancestral witches and the 3 pure ones were melted into beams of light, entering the sphere of light in the sky where Pangu resided. Inside the sphere, Pangu closed his eyes, continuously absorbing the energy threads emanating from it. These threads contained extremely turbid energy, seemingly containing many different energies. Anyone familiar with this subject could easily identify them as belonging to the 10 ancestral witches and the 3 pure ones. Their physical bodies and divine souls had all transformed into energy threads, absorbed by Pangu into his own body. According to ancient tradition, different energies cannot coexist within the same body. Those who forcibly try to integrate different energies always meet a violent end. However, this ancient law seemed to have no effect on Pangu. Not a single backlash erupted within his body. It was as if all these different powers had originated from his body. Now, he was merely embracing the wanderers who had run away from home back into his arms. Time quietly passed, and within the great formation, the energy pillars connecting the spheres of light in the sky slowly disappeared one by one, leaving only one sphere standing alone in the air. This sphere, with a gentle breeze, gradually transformed into a sphere with a thick outer shell, slowly descending to the summit of Mount Bashao, where it stood. Pangu inside seemed to have fallen into deep sleep, with even breathing emanating from him. Thus, Hongo ancestor and Pangu, one forced into seclusion to stabilize his newly comprehended heavenly Dao due to the attainment of the Dao, and the other forced into deep sleep due to absorbing 13 different energies within his body, in order to completely fuse the different energies within him. At this time, in the primordial world, Hongjin was absent, the 3 pure ones were dead, and the 2 Western saints, one dead and one injured, were hiding in the Western paradise. Of the original 6 primordial sages, only Nuwa remains, a fact that evokes a sense of melancholy. Perhaps a new chapter in the primordial world is about to be written. However, everything happening outside seems to have little connection to Chen Feng, who is currently in a dilapidated palace in the endless distance. At this moment, he is staring intently at a scroll that has appeared in the hands of the metal man, his eyes gleaming, and his heart is pounding faster than usual. This scroll contains all the swordsmanship my master comprehended throughout his life. Combined with the swordsmanship world within the divine sword Black Knight, you can fully grasp my master's swordsmanship. With that, the metal man placed the scroll in Chen Feng's palm. This time, he wasn't casual as before, but rather much more solemn. After all, this scroll belonged to his master, whom he had served for countless years. Its significance to him was extraordinary. Upon receiving the scroll from the metal man, an extremely sharp sword intent immediately surged into Chen Feng's heart. At that moment, it seemed as if countless flying swords were rushing towards him, their sword techniques so profound, carrying an elusive mystery. The swordsmanship contained within this scroll was even more profound than the swordsmanship within the swordsmanship world of the divine sword Black Knight. It was certainly beyond his current ability to fully comprehend. His divine sense immediately flew from his mind to the surface of the scroll, and as if granted permission, entered the scroll itself. As soon as his consciousness entered the scroll, an immense amount of information rushed into Chen Feng's mind, instantly causing his head to throb with pain. The amount of information was simply too vast, too much for Chen Feng's mind to absorb all at once. This is the reaction I wanted to see. The metal man looked at Chen Feng's pained expression with great satisfaction, as if this was the expression Chen Feng should have shown in his mind. The massive amount of information left Chen Feng dazed, his consciousness momentarily blurred. After a long while, the intense pain in his mind gradually subsided, and the scroll that had been in Chen Feng's hand vanished, as if it had never existed. Returning to his inner self, Chen Feng looked inward and immediately discovered a scroll deep within his mind, exactly the same as the one that had been in his hand before. Slowly approaching this remarkably similar scroll, Chen Feng reached out and carefully unwrapped it, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Nameless sword technique. At the very beginning of the scroll, 4 large characters, Ming Zhao Zhao, appeared before Chen Feng's eyes. As he continued reading, every move recorded was so familiar, bearing a striking resemblance to the sword shadows he had witnessed in the world of swordsmanship in the dark night of the divine sword. However, the underlying sword principles were beyond his comprehension, representing a higher level of understanding he couldn't comprehend. The opening chapters covered the most basic sword techniques, thrusting, slashing, parrying, and intercepting, but were far more profound than Chen Feng's understanding. At least for now, he could only grasp the surface. If the opening chapters were so deep and difficult to understand, the later chapters were even more so. Yet, Chen Feng didn't give up on exploring further, continuing to turn the pages. After passing the opening chapters, he reached the main content, But within this main chapter, Chen Feng could only see one move, presumably the simplest and most basic sword technique of the Northern Tomb Taoist, Guanwei. The only move in the main chapter was called Guanwei, and its explanation appeared before him. Besides informing Chen Feng of the cultivation method of Guanxi, the most unforgettable phrase left by the scroll was that only after comprehending the Guanwei sword technique could one continue learning the subsequent sword techniques. Upon seeing this, Chen Feng felt incredibly cheated. This was clearly setting up numerous tests for him. Whatever he obtained had to be tested, otherwise it felt incomplete. Enduring the tension, Chen Feng finished reading the scroll, but when he tried to close it, he found that the scroll deep within his mind had disappeared. A master's inheritance. Is the secrecy this good? Chen Feng was speechless. But regardless, he had now obtained the inheritance of the Northern Ling Taoist. Moreover, he had acquired a divine sword Black Knight. His time in the ancient Forbidden Land had not been wasted at all. However, what excited Chen Feng the most was what he was about to do. Xiaofu, come here for a moment, Chen Feng called out towards the direction of the metal man, startling the incredibly aloof metal man. How did he know his nickname? This name is not one you should call me. Chapter 260 Plan. The metallic man slowly walked towards Chen Feng, his tone full of threat. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I just wanted to confirm something. Chen Feng immediately apologized humbly upon hearing the metallic man's extremely displeased words. Then, he also walked towards the metallic man. For some reason, seeing Chen Feng approaching made him feel uneasy, as if something terrible was about to happen. How could this be? My strength is clearly much greater than his. The metallic man shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the unease, but he couldn't. At that moment, Chen Feng had already reached a metallic man, and in a split second before the metallic man even noticed, his right hand swiftly pressed against his head, forged from starry sky iron. What are you doing? Before he could finish speaking, he immediately felt a familiar energy enter his body, incredibly warm. This is my master's power. The metallic man's words were still tinged with doubt as he looked at Chen Feng questioningly. Indeed, this is Senior Beeling's power, but he lent it to me so I can control you. After placing his palm on the metal man Xiaofu's head, Chen Feng's face lit up with immense joy, even more so than when he overcame his inner demon tribulation and became a saint. Although the metal man looked incredulous, he felt a strangely familiar sensation within his body, and his heart trembled. What Chen Feng said was very likely true. Xiaofu, from today onwards, I am your new master. Call me master. Chen Feng was incredibly excited at this moment, immediately voicing an idea that had been hidden deep within him, extremely bold. HMPH, you only obtained the bloodline mark of a master, but you haven't gained my approval, so I will never say it. Even though he had been controlled by Chen Feng and betrayed by his former master, the metal man still possessed his own stubbornness. Haha, I like your personality, but I'll definitely make you acknowledge me. Chen Feng chuckled mischievously, his eyes filled with a strange light as he looked at the metal man, as if many wicked ideas were already forming in his mind. Looking at Chen Feng, whose aura was somewhat odd, the metal man sensed a vengeful intent in his wicked smile. Little Fu, as your current master, I feel it's necessary to care for you even more. Chen Feng stood with his hands behind his back, looking righteous and awe-inspiring, and slowly walked to the metal man's side. He touched Little Fu's starry sky iron, his eyes gleaming as if admiring a work of art, a greedy expression of wanting to possess it instantly appearing on his face. Look at you, spending so long in this endless, dark, and dilapidated palace. I feel incredibly sorry for you. How can such a powerful expert like you be in such a state? As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. You also need a more dazzling appearance, so, take off that exterior made of starry sky iron, and I'll give you an even more dazzling suit of armor, making you look more like a reclusive master. Hearing this, the metal man Xiaofu immediately understood Chen Feng's idea. Wasn't it just about the starry sky iron on Keksu's body? Why go through all that trouble? Did he really think I was an idiot? No need. As your protector, I should disguise myself, not be so flamboyant, and remain hidden by your side, playing the fool to outwit you. That's the state we should maintain. Listening to the words of the metal man Xiaofu, Chen Feng suddenly felt his intelligence being suppressed by this puppet zombie. This feeling was truly unpleasant. No, as your master, I think you should directly demonstrate your strength in front of others, and then you can freely make them hand over things to us. Isn't that much more satisfying than pretending to be weak to deceive others? HMPH, you want to compete with me in intelligence? You're simply overestimating yourself. Chen Feng calmly looked at the speechless metal man Xiaofu in front of him, secretly enjoying the sight. After arriving at this dilapidated palace, he was first brutally beaten by Xiaofu countless times, and then tricked into the sword world by him, suffering countless sword wounds on his body. As things were being recounted, Chen Feng's heart was filled with even more anger. And this time, he finally got his revenge and vented his anger. Well, my former master said that the starry sky iron that makes up my body has completely fused together and cannot be separated. If you try to separate it, this starry sky iron will lose its original power and properties, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Chen Feng scratched his head, seemingly quite troubled. But seeing Chen Feng's expression, the metal man Xiaofu felt a chill. It seemed that Chen Feng's trouble was how to remove the starry sky iron from his body intact without losing its properties. It was like trying to have your cake and eat it too, But Chen Feng, this extremely greedy hunter, wanted to have both, hence his distress. Well, since Senior Bei Ling has said so, then let's leave it at that. After thinking for a long time without finding a solution, Chen Feng gave up, but his eyes still lingered on Xiaofu's starry sky iron. Senior Bei Ling, is there no way to solve this problem? This question, sharp as a dagger, pierced Xiaofu's heart, directly targeting his soul. This master didn't tell me, the metal man Xiaofu said calmly, showing no sign of his inner shock. Alright, then there's no way, but I promise I'll get you better clothes in the future. After all, I'm your master. Appearing and disappearing like a ghost, Chen Feng suddenly patted the metal man Xiaofu's shoulder, earnestly promising. This, Xiaofu hadn't finished speaking when Chen Feng interrupted him. It's alright, don't rush to thank me, because I don't know how long it will take to find a way, but don't worry, Chen Feng, always keep my word. Even if it takes my whole life, I will help you fulfill this wish. Chen Feng's words came from his mouth with such concern for his subordinates, showing his kind heart. Okay, then thank you in advance, Metal Man Xiaofu hurriedly echoed Chen Feng, fearing that if he continued to argue, this guy would drag it out to the ends of the earth, indefinitely. Seeing Metal Man Xiaofu yield to him, Chen Feng felt a surge of chivalrous exhilaration, a sense of revenge welling up inside him once more. After letting Metal Man Xiaofu know the strength of his new master, Chen Feng then turned to other matters. Bei Ling Doran had spent countless years in this dilapidated palace, and his legacy naturally included more than just the divine sword Black Knight and the sword techniques he created. There were many other things as well. However, among these, the divine sword Black Knight and the sword manual were the most precious, the others paled in comparison. But this was only relative to Bei Ling Doran. For Chen Feng, the other things were no less powerful, and in fact, far more valuable than everything he possessed combined. A classic case of killing one person being more valuable than searching an entire city. Seeing that Chen Feng had finally stopped bothering him, Metal Man Xiaofu finally breathed a sigh of relief. After cursing Chen Feng in his heart, he approached Chen Feng's side. He didn't know everything about his former master. Now that Chen Feng, his master's successor, had appeared, many unknown secrets could finally be learned. Chen Feng and the Metal Man Xiaofu were both incredibly curious about the secrets of their former master, Bei Ling. Inside the human race Holy Land, all the powerful beings had gathered. Seated in the center were Yi Yan and his two clones. Below them were Fuxi, Surin, Yao Chao, and the 12 zodiacs, all with joyful expressions, seemingly in high spirits. This plan has been executed very well. The followers of the four major churches have basically developed an indelible rift with their own churches. Moreover, Laozi, Tongshan Jiazu, and Yuanshi Shianzan are all dead. In other words, the human cult, Ji cult, and Cham cult will no longer be able to stir up any trouble. They will ultimately be eliminated by history. As for Buddhism, Jian and Hunti, 5.1, have been severely injured by Pantangu and are unlikely to reappear in the near future. Therefore, this is the best opportunity for our Daojio, fighting sect, to recruit all these people into our Daoshu, fighting numbers, system. Yi Yan's tone was tinged with secret delight. The great success of the plan laid the foundation for Daojiao's future unification of the prehistoric world. However, the most crucial thing now is Chen Feng. Without Chen Feng, Daojiao feels like something is missing. So if Chen Feng can return to the human race in the near future, then the final part of the plan can definitely be completed perfectly. A leader with absolute appeal can form the final link of this plan, connecting the whole thing and forming the most perfect plan. Go now and recruit those homeless orphans into Daojiao. Then, through the tragic experiences of these orphans, we can make those who still refuse to give up truly believe in us. The 3 human clans and the 12 zodiac signs inside the hall responded to Yi Yan's instructions and left. As the 3 human clans and the 12 zodiac signs left the human holy temple, they began to carry out Yi Yan's plan. The 3 clones, Yi Yan, Yi Han, and Yi Han, gathered together and began to talk. The main body hasn't appeared yet, we don't know what happened, Yi Han said in a low voice. Recently, we haven't been able to contact Chen Feng at all, we have no idea how he's doing. Yes, so much time has passed. Since the main body entered that extremely dangerous ancient forbidden land, he hasn't contacted us. I'm also a little worried about that. Chapter 261 Divine Weapon. As a saint, Yi Yan naturally knew how terrifying the primordial forbidden land was. Below the saint level, anyone there was like a child, even saints wouldn't dare linger there for too long. Now, all we can do is trust the True One. He hasn't disappointed us so many times before, and this time, he certainly won't. Even though he wasn't entirely sure of the True One's safety, Chen Feng instinctively believed he would return unharmed. Now, all we can do is wait silently and then spread the Dao sect throughout the primordial world, making it the only and most prestigious church. Yi Yan gazed into the distance, seemingly searching for Chen Feng's figure. The other 2 nodded. The True One's affairs would be handled by him. As for their own affairs, they would also be completed perfectly, without disappointing the True One. With that, the 3 left the human race temple together. Besides the powerful figures of the human race personally taking action, they also needed to make an appearance. Meanwhile, inside the dilapidated palace, Chen Feng and the metal man Xiao Fu gradually approached the most secret place of the northern Lingnao East. The divine sword Black Knight pierced into a stone wall, which then suddenly opened, revealing a jade green box before Chen Feng and Xiao Fu. From afar, it exuded an incredibly mysterious aura, yet within this aura lay an extremely powerful and sharp sword intent. It seemed that anyone approaching without permission would be instantly pulverized by this fierce sword intent. Chen Feng gently opened the jade box, and a familiar figure appeared before them, the northern Lingnaoist. First of all, I congratulate you. You have passed my test and are now qualified to inherit my swordsmanship. The incredibly realistic figure appearing inside the jade box stunned Chen Feng and Xiao Fu, leaving them frozen in place, unsure of what to do. My successor, perhaps you come from a great world or a small world, but that doesn't matter. After inheriting my swordsmanship, you will naturally understand the true nature of this world. You already know my name is Doran, but I believe you are very curious about where I come from. I come from Xiankang Palace, which shouldn't be in your world. Xiankang Palace is located on Haiming Star, a place with a bright blue sun. Now that you have become my successor and inherited my swordsmanship, I hope that after you become powerful, you will go to Haiming Star, to Xiankang Palace, and inform the palace master of my death. He will then know what to do. This is the landmark of Xiankang Palace on Haiming Star. You only need to find a special rift that allows teleportation, place this landmark into that rift, and you will be teleported to the location of Xiankang Palace on Haiming Star. With that, Doran flicked his finger, and a series of data flowed into Chen Feng's mind, instantly adding a coordinate to his consciousness. Besides this, Taoist Beeling also gave Chen Feng a map, an extremely vast and astonishingly large map, perhaps a millionth the size of the entire primordial world, leaving him utterly astonished. Could this be? Chen Feng's lips trembled, hesitant to voice his conjecture. A map of the true great world? However, just as Chen Feng was marveling at this, Xiao Fu suddenly chuckled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Look at you, so unsophisticated. The world is so vast, how could a country bumpkin like you possibly imagine it? He then gave Xiao Fu a disdainful look and arrogantly raised his head. That's perfect. The world is so big, there must be a way to get you a new set of clothes, making you look even more imposing. Chen Feng wasn't angered by Xiao Fu's sarcasm. Instead, he used gentleness to overcome strength, turning the tables on Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu, who had been looking up at the sky with smug satisfaction, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him after hearing Chen Feng's words. He was so angry he almost coughed up blood. He hadn't realized before how eloquent and venomous this kid was. In my opinion, Whether you can even leave this prehistoric world is still a question, Xiao Fu said, his face, forged from star-refined iron, burning with rage, but he refused to admit defeat, speaking with utter disdain. However, Chen Feng didn't want to argue with Xiao Fu anymore. Whether he could leave depended on his own strength. Once he successfully left, he could thoroughly humiliate Xiao Fu. This kind of impossible task now, but one that could be thoroughly humiliated later, could wait. Seeing that Chen Feng ignored him, Xiao Fu listened again to the last words of his former master, Taoist Beeling. Besides this, I also hope that after you arrive at the Heavenly Azure Palace, you can replace me and become the Palace Master of the Sword Palace. At this point, Taoist Beeling paused, seemingly recalling past events, before continuing, I also hope that my successor can grant this deceased man's request. With that, Taoist Beeling flipped his hand, and a jade pendant appeared in the center of his palm, gently placing it in Chen Feng's hand. The moment the jade pendant touched Chen Feng's hand, an extremely cool sensation spread through his body, instantly calming his mind and making his entire spirit incredibly clear. This jade pendant is, Chen Feng stared blankly at the object in his hand, filled with doubt. This jade pendant was proof that its owner was the Palace Master of the Heavenly Azure Palace. Only the Palace Master of the Heavenly Azure Palace would possess such a jade pendant. At Chen Feng's moment of utter confusion, the metal man Xiao Fu promptly resolved his question. This jade pendant, crafted from the essence of Tai Tian Han, can constantly soothe your mind, preventing you from going mad. It's an extremely perfect aid when comprehending the Tao of Swords. After Xiao Fu's words, Yanxi made Chen Feng clutch the jade pendant tightly, as if it were his own child, handling it with utmost care. Such a treasure can stabilize one's mind, especially for a sword cultivator. The Tao of Swords is inherently about killing. Everyone's sword intent is incredibly domineering, filled with murderous intent. Therefore, those who comprehend the Tao of Swords are in the most dangerous position, because once they go mad, it's not just madness, but being directly shattered along with their soul by the sword intent and killing intent, without even a chance to find a new physical body. This is why there are so few people cultivating the Tao of Swords in this world. Achieving high levels is extremely difficult, and it's fraught with endless dangers, where one wrong step can lead to certain death. But the greater the danger, the greater the achievement you gain after overcoming it, far surpassing those who reach the same realm through easier means. Therefore, sword cultivators, in competitions within the same realm, are considered supreme masters. Cultivators of the same realm least want to encounter sword cultivators. After obtaining the jade pendant symbolizing his status as the Palace Master of Xiankang Palace, Beeling Taoist said a few more words and then slowly disappeared into the sky, seemingly having exhausted his energy. Master, you haven't told him yet. Xiao Fu watched Beeling Taoist disappear before his eyes, feeling incredibly lost and extremely strange that his former master hadn't mentioned something. As Beeling Taoist's figure vanished, the violent and fierce sword energy that had been condensing in this space also dissipated, finally easing the pressure on Chen Feng's heart. Inside the jade box, Beeling Taoist's figure was gone, but within it lay another object, a treasure shaped like a tower. Sunya? Chen Feng was about to ask the metal man Sunya to help him identify what it was when he noticed the extremely abnormal expression on Sunya's face. What's wrong? Chen Feng asked, puzzled, looking at Sunya. Sunya, who was deep in thought, snapped out of his reverie after Chen Feng's question. He shook his head calmly and said without any panic, nothing. Although Sunya said he was fine, Chen Feng still noticed something was off. His expression just now didn't seem like he was alright. Perhaps he was hiding something from him, but he probably wouldn't tell him now. He should wait a while before asking. It's good that you're alright. Come and take a look at the tower-shaped item inside this jade box. Upon hearing Chen Feng mention the tower-shaped item, Sunya immediately came to Chen Feng's side and picked up the item from the jade box. He froze on the spot for a moment, seemingly recalling the past. After a moment, Xiao Fu slowly spoke, saying in a gentle voice, "This is a treasure for your cultivation, called the Heavenly Exquisite Pagoda. It's also a divine weapon of the Tao." Hearing it was a divine weapon of the Tao, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. The power of just one divine sword, Black Knight, was astonishing enough. If he had two, his strength would reach an unimaginable level. "Don't overthink it," he said. "This Heavenly Exquisite Pagoda isn't an offensive weapon. Its main purpose is to assist in cultivation. A year's worth of cultivation outside can be equivalent to 10 years inside the Heavenly Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, This time conversion is based on your strength. In other words, the higher your strength, the more time you can convert. And this heavenly exquisite pagoda has other functions besides this, but you'll have to explore them yourself. After hearing Xiao Fu's introduction to the heavenly exquisite pagoda, Chen Feng felt an itch to enter and cultivate immediately. Before Beeling, not from the great world, there were so many extremely powerful treasures. Chapter 262 The Heavenly Dao. At this moment, Ming couldn't help but marvel at the sheer quantity and quality of Beeling Taoist's treasures. Compared to him, he was nothing but a country bumpkin. Xiao Fu, standing beside him, also wore an arrogant air, like a nouveau riche from a big city, looking down on everyone. Besides these, Beeling Taoist must have other treasures, right? Chen Feng didn't care about Xiao Fu's self-importance. After all, he still needed him for something, and he could deal with him later after resolving his own affairs. Of course. Master has countless treasures, certainly more than just these. As he said this, Xiao Fu became even more arrogant, as if he looked down on Chen Feng, a country bumpkin from this small world. Alright, hurry up and take me to get them. After all, I am a descendant of Beeling Taoist. Weren't these all left for me? Now that he needed Xiao Fu's help, he couldn't argue with him. Besides, Beeling Taoist hadn't told him where his treasures were, probably because he had become Xiao Fu's master and assumed Xiao Fu would tell the new master. However, what Beeling Taoist didn't expect was that Chen Feng and Xiao Fu's relationship wasn't so good. They even bickered from time to time. Fortunately, Chen Feng's attitude was seen as yielding by Xiao Fu, and his words were quite reasonable, so he naturally led Chen Feng to bring out all of Beeling Taoist's remaining treasures. At this point, Chen Feng realized just how wealthy Beeling Taoist was. Nearly a dozen cubic meters of items, various herbs, weapons, formations, books, and so on. If you'd ever seen anything similar, you could find it here. You don't even have a special ring? Xiao Fu asked incredulously, looking at Chen Feng, who was frozen in place amidst all this stuff. A special ring? Chen Feng looked at Xiao Fu with a puzzled expression, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Wow. Are you really that clueless, or are you just pretending to be stupid to make me laugh? Xiao Fu's eyes widened, as if he were looking at a simple-minded young man. A special ring is a small world created by a master of special manipulation, stored within a ring. It allows those who haven't mastered special manipulation to store many items inside, making it extremely convenient. Xiao Fu, suppressing his impatience, explained it clearly to this country bumpkin. Only then did Chen Feng show a "no, I see" expression, leaving Xiao Fu speechless. Here you go. Xiao Fu casually tossed a simple, ancient ring in front of Chen Feng. With lightning speed, Chen Feng caught the ring and examined it. Guided by Xiao Fu, his divine sense entered the ring, instantly transporting him to a new world. Though not large, it was novel and astonishing enough to amaze Chen Feng. This was a small world created by a master who had grasped the Dao of space. Looking at this small space, Chen Feng immediately thought of his own swordsmanship. Senior Bei Ling's swordsmanship had reached a level where he could create a complete and vibrant world. But he himself was still a beginner, only mastering the basics, far from being able to create a world with his swordsmanship. In comparison, Chen Feng seemed like a mere novice on the path of cultivation, weak enough to be easily crushed. Standing there for a moment, Chen Feng racked his brains several times before finally coming to his senses. He had almost lost confidence in himself and developed inner demons. Fortunately, the jade pendant given to him by Taoist Beeling worked, and he had also come to timely understanding, preventing the inner demons from expanding further. The world is vast, and there are many things I haven't experienced. It's understandable that my strength is slightly weaker than others. But that doesn't mean I can't catch up with them or surpass them. As long as I have Chen Feng and work hard enough, I can definitely surpass them. Thinking this, Chen Feng's mind was no longer troubled by these trivial matters, and he felt a sense of peace. After storing all the remaining treasures left by Taoist Beeling into his special ring, Chen Feng looked around at everything with lingering affection. The scene of the previous battle seemed still vivid in his mind, imprinted deep in his memory. It had been so long, it was time to leave. Although he was looking forward to the outside world, this primordial world still had countless connections to him. Until the affairs of the prehistoric world are resolved, the knot in my heart will remain, let alone allow me to venture into the outside world. Xiao Fu, let's go. Chen Feng is leaving, so Xiao Fu naturally has to go with him, otherwise, what kind of master would he be? As soon as he finished speaking, A troubled look appeared on Xiaofu's face, seemingly reluctant to leave with Chen Feng. Good boy, Xiaofu, no matter what, I am the next master chosen by Senior Beeling. If you don't come with me, wouldn't you be going against Senior Beeling's last wishes? Chen Feng's current strength was inferior to Xiaofu's, so he could only use a gradual, persuasive approach to convince him. Xiaofu listened, not seeing anything wrong with it. It was indeed his master who had chosen Chen Feng as his new master, and staying in this place was too lonely and desolate. This god-forsaken place, the monotonous life day after day, made him shudder at the thought. Therefore, after much consideration, Xiaofu decided to leave this place with Chen Feng. Although the primordial era was insignificant in his eyes, just a backwater, it was still infinitely better than this ancient forbidden land. Let's go. Xiaofu took a step, ready to leave. Seeing Xiaofu willing to leave with him, Chen Feng was incredibly excited and couldn't help but jump for joy. Xiaofu's strength is probably even greater than that of Hongjin ancestor, so if Xiaofu were by his side, wouldn't this prehistoric world be under his control? The thought of Hongjin ancestor bowing down before him filled him with a tantalizing feeling. Xiaofu, when we return to the prehistoric world, let's go see someone. Chen Feng's body surged with vital energy, and he transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the prehistoric world. However, before Chen Feng could even reveal who it was, Xiaofu's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, instantly shattering his beautiful dream and bringing him back to reality. I can go see that person with you, but if he's your opponent, I won't help you, because this is your karma, not mine. I have no right or qualification to meddle in someone else's karma, otherwise, I will surely be punished by the heavenly Dao. Your karma is for you to understand yourself. Xiaofu's words instantly shattered the image of the Honggu ancestor kneeling before Chen Feng, a dream that had just surfaced in his mind. Couldn't you at least lend a hand? Give me a little push. Chen Feng was clearly extremely unwilling. How could he leave such a helper aside? It was like possessing a divine weapon but keeping it at home as an object of admiration. The feeling was unbearable. The refusal still came from Xiaofu's mouth, and his tone left no room for negotiation. Seeing Chen Feng's pained and miserable face, Xiaofu felt a surge of joy. He could indeed help Chen Feng a little. However, firstly, his relationship with Chen Feng, and Chen Feng's previous threat to separate the starry sky iron from his body, meant that Chen Feng couldn't use him as his vanguard. Secondly, he needed to test Chen Feng. A hothouse flower may be beautiful, but it's useless. Therefore, the coming period could be considered Chen Feng's testing and verification. Is there really not even the slightest possibility? Can't we find a loophole in the heavenly Dao? Chen Feng still hasn't given up on that possible glimmer of hope. But seeing Xiaofu's resolute gaze, he understood that he truly had no room for maneuver and could only silently abandon the topic. But life must go on, he couldn't give up because of this setback. After so much training, Chen Feng's strength was no longer what it used to be. Facing Hongjin ancestor, he no longer needed to rely on countless schemes to outwit him as before. Now, relying on his swordsmanship, he should be able to fight Hongjin ancestor to a standstill. After all, he had passed the test of being Taoist. Xiaofu saw Chen Feng's confident face and couldn't help but nod in approval. Chen Feng's ability to adjust, his confidence in his strength, and his confidence in his swordsmanship were quite reminiscent of his former master's spirit. Two figures streaked across the ancient forbidden land like shooting stars, moving at incredible speed. Time flowed on, and Chen Feng and Xiaofu flew an unknown distance, finally arriving at the border between the ancient forbidden land and the primordial world. Looking at the familiar, unobstructed view ahead, Chen Feng took a long breath and then exhaled sharply, feeling a surge of exhilaration. This was his homeland, a place where he could roam freely, infinitely better than the ancient forbidden land. This is where you live? Xiaofu's question instantly shattered Chen Feng's good mood. What kind of tone is that? Are you looking down on my hometown? Don't think that just because you're from a big place, you can look down on this poor, remote place. Xiaofu's expression and demeanor annoyed Chen Feng. He really needed to find a time to teach this ignorant fellow a lesson. The vital energy content is too low, making it impossible for you to break through to a realm higher than that of a saint. Also, the heavenly Dao here, it's a bit strange. Xiaofu completely ignored Chen Feng's gaze, continuing to spout sharp words. Strange heavenly Dao? How is it strange? Chapter 263 Doubts. Chen Feng, somewhat curious, asked a question. He was extremely familiar with the heavenly Dao of the primordial world and didn't find anything strange about it. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to have some impurities mixed in. This is just a sub-heavenly Dao of the primordial heavenly Dao, and it's still quite different from the true heavenly Dao. The sudden appearance of the primordial heavenly Dao left Chen Feng completely bewildered. What was this? The unfamiliar term filled him with curiosity. The primordial heavenly Dao is the heavenly Dao of the entire primordial chaos world, the true heavenly Dao. The heaven that your small worlds can bear is a sub-heavenly Dao of the primordial heavenly Dao. In terms of understanding the Dao, it's not as profound as the primordial heavenly Dao, but it's enough for you to cultivate, although you can't reach very high realms, Xiao Fu explained patiently, like a learned old professor addressing a clueless child. This feeling of being looked up to was quite pleasant. After hearing Xiao Fu's explanation, Chen Feng realized how small his primordial world was, a truly remote and impoverished place. However, Chen Feng was not discouraged by this. Instead, a raging fire rose in his heart. Since there was a stronger path, he would pursue it and make himself stronger. He didn't want to be looked down upon or left behind because of his birthright. Let's go to the human Holy Land first. Chen Feng firmly remembered the matter of the origin heavenly Dao, then, with Xiao Fu by his side, headed towards the human race. Their plan should be over by now, and they needed to see the outcome first. Their movements were as swift as lightning, and they soon arrived at the location of the human Holy Land, entering the temple with a whoosh. At this moment, Yi Yan and his two clones, along with various powerful figures of the human race, were gathered there, discussing something. Because Chen Feng's strength had reached the Saint Realm, and because he moved quietly, they didn't notice him. Xiao Fu, on the other hand, walked in confidently, completely unconcerned about exposing his powerful aura to them. Therefore, the group inside the temple immediately turned around, warily looking at Xiao Fu, but also noticing Chen Feng beside him. Their vigilance immediately lessened. "Is that you, my true self?" Chen Feng asked, clearly still somewhat disbelieving. After all, a very powerful stranger stood beside him. "It's me, Yi Yan. Don't be too nervous. This is my newly recruited subordinate, who will be your subordinate from now on, right, Xiao Fu?" Chen Feng smiled at Xiao Fu beside him, his meaning quite clear. He wanted Xiao Fu to nod. But Xiao Fu was too arrogant, and Chen Feng's strength was not enough to defeat him, so he completely ignored Chen Feng, leaving Chen Feng somewhat embarrassed with a forced laugh. He chuckled awkwardly to ease the awkward atmosphere, then directly connected his divine sense with the three clones. This immediately made Yi Yan and the other two realize that the Chen Feng before them was the real one. "Main body, why did you take so long? Did something happen?" Knowing that Chen Feng was real, Yi Yan and the other two lowered their guard and began to inquire about his well-being. "Nothing serious, I just went to explore the ancient Forbidden Land for a while." Chen Feng didn't tell the people in front of him about the matter of the Northern Mausoleum Taoist, it wasn't necessary. However, he embellished his other experiences in the primordial Forbidden Land with incredible detail, captivating the three human clans and others who listened with rapt attention. Clearly, they were intimidated by Chen Feng's exaggerated methods, and Chen Feng simply smiled and remained silent. Yi Yan and the other two immediately explained the details of their plan and its outcome to Chen Feng. Chen Feng was quite satisfied with the result, at least the plan had been executed perfectly. However, a variable had emerged, Pangu. This figure hadn't appeared before Chen Feng entered the primordial Forbidden Land and was being brutally beaten by Xiao Fu, but only appeared after Chen Feng was trapped. He wondered if there was any connection, whether it was a conspiracy. But since things had already progressed to this point, and Pangu had killed the 3 pure ones and the 10 ancestral witches, and his whereabouts were unknown, there was no need to dwell on it. However, the fact that Pangu lured the 3 pure ones here and then killed them all suggests that he had an unclear relationship with them. Whether this is related to Hongjin Liuzu remains to be investigated. Yi Yan, you must take Pangu seriously, his strength is extraordinary. Also, keep a close eye on Hongjin Liuzu's actions. Chen Feng still has many reservations about these two and must keep track of their movements. Furthermore, have the followers of the other 4 major churches abandoned their faith and left the church? This is what Chen Feng can currently control, and he must hold on to it firmly. Almost there, but there are still some extremely stubborn people who, even with this fact before them, still choose to believe that the church is not wrong. These are like holdouts, blatant holdouts, completely ignorant of human relationships and the principle that those who understand the times are wise. But now that Wenzu has returned, we are confident that we can get them back into the Down A. At this moment, Surenshi suddenly spoke, pointing out a crucial factor. Chen Feng, the founder of Dao Shu, a system of divination, is the spiritual totem of Dao Shu and the object of human worship. However, it was precisely because of Chen Feng's disappearance that the other 4 major divination societies were able to seize the opportunity and incorporate many humans into their own cults. Now that Chen Feng has returned, back to humanity, humanity should remember who led them to the primordial world 500 years ago. The ancestor's influence among humanity is undeniable. He will surely be able to sway those who remain entrenched in their ways. Hearing Suren's words, Chen Feng nodded in agreement. For now, they would resolve the cult's affairs before dealing with Pangu and Honggao. The group discussed for a long time before finally stopping, each leaving the human temple to attend to their own business. Not long after, news of the return of Chen Feng, the ancestor of humanity, spread throughout the primordial world. This day was like the day humanity ascended to the top of the primordial world. The whole world rejoiced, erupting in celebration. The name Chen Feng, the ancestor of literature, is like a symbol, an emblem, representing the entire human race and that of a great ancestor who sacrificed his life for the future of humanity. Simultaneously, the promotion of Chen Feng's name and his church of Dao Jiao, the Fighting Church, also spread, causing the already weakened 4 great churches to plummet to rock bottom. Furthermore, the news of the 3 Pure Ones' deaths and the escape of Jiainan's Hunty further exacerbated the situation, plunging the 4 great churches into dire straits. The most important element of a church is its founder, representing its strength and spirit. But if the pillar of its spirit and strength collapses, the church collapses as well, with no hope of recovery. Under these circumstances, the power struggle among the 5 great churches over the past 500 years has undergone a dramatic transformation. Except for Dao Jiao, the other 4 churches have all fallen into the abyss, leaving only Dao Jiao as the dominant force. Those remaining followers, like people lost in the desert without the sun, are completely disoriented and have no idea how to proceed. Some even chose suicide to end their lives, unwilling to abandon the church or allow their last hope for it to be shattered. After 10 days or so, the entire human world, the human cult, the intercepting cult, the Buddhist cult, and the teachings of the wise, had faded from the scene, while the fighting cult flourished. When virtually all the races of the primordial world and the human realm embraced the fighting cult, the fortune bestowed upon Chen Feng was astonishingly abundant. This fortune alone was enough to avert a great calamity, making it extremely terrifying. At this moment, inside the human holy temple, Chen Feng was searching his special ring. Previously, in the dilapidated palace, he had hastily stored all these treasures into his special ring without carefully examining what was inside. He had also been busy with other matters these past few days, hence the lack of time to check them now. Seeing the dazzling array of treasures before him, Chen Feng was still stunned, unsure where to begin. Yan, Chen Feng, you two help me categorize these. With so much stuff, and with help around, there was no need for him to do it all alone. Speaking of which, Chen Feng glanced at Xiaofu, who stood leisurely beside him with his hands behind his back, and felt a surge of displeasure. What kind of master was he, unable to even order him around? The main reason was the bloodline mark given by Taoist Beeling, which had a limitation. One's strength must surpass that of a saint to control the mark, and thus, control Xiaofu. But Taoist Beeling's limitation was actually reasonable. If his successor's strength was only at the saint level, then Xiaofu could help and guide him, preventing him from going astray due to his own will and disobeying Xiaofu's good advice. It could be said that Taoist Beeling had put a lot of thought into his successor. However, with Chen Feng, it seemed so different, something felt off. Enjoying the warm sunshine while strolling, Xiaofu couldn't help but whistle, appearing very content, like a tourist on vacation, simply admiring the scenery. In stark contrast to Xiaofu was Chen Feng and his clones, who were constantly sorting through the legacy of the Northern Mausoleum Taoist. It felt as if one was a wealthy landowner and the others were laborers, exploited by the landlord. After a long while, Chen Feng scratched his head and finally finished sorting everything. However, among these items, there was one thing that puzzled Chen Feng. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Odds of Winning. Xiaofu, look at this. Chen Feng took out something that looked like a key from his hand and placed it in front of Xiaofu. Upon seeing the key, Xiaofu immediately took it into his palm and examined it closely. This thing bears the symbol of the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom. One icon on the key immediately reminded Xiaofu of it. He continued, "This is a relic from the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom that my master once obtained. It's a key to open a prison." Xiaofu paused here, not continuing with anything else. Since his master didn't want Chen Feng to know at this time, he must have his reasons. A key to open a prison? Hearing Xiaofu's words, Chen Feng was completely bewildered. What connection did this prison have with the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom? Seeing Chen Feng's still puzzled expression, Xiaofu sighed, seemingly blaming the world for such a foolish person, and could only explain again. The Nine Directions Divine Kingdom was also a great world, but long ago, it was destroyed in an instant by something unknown, leaving only remnants drifting in endless chaos. During another training expedition, the master was fortunate enough to obtain this key, and then, following the faint aura on it, found the prison left behind by the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom. Inside the prison were criminals once captured by the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom, but now, the prison's whereabouts were unknown. Hearing this, Chen Feng finally understood. If he found that prison, the treasures inside would be countless, and he would become rich again. Knowing about the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom and the prison, Chen Feng immediately decided to find it, as it was an extremely rich treasure trove. Xiaofu, how can I use this key to find out where the prison is? Xiaofu, hearing Chen Feng's words, looked at him stiffly, thinking he was delirious. That's the highest prison of the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom. Everyone in prison there is far stronger than you. Even I am not absolutely certain I can defeat them. These words left Yu Yan and his two clones exchanging bewildered glances. Someone stronger than Chen Feng was practically a saint, someone only the Hongo ancestor and Pangu could contend with. Their eyes were filled with dissuasion, hoping he wouldn't take the risk. It's alright, Chen Feng said, his eyes unwavering. Since it's a prison, those people must be imprisoned. As long as I'm careful, there won't be any problems. Chen Feng was unconcerned, his eyes filled with determination, clearly telling them to stop trying to persuade him. Seeing Chen Feng's resolute gaze, Xiaofu knew further words were futile and explained how to locate the prison. Following Xiaofu's method, Chen Feng channeled his divine sense into the key, found the marker Xiaofu had mentioned, and entered it. Suddenly, another world appeared before Chen Feng, startling him and leaving him frozen in place. This world appeared incredibly magnificent. The sky was filled with powerful beings who seemed to ride the wind, and the entire city was resplendent in gold, showcasing its immense power and prosperity. Moreover, upon closer inspection, the defensive structures surrounding the city emanated power comparable to a chaos treasure. Could this be the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom? This thought suddenly occurred to Chen Feng. This was the key to the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom's prison. So the world revealed within this key must be the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom. After wandering around for a while, a picture suddenly appeared before Chen Feng's eyes, a picture of a prison. At this moment, the prison in the picture was drifting aimlessly within a chaotic expanse, like a headless rope, wandering aimlessly but always returning to its original location. After pondering it for a long time, Chen Feng still couldn't pinpoint the prison's location. The endless chaos was so vast that trying to discern the location of a part of it with the naked eye was several times more difficult than searching for a needle in a haystack. What should he do? Chen Feng was momentarily at a loss, only able to watch helplessly as the prison floated back and forth. Wait a minute. After a long while, something extremely familiar flashed before his eyes, instantly energizing Chen Feng, who drew closer to the picture. Although the prison would eventually return to its original location, its trajectory was completely different. It might go far away, or it might go nearby. It was centered on the origin, either circling around that point or moving randomly around it. In short, the prison almost never appeared in the same place each time it moved. Therefore, the place that had just flashed by made Chen Feng pause. Because he clearly knew that place well, but it was only for a fleeting moment, a vague glimpse, and he couldn't be completely certain. Chen Feng sat cross-legged in front of the picture, his eyes fixed intently on it, hoping to see the familiar place the prison had passed through again. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Feng's eyes began to ache, but he still didn't see the prison pass by that place again. Inside the temple, Chen Feng seemed somewhat impatient, muttering to himself, "So much time has passed, why hasn't my true form come out yet?" After learning about the key's significance, he had inwardly opposed Chen Feng searching for the prison. Now that Chen Feng hadn't returned for so long, he immediately assumed that something terrible had happened inside the key. After all, that was the prison of the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom, where anyone could rival the Hongo ancestor. "Chen Feng, don't worry, it's nothing serious," Yihan, sitting cross-legged beside Chen Feng's body, said calmly. When Chen Feng overcame his inner demon tribulation, he had been by his side, protecting him the entire time. That time, the wait was so long; this time, the wait was much shorter. Don't worry, Yiyan also said slowly, not believing that Chen Feng would encounter any danger inside the key. The most carefree of all was Xiaofu. He didn't even stay by Chen Feng's side, leaving the human race holy temple alone to go sightseeing. Time flew by again, and after a long while, Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, a look of joy immediately appearing on his face. "My lord, do you know where it is?" Yi Yan was the first to notice Chen Feng had woken up and asked anxiously. Seeing his previous nonchalant and carefree demeanor, it was unexpected that he was the most concerned. Of course, it was a piece of cake. Chen Feng smiled slightly, revealing boundless confidence. "That's good," the three of them said in unison. "Then where is this prison?" He paused, seemingly somewhat surprised, before slowly saying, "I didn't expect that this prison was right under my nose. I didn't even notice it back then. It's inside the primordial Forbidden Land. Not far from the dilapidated palace where I was before." When Chen Feng learned the location of the prison, he was quite surprised. He hadn't sensed the prison wandering around the dilapidated palace at all. Perhaps it hadn't drifted here while he was inside the palace; after all, its appearance was random. That's why it had taken him so long to finally see it reappear around the palace. "So, are you going to the ancient Forbidden Land again?" Chen Feng nodded. He had almost settled things with the Dao sect and the human race, but given the strength of Pangu and Hongjin, he seemed to be a little short of being able to contend with them. Going to the dilapidated palace and finding some treasures would greatly increase his chances of victory. A glance revealed Xiaofu admiring the flowers and plants outside, and he frowned. If Xiaofu were willing to help, this primordial world would already be under his control. "You three don't need to come with me. Go about your own business." Chen Feng withdrew his gaze and waved to Yi Yan and the other two, knowing they wanted to go to the ancient Forbidden Land with him. "Xiaofu and I can go together. Besides, Yihan, aren't you going to study and refine the reincarnation tunnel?" His clear refusal left the three clones with nothing more to say. Moreover, their strength might actually become a burden to Chen Feng within the ancient Forbidden Land. Taking Xiaofu along was indeed the best decision. Having made this decision, Chen Feng immediately flew out and came to Xiaofu's side, telling him his plan. Upon hearing Chen Feng's plan, Xiaofu's face immediately fell. He had finally escaped from the ancient Forbidden Land, and now he had to go back? He hadn't even finished appreciating the beauty of this world. But no matter how unwilling he was, he ultimately obeyed Chen Feng's plan. Although he hadn't fully accepted Chen Feng as his master, he was still guided by the teachings of the Northern Ling Taoist to help his successor and protect him as much as possible while he was still weak and young. After everything was ready, Chen Feng was about to leave when Su Renshi rushed into the temple. Shouting loudly, he charged towards Chen Feng, seemingly wanting to tell him something. Seeing this, Chen Feng stopped, his surging energy returning to his danshan. "Su Renshi, what happened?" Su Renshi stopped and hurried to Chen Feng's side, saying, "Ancestor Wen, it's the sage Nuwa. Nuwa is here." Chen Feng was puzzled. What did Nuwa want with him at this time? Chapter 265 Categories. Alright, I'll go with you right away. Although he didn't know Nuwa's purpose in seeking him out, it was still an honor for a sage to come looking for him, and refusing to even meet her was far too arrogant. So far, Chen Feng didn't feel he could reach that level. Nuwa was currently in the reception hall, her face looking somewhat grave, seemingly worried about something. "Nuwa, what brings you to my human race's holy land?" Chen Feng's booming voice immediately made Nuwa unable to sit still. She hurriedly stood up, took a step forward, and asked anxiously, "Chen Feng, the Supreme Lord Liuzi, the Tongshan sect master, and the primordial heavenly venerable have all disappeared. Their auras cannot be sensed throughout the entire prehistoric world. Do you know something about this? Nuwa's slightly questioning tone made Chen Feng suddenly realize that this was why she had come. The 6 sages of the prehistoric world were all subordinates of Hongjin, and their connections were extremely close. Therefore, if they couldn't sense the auras of others, they could deduce something. I do know some inside information, but I suspect that Ancestor Hongjin also knows. Why don't you ask him? Chen Feng casually sat down in a chair, not in a hurry to tell Nuwa the answer. He still needed to understand some things. My master is currently in seclusion and cannot answer my questions for the time being, which is why I came to find you. Sure enough, this matter is intricately connected to you. Nuwa looked at the relaxed Chen Feng in front of her and immediately recalled what Chen Feng had done before. It seemed that every major event was inextricably linked to Chen Feng. He was either the initiator or a participant in the event. Ancestor Hongjin was in seclusion, but why was he in seclusion? Many questions arose in Chen Feng's mind. During his time in the primordial Forbidden Land, many things had indeed happened. I can tell you about the 3 pure ones, but you must promise me one thing: there is no such thing as a free lunch. Chen Feng naturally couldn't let Nuwa get the answer she wanted so easily. Deal. Now you can tell me the answer. Nuwa readily agreed, making Chen Feng seem rather petty in comparison. Even Xiaofu, standing nearby, looked at Chen Feng with disdain. To be so harsh on a weak woman was utterly disgraceful for a man. But Chen Feng didn't care at all. His skin had been forged into indestructible steel in this primordial world, comparable to the hardness of a chaos treasure. Do you know Pangu? Chen Feng asked, mentioning Pangu. Nuwa's expression immediately changed drastically, becoming extremely complex and unpredictable. Nuwa nodded, then asked, could this matter be related to the already dead Pangu? Correct. As expected of a sage, this intuition is different from mortals. The affairs of the 3 pure ones are naturally connected to Pangu, and a very profound one at that. So, in other words, the affairs of the 3 pure ones have nothing to do with me. Even at this moment, Chen Feng didn't forget to clear himself of suspicion. Since the 3 pure ones were killed by Pangu, the Hongo ancestor would definitely not sit idly by. When they started fighting, he could simply sit back and watch the tigers fight. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Deeply calculating, this was the only word that came to Chen Feng's mind at this moment. Only it could praise his intelligence. What exactly did Pangu do to them? Nuwa seemed a little impatient at this moment, and quickly raised her voice slightly, urging Chen Feng to tell her the answer. The 3 pure ones were killed by Pangu. Mentioning this again still sent a shiver down Chen Feng's spine. Pangu, capable of annihilating 3 sages with a mere flick of his wrist, possessed terrifying power. There was also something Chen Feng hadn't mentioned, the fact that Jian and Hunty were forced to self-destruct and escape by Pangu's sneeze. It seemed Jian and Hunty hadn't told Nuwa either. How could they let others know such an extremely humiliating event? It had to remain a secret. Pangu, you killed the 3 pure ones, Nuwa murmured, falling into endless silence, seemingly forgetting those around her, completely stunned. Alice, the killing of 3 sages? Anyone would react this way. After all, sages represented the highest level of the primordial world, and almost nothing could punish them. Chen Feng could understand Nuwa's feelings, because when he first heard it, he was utterly shocked and bewildered. I've told you about the 3 pure ones, so you should grant me one request. Chen Feng suddenly demanded that Nuwa agree to something, seemingly lacking any chivalry or gentlemanly conduct. But he didn't care. Once a promise was made, it had to be kept. What is it? Nuwa replied, unperturbed by the interruption. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll definitely agree. Yeehaw needs to comprehend the reincarnation tunnel, so I hope you can assist him so he has a sufficient chance of success. That's all. Nuwa immediately sensed something was amiss. Such a simple condition coming from Chen Feng's mouth was unbelievable. It was almost certainly a trap. That's it? Can't you do it? Chen Feng stared at Nuwa, seemingly saddened that a saint like her couldn't even handle this. Seeing the certainty in Chen Feng's eyes and the slight sadness in his expression, Nuwa knew she had been overthinking things. This man had truly changed his ways. This request is naturally no problem. Yuan can come with me to Zhao. I guarantee he will be able to comprehend the reincarnation tunnel. After gaining Nuwa's acceptance, one thing on Chen Feng's mind was finally resolved. The main point was that if Yuan could comprehend the reincarnation tunnel, his own enhancement would be extremely significant. I still have something to confirm, and you must tell me the truth. Nuwa looked at Chen Feng, her eyes full of determination, like a shrewd oriole watching from behind. Chen Feng looked at Nuwa, seemingly already guessing the question she was going to ask, and smiled slightly, saying, "Ask away, I will definitely tell you the truth. The deaths of the three pure ones, are they really not related to you at all?" Chen Feng, with an expression that said he knew she would ask this question, said decisively, "Not at all. I wasn't even in the primordial world at the time, I was in the ancient Forbidden Land. How could it be related to me?" His righteous and fearless tone, along with the absolute truthfulness of his words, convinced Nuwa. "I believe you." The reason Nuwa wanted to know for sure whether Chen Feng was involved in the deaths of the three pure ones was to avoid them becoming enemies on the battlefield in the future. Chen Feng's previous actions had left an indelible mark on Nuwa's heart, thus developing a special feeling for him, which she had always suppressed. But this time, the matter of the three pure ones brought out that special feeling for Chen Feng, which took the lead and was one of the reasons she came to the human race to find him. "Yihan, come with me." Having gotten the answer she wanted, Nuwa had no reason to stay any longer. Rather than being asked to leave by Chen Feng, it was better to leave now and save face. "Go." Chen Feng looked at Yihan, who was still hesitant, and gave him a reassuring look. After receiving Chen Feng's affirmation, Yihan didn't dawdle any longer and immediately came to Nuwa's side, standing straight and extremely humble and arrogant. "Chen Feng, I hope we won't become enemies in the future, but friends." As Nuwa gracefully departed, she left behind a sentence, the meaning of which was quite clear. So there was such a reason. Looking in the direction Nuwa left, he murmured to himself. With Nuwa taking Yihan away from this place, it was time for Chen Feng to leave for the primordial Forbidden Land as well. However, before that, Chen Feng had one more thing to do. He slowly walked to Chen Feng's side, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Of the three clones, Yi Yan has already broken through to the Saint Realm, and Yihan also left with Nuwa. When he returned, he should have comprehended the reincarnation tunnel. Now only you are left. So during my time in the primordial Forbidden Land, I hope you can also improve your strength. Therefore, I have a request for you." Chen Feng listened attentively to Nuwa's words, and then asked very seriously, "What do you need me to do, my true self?" "It's nothing major. I just hope you can fully control your power. So after I return, I want you to give me what you think the meaning of effortless mastery and lightweight mastery, the meaning you have comprehended," Chen Feng slowly said, seemingly stating a very simple request. But in reality, it's not as simple as it sounds. You need to understand the essence of power and its inherent meaning. "I understand, Venerable One. When you return, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Yi Hao frowned slightly, fully aware of the difficulty, but he didn't show any distress, nodding firmly. After receiving Chen Feng's reply, Chen Feng went to Yi Yan's side and similarly told him to thoroughly comprehend the fire Dao within the heavenly Dao of the primordial world during this time. Since reaching the Saint Realm and receiving the inheritance of the Northern Ling Taoist, Chen Feng's understanding of cultivation had become increasingly clear. After reaching the Saint level, to continue to advance beyond the current level, one needs not only a large amount of Yuan Qi, but also a deep understanding of the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao is divided into countless different categories. For example, Chen Feng currently focuses on the Sword Dao, while Yi Yan focuses on the Fire Dao. Besides these two major Daos, there are many other different Daos, the Water Dao, the Wood Dao, the Earth Dao, the Metal Dao, the Yin Yang Dao, the Space Dao, the Time Dao, and so on, countless in number. Chapter 266 Observation. However, there are also differences in quality. Only a few belong to the top-tier Heavenly Dao, while the others are merely minor branches below them. The strength of a saint has already reached the pinnacle of the primordial world. To continue improving, one condition is to comprehend most of the great Daos. The deeper one's understanding of the great Daos, the greater one's strength. Therefore, it can be said that battles at the saint level are battles between Daos. For the main body, a clone's ability to comprehend the great Dao is like being on the starting line, allowing them to surge ahead of others. Yi Yan also gave a positive answer, guaranteeing that he wouldn't disappoint Chen Feng. After explaining everything, Chen Feng, along with Xiao Fu, once again headed into the primordial Forbidden Land. The prison had to be found. Two figures, unnoticed by most, streaked across the sky like shooting stars and disappeared into the horizon. Along the way, the same scenery constantly appeared before their eyes, as if the scenes were being recreated. Huh? While flying at high speed, Fu suddenly asked in surprise, instantly slowing down and descending. What's wrong? Seeing Fu heading down alone, Chen Feng was puzzled and quickly followed. Without much reply, Fu suddenly increased his speed and landed on the ground in a flash, looking at the colorful flowers and plants around him with some surprise. Just some flowers and plants? When we come back, I'll show you enough. Chen Feng felt a little angry that Fu had interrupted the plan just because of some flowers and plants. He, as the master, had been too negligent. No, these are not ordinary flowers and plants, but various poisonous flowers and plants, spiritual flowers and plants. Who can plant them together without them attacking each other and coexisting peacefully? Fu was knowledgeable and had already distinguished the differences between these flowers and plants in the sky. He was puzzled, and that's why he quickly came down. Haha, fellow Taoist, you were able to discover the wonder of this. May I ask who you are? From a small thatched hut not far away, a middle-aged man walked out, stroked his long beard, and asked with a smile. Just an unknown nobody who happened to have discovered it. At this moment, Fu appeared quite humble, completely lacking the arrogance he displayed when with Chen Feng. A nobody? Indeed, the world is vast. A nobody I don't know has seen through the flower painting I painstakingly cultivated for over 10 years. There are heavens beyond heavens, and people beyond people. The man strolled to Fu's side, taking only a few steps, yet it felt as if he had traversed hundreds of spaces, displaying the power of shrinking the distance between places. Such a powerful figure, I hadn't even noticed him before. He must have emerged in the last 500 years. Chen Feng stared at the middle-aged man before him, a slight tremor in his heart. 500 years had indeed produced many extraordinary figures. May I ask who you are, friend? Fu bowed respectfully and asked. My name is Shannon, but I'm just a nobody. Compared to Ancestor Hong and the 6 sages of the primordial era, I'm far inferior and not worth mentioning, the middle-aged man said slowly, casually bending down to touch a brightly colored flower bud in front of him. Shannon, what's the name of this flower? Fu asked excitedly. Seeing Shannon touching the flower. Nameless, just a wild seed I cultivated, nothing to boast about, Shannon replied nonchalantly. Fu frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with Shannon's answer, and bent down to touch the bud as well. Fellow Taoist, I can touch it, but if you touch it, I'm afraid there won't be any good consequences. The warning was clear. Chen Feng, on the other hand, looked bewildered at their exchange. At first, he thought it was just an ordinary flower, but now it seemed not so simple. These plants were extremely dangerous, especially the most beautiful one, which was terrifying. It's alright, fellow Taoist Shannon, don't worry about me. Fu clearly didn't heed Shannon's warning and reached out to touch the vibrant flower. However, the expected bad outcome didn't occur. Fu remained perfectly fine. Fellow Taoist Spotty, only then did Shannon notice Fu's unusual physique and couldn't help but ask. I'm not human, I'm constructed from starry sky refined iron, so this flower poses no great threat to me. Fu didn't hold back, immediately telling Shannon about his body. I see. With Fu's explanation, Shannon immediately understood, suddenly enlightened. Fu, shouldn't we be going? Chen Feng, seeing Fu about to start chatting with Shannon, hurriedly stopped him. Now wasn't the time for idle chatter. Judging from this fellow Taoist's words, you seem to have urgent business, perhaps we should end it here for today. Shannon stood up, took a petal from his sleeve, and placed it in Fu's hand. This flower is called the blood-dissolving flower, it will help you maintain your health. Take it and use it. Unexpectedly, Shannon noticed Fu's physique. Having spent years in the dilapidated palace, he was indeed not as handsome as before. This subconscious action made Chen Feng, the host, feel embarrassed. He hadn't noticed this at all. Fu smiled and accepted it, thanking him before lingering. Chen Feng's affairs were more important, he could come back later. Fellow Taoist, you should still be here, right? Don't wait until I return to find you gone. Shannon laughed heartily, affirming, of course I'll still be here. We'll discuss medicinal principles together then. Fu nodded, then turned and left, leaving Chen Feng feeling quite troubled. He had been ruthlessly isolated by these two for some time. He should be of great help to you in the future. Just as Chen Feng was feeling extremely confused, Fu's words drifted over, making him feel that he hadn't made a mistake in coming. Xiaofu's words immediately plunged Chen Feng into deep thought. Shannon would be of great help to him in the future, but in his opinion, Shannon's strength hadn't reached the level of a sage, so how could he possibly help him? However, Xiaofu didn't say much more and headed straight for the primordial Forbidden Land. Therefore, Chen Feng could only follow behind Xiaofu with a puzzled expression, silently heading towards the primordial Forbidden Land. On the other side, Nuwa led Yuhan into the 6 paths of reincarnation, seemingly intending to use the true path of reincarnation to help Yuhan comprehend the tunnel of reincarnation. This is the place of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Go in alone, I'll wait for you here. Nuwa stopped before the 6 paths of reincarnation, letting Yuhan go in alone. Yuhan nodded, knowing that to comprehend the 6 paths of reincarnation, he had to do it himself, otherwise, he would never understand it with the help of others. With a large stride, Yuhan entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. This place was completely different from the heavenly Dao of the primordial world. It belonged to a great Dao that transcended the heavenly Dao. Upon entering the 6 paths of reincarnation, Yuhan discovered 6 different entrances representing 6 different destinations. This one, with its extremely bright light, should be the heavenly Dao. Entering from here and exiting would allow him to enter the primordial heavenly Dao. This place reveals an extremely dim light, undoubtedly the hell path. Entering it means enduring endless suffering, spending countless years in torment before finally emerging. It is arguably the most treacherous of the 6 paths. Besides these 2 most obvious passages, there are 4 other passages of varying brightness, representing the human path, demon path, animal path, and hungry ghost path. Yuhan observed carefully for a moment, then stepped towards the celestial path. After much deliberation, Yuhan finally decided to head towards the celestial path, first exploring the more comfortable passage before venturing into the more perilous ones. Upon entering the celestial path, Yuhan noticed many figures suddenly appearing beside him. They were all dazed and confused, seemingly unaware of the people from Zhou Kingdom, walking forward on their own. These people emanated an extremely dazzling light, clearly those who had accumulated immense merit. Following behind these warmly glowing figures, Yuhan felt a warm and comfortable sensation coursing through his body. One who stays near vermilion gets stained red, and one who stays near ink gets stained black. It feels comfortable to follow virtuous and kind people. Yuhan walked along the pebbled path for an unknown amount of time before finally seeing the end of the passage. Inside, there seemed to be a colorful world, with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers emanating from it. Stepping inside, a sun radiating warm and gentle sunlight hung steadily above Yuhan's head. Undeniably, the world inside was indeed beautiful. Others, who entered with great merit, went in different directions. Some entered magnificent palaces, some went into ancient and simple temples, and others went into scholarly households. Although they entered different places, they were all high-class places, revered by the world, and could be said to have started on the right track. Yuhan first entered an ancient and simple temple, where everyone was chanting scriptures, monks, nuns, Taoist priests, and even lay disciples. Undoubtedly, after they were reincarnated back in the primordial world, they would all be people in temples. Hearing the deeply moving chanting, Yuhan was inevitably touched and lingered in the temple for a while longer. After a long while, Yuhan finally left, his mind filled with complex emotions and many thoughts. After leaving, Yuhan entered the magnificent palace and observed it for a long time before heading to another place. It took Yuhan a considerable amount of time to fully explore the heavenly path. Then he returned to the entrance, gazing at the beautiful scenery before him, seemingly lost in thought. After a long while, Yuhan finally turned and left. He had already witnessed the heavenly path, now he needed to see the other 5 paths. Chapter 267 Direction. The Hell Path. Yuhan stood before the dimly lit passage, pondering for a long time before finally deciding to enter this most treacherous and terrifying passage. The Hell Path is the place where those with the most heinous sins go after death, and it is also the most agonizing place. One must endure endless suffering within before being able to escape and proceed to other paths. The Hell Path is created by the collective karma of all living beings. First, one must be burned by karmic fire to completely extinguish the sins in one's heart, and then endure other torments. It can be said that no one wants to enter the Hell Path, because it is simply inviting unhappiness upon oneself. But the reality is that many people still commit heinous crimes, not caring whether they will return to the Hell Path after death, only caring about the pleasures of life. But such people will pay the price after entering the hell path and regret their actions. Only those who have been to hell understand how wonderful it is to be a good person. After stepping into the passage of the hell path, Yi-Han felt a scorching flame rise around him, the temperature of which was approaching that of the heavenly emperor flame. Karmic fire. Yi-Han tilted his head and saw countless figures engulfed in karmic fire, letting out an extreme cry of agony. Suddenly, a ball of karmic fire rushed towards Yi-Han, about to penetrate his body. Karmic fire not only scorched the physical body, but more importantly, it burned the person's spirit and soul. The pain suffered by the spirit and soul far exceeded the pain suffered by the physical body, and could essentially destroy a person's will. Even though Yi-Han had not committed any heinous crimes and his heart was clearly innocent, he still felt excruciating pain the moment he was engulfed by the karmic fire, and couldn't help but scream in agony. The burning of the karmic fire lasted for an unknown amount of time, until Yi-Han was on the verge of death and about to lose consciousness, before it stopped and dispersed into the surrounding area. Yi-Han was panting heavily, still somewhat dazed, and struggled to stand firm. But the hellish path gave Yi-Han no time to react. The surrounding temperature rose again, and a new wave of karmic fire swept in, trapping all these souls. Soul and body were scorched once more, but Yi-Han had given up resistance, letting the karmic fire rage over his body. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it. Yi-Han had completely opened his mind and body, accepting the baptism of the karmic fire. But the hell path was not so simple. After this attack of karmic fire, 6 more followed, burning Yi-Han's body and mind. A total of 8 baptisms of karmic fire caused some souls to collapse, but they could not die. The hell path had its own rules. It would not let them truly die before the punishment was over. Therefore, those who came into the hell path were still living as if they had entered another form of punishment. This time, the surrounding temperature dropped drastically, instantly reaching several thousand degrees below zero, causing their bodies to freeze solid, enveloping them completely. The extremely low temperature and extreme cold instantly penetrated their spirits and souls. Following the extreme heat came extreme cold, like a cycle of life and death, yin and yang, but what was felt was endless suffering. However, Chen Feng himself did not bear extremely heavy sins. So the punishment of ice and fire did not cause him the same suffering as others. On the contrary, he gained a great deal of understanding of the Tao within it. After the extreme heat and cold, the torment was not over yet. Everyone was thrown into a desolate and deserted area, where not a single person could be seen within a radius of hundreds of miles. Everyone was separated and imprisoned alone in a boundless and desolate space. What was going to happen this time? Yi-Han looked at the situation and did not know what kind of punishment this was. In the boundless and desolate space, Yi-Han kept wandering aimlessly, trying to find a boundary where he could meet other people, but no matter which direction he ran, he could not reach its end, as if there was no end at all. Yi-Han wandered alone in the boundless space, only to feel the endless emptiness and the loneliness that relentlessly seeped into his heart. This endless solitude was the most fatal aspect of this trial. It would completely destroy a person's spirit and will, far more terrifying than the extreme heat and cold of the previous karmic fire. Humans are social animals, no one can live apart from others. Therefore, this hell completely exposed the things that the human heart feared most to them. The desolate space and the lonely years gradually eroded the last bit of perseverance in Yi-Han's heart, as if he would collapse at any moment. The excruciating torment spread continuously within Yi-Han's heart, and in just a little while, it would drive him insane. Countless years passed, and the empty, peaceful space around him dissipated, revealing the figures from before. However, these figures had now lost their bodies and minds, standing in rows like walking corpses, much like soldiers awaiting inspection. Alice, these people, so deeply sinful, will find the karmic fire and solitude of hell devastating. Looking at the figures before him, Yi-Han couldn't help but sigh. It's best to commit fewer sins in life, or you won't have a good afterlife. However, this was not the end. Hell would subject those deeply sinful in life to countless torments after death, not just extreme heat, cold, and loneliness, but an endless array of suffering. Therefore, the pain Yi-Han endured was only the beginning, countless more awaited him. His gaze shifted slightly, and the space of Zhou Kingdom changed again, a new round of torment beginning. In hell, the constant sound was the utterly miserable screams, a unique characteristic of the place. If the 81 tribulations represented endless calamities, then Yi-Han was now suffering 81 torments, endless agony. The world was in turmoil. The torment inflicted upon these people by the hell path had been fully completed, and it was time for Yi-Han to leave. Looking at his teammates, Ruo, Zhou and Gu, who had endured endless suffering alongside him, he smiled slightly, waved, and said, "Friends, farewell." Then, his figure transformed into a streak of light and vanished in an instant, not following the guidance of the hell path into the primordial world. Standing once more before the 6 paths of reincarnation, he glanced at the 4 passages he hadn't yet entered, his eyes darting around before he leaped into a relatively brightly lit passage. This was the human path. Once inside the human path, the torment of the hell path vanished. Before him lay a scene of spring warmth and blooming flowers, breathtakingly beautiful. It was only slightly less bleak than the heavenly path, otherwise, it was far superior to the hell path. Yi-Han wandered around the human path for a long time before entering the demon path, the money ghost path, and the animal path. Having now traversed all 6 realms, each with its own unique characteristics, Yi-Han had benefited greatly, gaining profound insights and elevating his understanding of the cycle of reincarnation to a new level. Leaving the 6 realms of reincarnation and returning to the outside world, Nuwa remained there, still guarding him. "Thank you for staying here to protect me, Sage." Yi-Han bowed slightly to Nuwa. It was an honor for a sage to be willing to protect him. Nuwa, however, spoke naturally, her lips barely moving as she softly said, "Since I promised Chen Feng, I must fulfill my promise. It is also my responsibility to ensure you are not lost in the cycle of reincarnation. However, it seems you don't need my help at all now. Your will is extremely firm, so strong that the 6 paths of reincarnation cannot affect you." Nuwa looked at Yi-Han for a moment, her expression somewhat puzzled. "What's wrong?" Yi-Han asked, puzzled. "Nothing. You should have a deep understanding of the 6 paths of reincarnation now. Take advantage of this momentum and quickly comprehend the reincarnation tunnel." Hearing Nuwa's words, Yi-Han immediately felt they made perfect sense. He immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to internalize the insights he gained. "Since it's not my own, then it must be Chen Feng's." But when did his heart become so hardened? Nuwa's eyes flickered, and she immediately thought of Chen Feng. Even for a saint like him, remaining unaffected by the 6 paths of reincarnation was somewhat difficult, but Yi-Han, who hadn't even reached the saint realm, was completely unaffected by it. It was truly astonishing. There's only one answer: Chen Feng's Dao heart is strong enough to influence his clone, causing the clone's Dao heart to also become extremely strong. That bastard Chen Feng, when did he learn such a powerful technique to protect his Dao heart? Nuwa scolded Chen Feng angrily. Achoo! Chen Feng, who had already entered the primordial forbidden land and was still searching for the prison, suddenly sneezed, touched his head, and asked himself suspiciously, "Who's talking badly about me behind my back?" Then, his eyes involuntarily looked ahead, and there was Xiaofu. The implication couldn't be clearer. HMPH, when I become stronger, I'll see if I don't tear all the starry sky refined iron off you. He glared angrily at Xiaofu for a long time before leaving, heading in another direction to search for the prison. Why is there a chill? Is someone trying to ambush me? Xiaofu's body tensed. He turned around, looked around carefully, and muttered to himself. Then she caught sight of Chen Feng, who had just left in another direction, and immediately knew the answer. She murmured with absolute certainty, "It must be that little rascal. I wonder what he's planning to do to me now. I must be wary of him." After staring at Chen Feng for a long time, Xiaofu finally turned and left, heading in another direction. Meanwhile, Nuwa, in the primordial world, had no idea that she had just. Chapter 268 Location. A seemingly casual remark instantly made the two, master and servant, extremely cautious, each wary of the other. Nuwan, unaware of this, and naturally unconcerned, watched Yi-Han, who seemed to have entered a stage of comprehension, and couldn't help but be amazed. In such a short time, he had comprehended the cycle of reincarnation from the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even Nuwa felt somewhat inferior in her ability to grasp this. Indeed, it's Chen Feng's clone, inheriting his comprehension abilities. Nuwa couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if all 3 of Chen Feng's clones reached the saint realm. Of the current 6 saints of the primordial world, the 3 pure ones are dead, leaving only her and the 2 western saints, but Jian and Hunty have already suffered severe injuries. Jian's saint-level physical body self-destructed, and even though he has found a new body, he still cannot recover to his peak state in a very short time. Compared to Jian, Xianti is better off. He was only severely injured and recovered after a long period of recuperation. So at this moment, if Chen Feng were to stand in the primordial world with 3 saint-level powerhouses, probably no one could stop him. However, what Nuwa didn't expect was why the 3 pure ones died. It was because Pangu's strength was too great, so much so that the 3 pure ones had no chance to resist and were defeated by Pangu in no time. In battles between saints, the more profound one's understanding of the Dao, the stronger one's strength naturally becomes. Therefore, above the level of a sage, the difference in strength is quite obvious. Even a small deficiency can be magnified countless times. The wrath of a sage can cause rivers of blood to flow. This is not just a saying. Thus, even with his 3 avatars who had reached the sage level, Chen Feng couldn't stir up much trouble in this primordial world unless his strength rivaled that of Pangu and Honggao. Otherwise, it would be a futile effort. Chen Feng understood this principle, which is why he ventured into the ancient lands to seek that rare opportunity, and coincidentally, he found the legacy left by the Northern Mausoleum Taoist. It must be said that Lady Luck was on his side that time. Yuhan's breathing suddenly became rapid, as if he had encountered some difficulty and was trapped there, unable to escape. Nu Wei looked at Yuhan's solemn expression and furrowed brows, and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Comprehending the cycle of reincarnation was indeed not so simple. Looking back, she had spent countless years comprehending the tunnel of reincarnation. Looking at Yuhan before her, she couldn't help but see her younger self. I hope you can successfully overcome this tribulation and comprehend the tunnel of reincarnation. With that, Nu Wei turned and left. She had other matters to attend to, and besides, she had already fulfilled her promise to Chen Feng. Only Yuhan remained, silently comprehending the tunnel of reincarnation. He didn't need to worry about being disturbed, as this was Nu Wei's territory, and in this primordial world, probably no one could enter. Inside the human race temple, the powerful figures of the human race had obviously left, busy with their own affairs. Only one person remained, Chen Feng. Before leaving, Chen Feng had been given a task, to understand the concepts of effortless mastery and heavyweight. These 2 phrases had perplexed Chen Feng for a long time. Since Chen Feng's departure, he hadn't left this place for a moment, his mind filled with only these 2 phrases, constantly pondering their deeper meanings. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, forgetting to eat, forgetting to cultivate, forgetting everything, silently staying there, desperately trying to comprehend the 2 words RUO. Handling heavy tasks with ease, handling heavy tasks with ease, Chen Feng murmured the word RUO repeatedly. After an unknown amount of time, Yihao gathered all his strength into his fists, unleashing a vast and terrifyingly powerful force that compressed the surrounding air, creating a vacuum. Chen Feng's strength was unimaginable. A casual swipe could send a powerful opponent of the same realm spitting blood and collapsing, unable to stand. But it was precisely because of his immense strength that his growth was limited, causing him to rely solely on unstoppable force to destroy enemies, lacking any real technique. Now, Chen Feng wanted Chen Feng to understand that while his strength was great, it couldn't be used indiscriminately. Good steel must be used on the right blade, the power of strength must be used appropriately. In the past, Chen Feng only relied on absolute brute force to overwhelm his opponents. Making it seem effortless meant he wanted to make his power ethereal, so that he couldn't feel it, but its power still remained. Once unleashed, it could still cause devastating damage. This was to make Yihao understand that his strength also had techniques. If used with the right tactics, it could unleash even greater power. Making it seem effortless, Chen Feng murmured again, and then the terrifying power surrounding his fist slowly weakened. Gradually, the surrounding air returned to normal circulation, no longer suppressed into vacuum. But upon closer observation, one could still see that the terrifying aura of Chen Feng's fists remained, only its power was contained, no longer radiating as wildly as before. Then, Chen Feng's fist slammed forward with tremendous force. Bang! A deafening roar, piercing the heavens and earth, resounded, instantly whipping up a gust of wind that rattled everything inside the temple, even blowing away some roof tiles. The destructive power was not diminished, in fact, it had increased exponentially, making it a truly terrifying monster. As this attack unleashed its force, a faint, almost imperceptible energy seemed to gather on Chen Feng's fist. But when Chen Feng unleashed this attack, another deafening roar erupted, shaking the human temple so much that its imposing structure seemed on the verge of collapse. So that's what effortless mastery means. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, a sharp light shooting from their depths, and he couldn't help but speak. After comprehending effortless mastery, Chen Feng felt a slight sense of relief. He had finally grasped the first phrase of his original self. However, the next phrase, effortless mastery, left Chen Feng somewhat bewildered. He pondered for a long time but still couldn't find a clue, and could only stand there, frozen in place, like a stone statue. What's wrong with Chen Feng? Could he have gone mad from practicing his cultivation? He hadn't moved an inch here for who knows how many days. What a scoundrel. In recent days, the powerful figures coming and going in the human race holy temple had all seen Chen Feng's figure. He just stood there motionless, like a statue, impossible to miss. But no one dared to disturb Chen Feng. After all, those who could come to the human race holy temple were all powerful figures, and naturally understood that he was currently comprehending something, and wouldn't do anything unethical. So these people only glanced at Chen Feng briefly before hurrying off to do their own things, leaving him undisturbed. Time flew by, and countless years passed in the blink of an eye, making one sigh at the relentless passage of time. Within the ancient Forbidden Land, after searching for so long in the dilapidated palace of the Zhou Kingdom, they still hadn't found any trace of the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom's prison. This long, tedious search was making both Chen Feng and Xiao Fu increasingly impatient. Their composure was fading. Xiao Fu, are you kidding me? This isn't the key to the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom's prison at all. Chen Feng plopped down beside Xiao Fu, choosing to rest for a moment instead of continuing the search, and questioned him. Unexpectedly, Sunia didn't say a word, only giving Chen Feng a disdainful look, as if he were an idiot. He clearly didn't want to answer Chen Feng's question. Seeing Sunia's gaze, Chen Feng was extremely annoyed and was about to teach him a lesson when he immediately remembered the scene of being soundly beaten not long ago, and quickly suppressed his anger. Just recently, bored with the tedious search, Chen Feng questioned Sunia about whether he had been talking badly about him behind his back. But unexpectedly, as soon as he mentioned it, Sunia attacked without saying a word, his body coiling around Chen Feng like a dragon, his fists raining down on him. Fortunately, Chen Feng's reaction was not weak, and his strength had increased several levels, so he was not hit by Sunia's first blow and managed to block several rounds. But in the end, Sunia's strength was still greater than his own, and in a prolonged battle, Sunia would definitely win in the end. Therefore, Chen Feng was now suppressing his anger, trying not to risk his life when he was weak. He simply wanted to calm his anxiety. The inability to find the prison was a terrifying test for his mind and body. Chen Feng took the jade pendant given to him by the Northern Ling Taoist from his chest and examined it closely, seemingly seeking a hint from the Taoist. Then he took out the key to the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom prison, placing both before him and staring intently. In that instant, the jade pendant given to him by the Northern Ling Taoist suddenly adhered to the key to the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom prison, seemingly sharing a mysterious connection. Xiao Fu, standing nearby, unconsciously leaned closer, marveling at this strange change. He probably hadn't expected the two items to have such a connection. After a brief contact, a projection appeared before them, initially showing the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom image Chen Feng had seen inside the key, but in an instant, it changed to another image. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a scene from the primordial Forbidden Land. Moreover, as the scene shifted slightly, the place they had been so eager to know appeared before their eyes. It was none other than the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom prison, continuously spinning and drifting within the primordial Forbidden Land, before finally returning to its starting point. Chapter 269 Lessons Learned. Looking for it, it's right there, Chen Feng suddenly shouted excitedly, as if he had discovered a new route, as if he had opened up a new world. Let's go, Chen Feng said to Xiao Fu beside him, and then charged off in one direction at lightning speed, like a baboon in heat. He rushed forward, and all along the way was the same scenery, an endless expanse of empty chaos, and spatial rifts and vortexes that could appear at any moment beneath his feet. Xiao Fu, keep up, Chen Feng shouted, leading the way, and his speed suddenly increased dramatically. Suddenly, he and Xiao Fu were far apart and disappeared from sight. Xiao Fu sighed softly, slowly exhaled, and then his figure transformed into a streak of light, instantly rushing to Chen Feng's side. Looking at Chen Feng, it seemed as if to say, "Don't you have any idea how strong I am? You're always so naive." However, Chen Feng didn't care about these small details, because following the projection that appeared when the key and jade pendant converged, the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom prison seemed to be not far away. The next instant, after passing through a series of spatial rifts and vortexes, a colossal object stood before them. Is this the prison of the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom? Looking at this behemoth, Chen Feng couldn't help but gasp. This is too damn luxurious. It was clearly a prison, yet it was as vast and luxurious as a palace. The exterior wasn't glittering gold, it was pitch black. But no matter how you looked at it, you wouldn't mistake it for a prison, it was a palace. Since the projection guided us here, then this should be the prison of the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom. Let's go in and take a look. Chen Feng nodded, then took out a key and stepped towards the prison. The key moved automatically without wind, floating to the front of the prison gate and fitting into a recessed opening. With a thunderous boom, like a clap of thunder, the gate slowly and rumbled open. Soon, the gate was fully open, and Chen Feng smiled at Xiao Fu behind him before stepping into the prison. Once inside the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom prison, Chen Feng found it filled with a musty, ancient atmosphere, suggesting it had existed for countless years. Behind Chen Feng, Xiao Fu looked around, seemingly unsurprised, as if he had been here before. Xiao Fu, Chen Feng interrupted before he could finish speaking, I've been here before with Master Biling, so I'm quite familiar with this place. Then, someone added, don't even think about finding any treasures here. The master took everything. Hearing Xiao Fu's words, Chen Feng felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Black smoke billowed from his head, and his opinion of Biling Daoist plummeted. Why take everything? He should at least leave some for the younger generation. Otherwise, he'd gone to so much trouble to come here and felt no sense of accomplishment. It felt like painstakingly searching for a treasure, only to find someone already waiting at the end, telling him, I found it long ago, and I took it all, although there were no treasures outside. Since this behemoth was called a prison, it must hold many criminals. Perhaps you could obtain some treasures from them. Xiao Fu spoke very casually, then kept gesturing for Chen Feng to go down a staircase. Although he'd already seen through Xiao Fu's intentions, he just wanted him to get a beating from those criminals. Did he really think he was a fool? Even so, Chen Feng still decided to go downstairs. After all, he couldn't come all this way and leave empty-handed. That would be too embarrassing. With a large stride, Chen Feng appeared at the stairwell that Xiao Fu had been hinting at. He glanced at Xiao Fu and found him looking at him with an extremely lewd grin. A surge of anger welled up inside him, and he angrily shouted, I'm not what you think. Then, in a flash, he descended the stairs, leaving only the still smiling Xiao Fu at the top of the prison. Below the stairs was not an ordinary prison cell, but a bottomless abyss. Between the walls of this abyss were hollowed-out cells, some empty, but most occupied. Oh, what's this little kid? Where's that treacherous Biling? Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from one of the cells, startling Chen Feng. Ah, Black Mountain old ghost, don't scare the little kid. Maybe he's here to release us. Another extremely gentle voice came from within. Old fox, you're dreaming. Only the ruler of the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom, or a powerhouse with world realm strength, can open this cell. Look at this little one, he meets that condition. An angry retort immediately rang out, sounding quite displeased. You son of a bitch. Wolf, and you all, stop arguing. Aren't you going to let this young man speak? Just as the cells Chen Feng could see above the abyss were about to erupt into a quarrel, a voice of mediation came from one of the cells, immediately silencing the group. Who is this? Chen Feng had some goodwill towards the old man who had intervened, and quickly asked. Come to me, I'll tell you your name. The aged voice came again, trying to lead Chen Feng to a cell. But at that moment, an uninvited guest's voice rang out. Chen Feng, come to me, it seems someone's here. It was Xiao Fu's voice, and it seemed there really was an uninvited guest. At this moment, Chen Feng couldn't care less about seeing the old man first. He could only bow slightly to express his respect, and then his figure flashed upwards. What's wrong? As soon as he stepped out of the stairwell, Chen Feng saw Xiao Fu standing guard at the front door and asked. Someone's here. With a brief reply, Xiao Fu remained focused on the gate. Xiao Fu's words immediately alerted Chen Feng, who also began to scan his surroundings. However, compared to Xiao Fu's keen senses, Chen Feng was far less perceptive and failed to notice anyone approaching. Here they come. Before Chen Feng could even detect anyone, Xiao Fu's alert voice made him tense. To arrive silently without being detected meant this person was several times stronger than himself. Haha, so it's the metal man. A figure suddenly appeared before the gate, uttering a slightly surprised voice. Oh, Fu Huadeo Ren, you're still alive. For the first time, Chen Feng heard Xiao Fu's slightly shocked voice, meaning this person was an old acquaintance and not weaker than him. Chen Feng leaned closer to Xiao Fu and whispered, "You know him?" After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Fu noticed Chen Feng's question and nodded. "I didn't expect you to kill me, did I? Seeing your surprised expression makes me very happy." The frivolous Taoist seemed extremely happy, his face beaming with smiles. He was nothing more than a defeated opponent, a weakling who had narrowly escaped. Although slightly surprised at first, he quickly regained his composure. There are countless magical arts and supernatural powers in the world. It's not surprising that some can surpass one's own abilities. Upon hearing Xiao Fu utter the word weakling, the smiling Fu Huadeo Ren's face immediately changed, turning red and then pale, looking quite angry. However, he tried his best to remain calm and not lose his temper. "I am no longer the person I was back then. You'd better not underestimate me, eh?" The person next to you, Fu Huadeo Ren's question seemed to indicate that he had only just noticed Chen Feng's presence. Could he be the inheritor? Haha. Although you're so composed, I'm still certain he's the inheritor. That's perfect, it saves me a lot of time. This time, I'll repay all the harm I suffered at your hands and take back everything this inheritor has to offer. Fu Huadeo Ren's tone was full of confidence, and more importantly, he didn't care about Chen Feng at all, as if he were just a bug that could be crushed at any moment. Treated like air by the frivolous Taoist, Chen Feng's face turned ashen, and he couldn't help but want to teach him a lesson. But Xiao Fu stopped him, preventing Chen Feng from making a move in anger. Judging from Xiao Fu's expression, it seemed he wanted to confirm something. "Foggy, you escaped from my grasp back then and didn't receive my master's inheritance. How did you find this place?" Upon hearing that Xiao Fu was actually asking him, Foggy felt quite smug and arrogantly said, "Haha, I didn't expect you to have a day when you don't know. Well then, let me reluctantly tell you, after I escaped from you by blowing myself up, I wandered endlessly within this ancient forbidden land. I stumbled upon this colossal creature, but noticed its aura reminiscent of yours. That's why I marked it, waiting for someone to one day obtain your inheritance and unlock its gates." Xiao Fu, at this moment, finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, "So you can reap the benefits, right?" The floating elegance Taoist grinned, appearing extremely confident. "Of course, my strength, after so many years of cultivation, is far beyond what you, a puppet unable to cultivate, can comprehend. Today is your death day. And of course, the young man beside you too. What a pity, such a young genius." The floating elegance Taoist glanced at Chen Feng, his eyes filled with boundless regret. This look completely disregarded Chen Feng, treating him as if he were invisible. "Xiao Fu, can I go teach this guy a lesson now?" Chen Feng clenched his fists, the divine sword Black Knight about to flash out from the spatial ring's C-shaped socket. It wouldn't return without drawing blood. "Go." After confirming that the floating flower Taoist hadn't stolen anything from the northern tomb Taoist from the palace, Xiao Fu felt relieved and nodded. Chapter 270 Obstacles. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng's figure flashed, appearing silently behind the floating elegance Taoist like a ghost. The divine sword Black Knight was drawn with a roar, and an extremely terrifying, sharp sword aura rose from behind the floating elegance Taoist. The simplest sword drawing technique, executed by Chen Feng, was devoid of any fancy moves or elaborate techniques. It was simply a straightforward draw, and instantly a sharp sword light slashed towards the floating elegance Taoist's back. The sword's power. Before he could even finish marveling at it, the sword light was about to strike the floating elegance Taoist's back. "HMPH, you think you can defeat me like this?" In the blink of an eye, the floating elegance Taoist's body erupted with vital energy, gushing forth like a waterfall. However, what appeared on the floating elegance Taoist's back was an extremely thick, emerald green vine, forcefully blocking the sword light. The sword light from the sword drawing technique struck the vine with a clang, but only left a very shallow white mark on the vine. Missing his first attack, Chen Feng quickly increased the distance between himself and the floating elegance Taoist. On the Taoist's back, vines grew wildly, countless tendrils sweeping towards Chen Feng. "You brat, I've mastered the heavenly Dao of wood, and with my azure wood technique, how can you possibly fight me?" A roar erupted, and the vines suddenly transformed, becoming countless sharp swords, slashing down on Chen Feng. This floating elegance Taoist actually intended to defeat Chen Feng with a sword, to personally defeat him with Chen Feng's strongest sword. This move was incredibly vicious. If Chen Feng couldn't counter it and was defeated, a demon would grow within him, forever imprisoning him. Chen Feng retreated continuously, but without panic, unleashing his sword strikes, pointing, slashing, parrying, thrusting, and parrying. He executed the most basic sword techniques, repelling the relentlessly charging vines one by one. However, these vines, felled by Chen Feng's slashes, parries, and stabs, were completely unaffected. Separated from their original form, their power remained undiminished, transforming into countless sharp swords that swept in once more. Undying and indestructible? Chen Feng continuously wielded his divine sword, Black Knight, blocking the relentless attacks of the vines. But seeing their disgusting methods, he couldn't help but sigh. Since that's how it is, then I'll beat you until you can't do this anymore. Tomorrow's sword technique, Dust Collapse. Suddenly, the divine sword Black Knight in his hand resembled a massive mountain, crashing down upon the vines below. The two collided with a deafening roar, and the vines, transformed into sharp swords, were crushed into dust. Let's see how you revive now. The divine sword Black Knight was already a divine weapon of the Dao, a level higher than even the Chaos Treasures. Furthermore, Chen Feng, having received the inheritance of the Northern Tomb Taoist, had already reached a level of profound understanding of the sword. Therefore, the power of his dust collapse technique was terrifying enough to completely annihilate the floating elegance Taoist's divine abilities. However, the floating elegance Taoist, not far away, showed no anger at the fact that his vines had been turned to dust. He still watched Chen Feng with a grin, as if he were watching a good show. Something was wrong. Something was definitely not right. Seeing the floating elegance Taoist's face, Chen Feng once again held a divine sword Black Knight in front of him, his attack already underway. Rise, the floating elegance Taoist shouted, and the dust-covered vine powder suddenly gathered together wildly, seemingly about to transform into something. An azure sky-white-eyed giant dragon. Chen Feng stared wide-eyed at the giant dragon that had appeared before him. Roar. The azure wood technique of the floating elegance Taoist was indeed different. The azure dragon it transformed into roared, seemingly about to tear the sky apart. Whoosh! This azure dragon appeared enormous, but its speed was surprisingly fast, arriving before Chen Feng in the blink of an eye. Its massive claws slashed down towards Chen Feng's body. Tomorrow's sword art, Point of Light. The strongest penetrating attack struck the dragon's claws, the sound of clashing metal echoing, and the Zhou Kingdom's sword light blazed brightly, as if it would devour the entire world. With a bang, the divine sword Black Knight pierced through the azure dragon's claws, instantly reaching its back. Tomorrow's sword art, Collapsing Dust. Chen Feng showed no mercy, unleashing his strongest frontal attack, slashing towards the azure dragon's neck. Roar. The azure dragon roared angrily, countless vines appearing on its back, like raindrops, yet incredibly hard, all blasting out towards Chen Feng's brow. The unyielding dust-shattering strike fearlessly slashed at the azure raindrops, essentially pulverizing them. However, there were too many raindrops, and the azure dragon continued to produce more, resulting in an endless stream of raindrops. On the back of the azure dragon Chen Feng stood on, countless vine-like spikes suddenly appeared, attempting to pierce his body from below. Tomorrow's sword technique, yin-yang style, attacks surged from all directions, forcing Chen Feng to unleash his strongest group defensive sword technique. Clanging sounds echoed continuously as the raindrops, spikes, and various weapons formed from vines were all blocked by the sword light of the divine sword Black Knight. No, I have to get out of here. Staying here will only result in endless attacks. When my vital energy is exhausted, I'll likely be powerless to retaliate. At this moment, Chen Feng saw the floating elegance Taoist controlling the vines in the distance, and a thought struck him. He unconsciously came up with a plan. From the very beginning, it was clear that the floating elegance Taoist's azure wood technique indicated that he primarily cultivated magical abilities and was not proficient in close combat. Chen Feng, on the other hand, excelled in close quarters combat, so he shouldn't attack the opponent's strengths with their weaknesses. Playing to his strengths and avoiding their weaknesses was the correct choice. Attacking their weaknesses with his strengths would inevitably produce different results. Thinking this, Chen Feng's divine sword, Black Knight, suddenly transformed, unleashing the point of light technique of tomorrow's sword art. Instantly, it carved a smooth path forward, sweeping away all obstacles. The vital energy within his dantian surged into his legs, his speed increasing dramatically, and he leaped off the Azure Dragon's back. Looking at the direction, it was clearly the location of the floating elegance Taoist. Kid, you actually saw his weakness immediately. You have a bit of my old style, Ziofu, watching from a distance, chuckled to himself. Seeing Chen Feng charging towards him, the floating elegance Taoist's expression changed instantly. He altered his hand seals, and his inner energy erupted. The Azure Dragon behind Chen Feng suddenly burst forth with terrifying azure light, charging forward in an instant. The Azure Dragon's claws, like lightning, thundered towards him with lightning speed. Tomorrow's sword technique, the only style, Yi Yan's divine sword, Black Knight, suddenly shifted, perfectly blocking the Azure Dragon's claws. Instantly, countless azure vines were dismembered, turning into powder that scattered in the sky. Borrowing your strength, the divine sword Black Knight first blocked the Azure Dragon's claws, and then, just as it was about to unleash even greater power, the sword tip slid down along the claws, using the terrifying force of the dragon's claws to propel itself forward as a black dot. Chen Feng's body, now seemingly infinitely close to the floating elegance Taoist, was wielding the divine sword Black Knight, which emitted an extremely sharp and terrifying sword aura. HMPH, you think you can defeat me like this? Too naive. As the floating elegance Taoist retreated, his fingers continuously formed hand seals, seemingly unleashing an extremely powerful divine ability. The most threatening aspect of a magic-based expert is their ability to kill from afar, truly killing from 1,000 miles away. However, despite the floating elegance Taoist's seemingly continuous hand seals, nothing happened, only the giant azure sword behind him continued its relentless pursuit. What on earth was going on? Chen Feng's heart was filled with doubt. The more unknown something was, the more dangerous it was. Awaken. Just then, the floating elegance Taoist roared, his movements abruptly halting as if he had already completed his task. Suddenly, countless thick earth spikes erupted from beneath Chen Feng's feet, hurtling towards him with ruthless, deadly attacks. Chen Feng's steps shifted, his figure flashing, dodging the deadly spikes. Simultaneously, his divine sword, Black Knight, slashed, thrust, and hacked, reducing the attacking spikes to dust. However, at this moment, the Azure Dragon behind him caught up, roaring angrily before joining the battle. 9 dragons breaking the heavens formation. The instant the Azure Dragon joined, the floating elegance Taoist, not far away, once again formed a hand seal, instantly activating the entire formation. The Azure Dragon was the core of the formation. Boom. 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 As the Azure Dragon attacked, 8 more giant dragons suddenly appeared around him. Some spewed blazing fire, some breathed out icy air, and some even spit out lightning, each with its own unique characteristics. But they all shared the same goal, to kill Chen Feng. The 9 dragons coiled and intertwined, their roars echoing through the heavens, constantly intersecting and surrounding Chen Feng. Suddenly, one of the dragons opened its blood-red maw, spewing a torrent of intense flames at Chen Feng. At the same time, lightning, frost, wooden spikes, gales, sand, arrows, lightning bolts, steel spikes, and black spheres all surged towards Chen Feng, giving him no chance to resist. Seeing this onslaught, Chen Feng felt extremely serious. So many attacks were truly difficult to deal with. Tomorrow's sword technique, yin-yang style. The divine sword Black Knight in his hand transformed into yin-yang bagua in the air, instantly appearing before Chen Feng, one black and one white, one yin and one yang, constantly flowing and undulating. All the attacks coming at him were blocked by the yin-yang bagua diagram, the clanging sounds ringing out endlessly, as if they would never stop. The first wave of attacks had just passed when the 9 giant dragons suddenly transformed into sharp swords, frantically attacking Ruo Chen Feng with sword light so fierce it seemed capable of severing all obstacles. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Realm. 9 colossal dragons transformed into 9 giant swords, each wielding a different sword in a different direction, each carrying a different imposing force, determined to cut Chen Feng down. Too simplistic, Chen Feng roared, raising his divine sword, Black Knight, and thrusting it straight ahead. Tomorrow's sword technique, Point of light, the endless rolling lightning in front of him instantly collapsed, a sword light piercing through and cleaving the dragon in two. Chen Feng had honed his strongest penetrating attack to perfection. However, just as Chen Feng cleaved the lightning dragon in two, its tail suddenly merged, its speed increasing dramatically, and it attacked Chen Feng with a hissing sound, aiming to smash him into mincemeat. Blocked by this attack, Chen Feng's body froze. He couldn't withstand the blow with his bare hands. Tomorrow's sword technique, the collapsing dust strike. The divine sword Black Knight in his hand shifted again, immediately slashing furiously at the dragon's tail with boundless pressure and unstoppable momentum. The collapsing dust strike struck the dragon's tail, comparable to a supreme innate treasure. Relying on the power of the divine weapon Black Knight, the dragon's tail instantly shattered into countless pieces, which fell downwards with a series of thuds. Tomorrow's sword technique, the flying shadow strike. Chen Feng didn't pause at all, because in that short time, the other 8 giant dragons had arrived, intending to form an encirclement again. Trapping them like turtles in a jar would be the most interesting. But Chen Feng gave them no chance. Using the flying shadow strike and the power of the divine sword Black Knight, his speed instantly surpassed that of a saint. Before even a fleeting afterimage could be seen, he arrived before Fu Huadeoru. The divine sword Black Knight was drawn, its sharp sword light sweeping towards him. Then, the sword, Black Knight, rose and unleashed a thrusting sword technique. In the blink of an eye, the move changed again, following the tip of the sword to a stabbing sword technique. In a short breath, Chen Feng had unleashed 3 different sword techniques. Even though the floating elegance Taoist was prepared, he still couldn't completely block them. The third stabbing sword technique struck his chest, and his body flew backward with a thud. His internal blood and ki surged wildly, and he couldn't suppress it at all. However, Chen Feng was relentless. He immediately closed in, and the divine sword Black Knight changed again, unleashing the shattering dust technique of tomorrow's sword art. With an immeasurable and terrifying overwhelming aura, it was aimed directly at the floating elegance Taoist's chest, leaving him no way out, just like the one he had done to himself before. "Little brat, you think you can defeat me like this?" the floating elegance Taoist roared. Suddenly, lotus flowers bloomed beneath his feet, propelling him towards the higher heavens. But just as Chen Feng tried to approach, these lotus flowers exploded, releasing terrifying energy that forced Chen Feng to be on guard, slowing his movements. Life and death change, but the floating elegance remains. Already high above Chen Feng, the floating elegance Taoist changed his hand seals again. Instantly, 9 giant dragons from afar pierced through space, arriving beside Chen Feng in an instant, surrounding him. Then, these 9 dragons intertwined, gradually transforming into golden lotus. Chen Feng was positioned at the very center of this golden lotus, on its pedestal. Explode. The flamboyant Taoist above, watching Chen Feng trapped within the lotus, changed his hand seals again. The blooming lotus petals instantly merged, covering everything inside. The instant the petals closed, Chen Feng unleashed his sword techniques, the dust-shattering strike and the pointing light strike, striking the lotus petals. However, this time, it had no effect. This lotus was extremely terrifying. Even Chen Feng's 2 strongest attacks only left the slightest mark. Chen Feng was trapped within the lotus, and then a loud bang was heard. The entire lotus, like a blooming epiphyllum, exploded with a deafening roar. For several seconds, the world was utterly silent except for the sound of the explosion. "Haha, trying to fight me, you little brat? Die?" The flamboyant Taoist looked at the exploding lotus beneath his feet, a victorious smile finally appearing on his face, mocking Chen Feng's incompetence. But at that moment, at the side of the lotus explosion, a green light appeared before everyone's eyes, like the hope of life, flourishing vigorously. "This is the Masters." Xiaofu, watching from afar, saw this green light and was filled with astonishment. This green light gave the smiling Fu Huadeoren a hidden unease. This green light, representing hope, appeared to him as a look of despair. "Impossible. My Fu Huajulian, floating elegance lotus, can definitely kill him." Although Fu Huadeoren felt a faint unease, he was honestly very confident in his final move. However, for peace of mind, Fu Huadeoren flashed towards the place where Fu Huajulian had exploded. Step by step, slowly, Fu Huadeoren finally arrived at the ruins of the exploded slope, but he remained extremely vigilant, determined not to let his arrogance lead to a reversal. The divine sword Black Knight casually floated above the chaos, seemingly because the previous explosion had overwhelmed Chen Feng, causing him to drop the sword and let it fall to the side. HMPH, I thought there might be some unexpected twists. I was too nervous. How could a brat who hasn't even entered the Saint Realm yet possibly be my match? The floating elegance Taoist waved his hand forward, about to draw the divine sword Black Knight into his palm. But at that moment, as the floating elegance Taoist's guard relaxed, a pair of dark hands suddenly grasped the divine sword Black Knight from below. A familiar figure appeared before the floating elegance Taoist, with dark skin and a set of large white teeth, grinning at him, seemingly mocking his ignorance. Tomorrow's sword technique, collapsing dust. The strongest frontal attack sword technique appeared before the floating elegance Taoist, slamming down into his mouth with a bang. A blood flower, like a blooming epiphyllum, appeared beneath the skin of the frivolous Taoist, its brilliance dazzling. However, it was only under Chen Feng and Xiao Fu's watchful eyes that it seemed impossible. The frivolous Taoist roared, his energy surging as he instantly grasped the divine sword Black Knight, then pulled it out and tossed it aside. But this time, Chen Feng wouldn't give him a chance. Strike while the iron is hot, a timeless adage. His body moved like a dragon, rushing towards the frivolous Taoist the instant he drew the Black Knight from his chest. With a powerful, terrifying force, he struck the Taoist's chest. Already pierced by the Black Knight, the frivolous Taoist coughed up blood from Chen Feng's fist, unable to withstand the force, and was sent flying backward, looking utterly disheveled. With a wave of his hand, the divine sword Black Knight entered Chen Feng's palm. A sharp sword aura swirled around his body, making him appear like a sword immortal. Floating flower Taoist, today is your death day. Tomorrow's sword technique, flying shadow style. The divine sword Black Knight, carrying Chen Feng, hurtled towards the floating flower Taoist, who was flying backwards in midair. The fastest sword technique, flying shadow style, was used twice by Chen Feng for travel. To be honest, flying shadow style was indeed fast, arriving before the floating flower Taoist in an instant. Tomorrow's sword technique, collapsing dust style. The strongest frontal attack sword technique was unleashed by Chen Feng. A sword light as large as a mountain suddenly appeared before the floating flower Taoist. The sword slashed down furiously, violently striking the floating flower Taoist's chest. The floating flower Taoist was severely injured and unable to resist the intense force. He could only use the primordial energy within his Danshan to protect his body. However, the protective energy shield of the microcosm was utterly unable to withstand Chen Feng's collapsing dust style. The body of the floating elegance Taoist was instantly sent flying by the collapsing dust style, blood continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth. Even the hole in his chest, which had been protected by energy and hadn't bled, was violently blasted open by the impact. Chen Feng gave him no time to react, his speed increasing dramatically once more, closing in on the floating elegance Taoist in a flash. Tomorrow's sword technique, point of light style. A sword flower, at the tip of the divine sword Black Knight, emitted terrifying sword energy, its scarlet color adding to its vibrant beauty, like the finishing touch on a dragon's painting. I will not lose, the floating elegance Taoist roared, unwilling to accept this outcome. A bright light suddenly shone from within his body, growing increasingly dazzling. Be careful. Chen Feng also sensed something was amiss. The floating elegance Taoist, who had been nearly killed by him, seemed to be experiencing a final burst of energy, unleashing a chilling aura. But just then, a figure appeared before Chen Feng. It was Xiao Fu, who had just shouted. The moment Xiao Fu flashed to Chen Feng's side, the world seemed to collapse, rumbling and booming as shockwaves swept towards the two. This scene could only be described as a cataclysmic event. The entire ancient forbidden land seemed about to crumble, with unstoppable energy surging towards them. Fu Huadeo Ren, unwilling to be defeated by Chen Feng, chose to self-destruct to kill him. This kind of fighting style, where one sacrifices 1,000 to defeat 800, is utterly insane. Virtually no cultivator would use such a move in combat. Unless, like Fu Huadeo Ren, one is forced into a death trap with no way to escape, they would resort to this desperate measure. Just like Ji Yin, who, when forced into a life or death situation by Pengu, had no choice but to make this decision. The physical body of a frivolous Taoist who was even stronger than Chen Feng, a saint, self-destructed. For him now, his own body and supernatural powers would probably not be able to withstand the shockwave. Chapter 272 Escape. Therefore, Xiao Fu rushed to Chen Feng's side to help him block the overwhelming shockwave. It was obvious that even though Xiaofu's body was forged from starry sky iron, it was still charred red by the impact, seemingly about to melt. Chen Feng looked at the figure before him and unconsciously murmured, his heart filled with endless emotion. Although the two had been bickering the whole time, at this critical moment of life and death, Xiaofu fearlessly rushed to his side to help him. The shockwave lasted for a full minute before slowly dissipating, but this chaotic area had already been blasted to smithereens. Even the prison of the Nine Directions Divine Kingdom was still charred red when the shockwave reached it. Sigh, he got away. As the shockwave subsided, Xiaofu glanced at a very small black shadow in the distance and couldn't help but sigh with regret. However, Chen Feng clearly didn't notice the escaped soul of the floating flower Taoist, but instead focused his attention on Xiaofu. That look in his eyes had a strange quality to it, filling Xiaofu with confusion. "What's wrong?" Xiaofu asked, puzzled. "You saved me. Although it's your duty as your master to save me, I'm still very grateful. So I've decided not to make you change your clothes. You'll be better able to protect me like this." Chen Feng looked at Xiaofu, touched his nose, and said earnestly. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Xiaofu felt extremely embarrassed and didn't know what to say. He glanced at himself, and suddenly a white light appeared inside his body, instantly restoring his crimson body to its original state. However, Xiaofu, who was speechless at Chen Feng's earlier remarks, didn't leave. Instead, he moved even closer to Chen Feng and asked nervously, "When you were trapped inside the floating lotus, how big was the lotus when it exploded? What did you use to withstand it?" Chen Feng deliberately kept him in suspense, paused for a moment, and then continued, "At that moment, I suddenly comprehended the first move of Senior Beeling's sword technique, one grass, one sword." At this moment, Xiaofu's expression completely changed, his eyes filled with the same strange look he had just had when he looked at Chen Feng. This made Chen Feng a little embarrassed, and he didn't dare to look Xiaofu in the eye. "You really comprehended the first move of Master's sword technique, one grass, one sword?" Chen Feng nodded casually, still composed despite not daring to look Xiaofu in the eye. Upon hearing Chen Feng say that he had successfully comprehended Beeling Taoist's one grass, one sword, Xiaofu couldn't contain his joy. Previously, I was unsure whether Chen Feng could fully comprehend his master's swordsmanship, but now it seems he truly succeeded, neither disappointing himself nor Beeling Taoist. However, the consumption of vital energy from this blade of grass and sword was immense. I almost ran out of energy to deal with the frivolous Taoist before me. Just then, Chen Feng glanced at Xiaofu and relaxed his shoulders. "One blade of grass and one sword is still too much for you right now. After all, even your master only fully comprehended it after reaching the ancestral god level. So, using one blade of grass and one sword now will indeed consume more of your vital energy." Xiaofu smiled at Chen Feng and explained unhurriedly. After listening, Chen Feng felt relieved. An ancestral god was a realm even higher than a saint. In the entire primordial world, there were probably no experts with the strength of an ancestral god. Xiaofu in front of him, with the help of the starry sky refined iron, should have reached the ancestral god level. "There's one more thing. Put on your clothes and pants first. Don't stand here naked like an exhibitionist." Xiaofu glanced at Chen Feng's lower body, then turned his head away and spoke slowly, appearing extremely relaxed and carefree. Damn it, Chen Feng was so immersed in his gratitude towards Xiaofu that he completely forgot that his clothes had been destroyed to dust by the shockwave. He hurriedly took out a set of clothes from his special ring and put them on. His face flushed slightly. After all, he was still just a naive child. "Now you can go down again and see who's inside." Xiaofu's gaze lingered on the stairwell, indicating that Chen Feng could go down again. With a flash, he arrived at the stairwell, glanced at Xiaofu, and then stepped into the abyss below. As soon as he entered the cell, the old voice rang out again, calling Chen Feng to his side. "Who is this person? Why are you calling me over so urgently?" This time, Chen Feng didn't go directly, but stayed where he was, staring at the dark cell not far away. "Come here, and I'll tell you about this cell, and everything you want to know." The voice was still old, but it contained an endless allure that made Chen Feng want to step forward. Come here, come here, come here and you'll know everything." A series of incredibly seductive voices echoed from the distant cells, penetrating deep into Chen Feng's mind like an invisible giant hand pulling him forward. That old monster, using that trick again. This little brat's Dao heart is unstable, too young. He'll pay the price for his youth, haha. Killing the descendant of that old thief from Beeling, what a splendid thing to do. The other prisoners in Zhou Kingdom cells mocked Chen Feng, their excitement growing as they watched his distraught state. Closer, closer, the aged voice grew increasingly urgent, its excitement more pronounced, like a person trapped in the desert seeing a spring and eagerly plunging into it. What is it? Speak. Chen Feng stopped 5 zang away from the cell where the old voice spoke, his eyes unusually clear. From this distance, I'm afraid you won't hear me clearly. Come closer, come closer. The seductive voices kept trying to penetrate Chen Feng's mind, forcing his body to break free from his control and walk into the cell ahead. Stop tempting me, it's useless, Chen Feng's cold voice rang out, extremely resolute and clear-headed. The jade pendant given to him by the Northern Ling Taoist on his chest was now flickering with a faint light, constantly calming Chen Feng's restless heart and freezing the sounds that had entered his mind and body. In addition to the help of the jade pendant, Chen Feng's Dao heart had also been honed to an extremely strong level within the sword world of the Northern Ling Taoist, and would not be easily influenced by external things. Little brat, you're already lying at such a young age? This is not a good child, an aged voice rang out again, seemingly giving up on tempting Chen Feng. A hunched figure appeared in front of Chen Feng, in the cell from which the voice had been constantly coming from. Now can you tell me who you are, and what secrets this place holds? The hunched figure before him exerted immense pressure on Chen Feng, making him extremely vigilant, not daring to take another step forward. Of course I can tell you, all you have to do is come before me. The old man slightly raised his head, his cloudy eyes fixed on Chen Feng, as if he could see right through him. I won't disturb you any longer, senior. You look quite tired, you should rest well. Chen Feng knew that this old man wouldn't give him any useful information, so he prepared to leave decisively. The old man chuckled twice. His demonic voice attack on Chen Feng had failed, meaning his plan to devour the little boy was doomed. Far from the old man's cell, countless tempting voices rang out around him, but they were weaker than the old man's and couldn't sway Chen Feng's resolve. However, after touring the Zhou Kingdom, Chen Feng realized how weak he truly was. None of the people in prison there were people he could defeat. Even the weakest little Jackal was comparable to the Hongjin ancestor. The 9 Directions Divine Kingdom must have been an extremely terrifying existence in the past, certainly more powerful than the primordial world. Moreover, within this abyss, besides the powerful figures imprisoned in the cells, there was nothing else, forcing Chen Feng to leave the abyss and return to the surface of the prison. Why are you back? And empty-handed, Xiao Fu mocked Chen Feng as soon as he emerged. Hearing Xiao Fu's taunts, Chen Feng felt a surge of anger. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose again. Earlier in the abyss, a voice had asked him why the metal man hadn't come along. This meant that Xiao Fu had gone inside with Taoist Beeling, and it seemed that those imprisoned in the cells didn't like him much, even hated him. Chen Feng couldn't know the reasons, but he must have done many heinous things while going down with Taoist Beeling. Tell me, what are the intentions of those imprisoned in the cells down there? Xiao Fu was stunned, clearly not expecting Chen Feng to ask this question. He thought Chen Feng would argue with him again. Actually, all the treasures in this prison are within the cells. Whether you can obtain them depends on your skills. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, does that mean if I defeat the people imprisoned in the cells, I can get the treasures? Xiao Fu nodded and continued, these people imprisoned in the cells are all top-tier experts, each possessing several rare treasures. Moreover, being imprisoned here, their vital energy is insufficient. They can only rely on their previously accumulated vital energy to sustain their lives. So you should know what to do, right? Chapter 273 Failure. Xiao Fu made it sound simple, but for Chen Feng, his strength was too weak. He'd probably be severely injured before he even got close to those people. I know, he said, but right now I need to do something more important. With that, he took out the sky-gazing exquisite pagoda, channeling his inner energy into it. I need to cultivate first, raise my strength to a higher level, and then go inside to find what I need. Very good, but I have another way to help you. Let's enter the sky-gazing exquisite tower together, and I'll teach you. With that, he and Chen Feng entered the sky-gazing exquisite tower. Inside, Chen Feng and Xiao Fu were both astonished by the magnificent scenery. A vast starry river stretched overhead, below which lay an endless, boundless ocean, inspiring a sense of awe and grandeur. Haven't you been here before with Taoist Beeling? Chen Feng asked, looking at Xiao Fu's equally surprised face. Yes, Xiaofu nodded honestly, not making things up. Time flows about 10 times slower here than outside, meaning you have more time to cultivate your swordsmanship. Chen Feng immediately took out the divine sword Black Knight. The sword world created by Taoist Beeling was located within it, so entering was the best choice for honing his swordsmanship. Wait a minute. Seeing Chen Feng about to enter the world of swordsmanship, Xiaofu quickly called out to him, as if he had something to tell him. Upon hearing Xiaofu's voice, Chen Feng hurriedly turned around, staring blankly at him. Didn't I say I'd teach you something? Now I will. With that, Xiaofu took out a pill furnace from thin air, placed it in front of him, and slowly said, "Today I'll teach you how to refine pills." Refining pills? Chen Feng looked at the furnace in confusion. He had refined pills before, but he probably wasn't as skilled as Xiaofu. Refining pills is actually refining medicine. Pills and medicine are inseparable. There are many kinds of pills, each with its own quality, just like cultivators, who have different levels. Pills can forcibly raise a person's realm, helping them break through the barriers of their realm, a kind of stealing the heavens and changing one's fate. At this point, Chen Feng's understanding of pills deepened. It seemed the pills he had refined before were too weak. And the most terrifying thing about elixirs isn't even that. Their greatest power is that they can help you kill people of higher levels. When you encounter someone you can't defeat, someone whose cultivation level is higher than yours, you need to use elixirs. A single poison is more powerful than a saint. At this point, Xiaofu seemed to be revealing what he was going to pass on to Chen Feng. Poison, that was what Xiaofu was going to give Chen Feng. Back then, he relied on poison to make countless experts hesitate and dare not have any designs on him. Today, I will teach you how to refine a poison, guaranteeing that when you go back to those prisons, you can obtain treasures from them. Xiaofu's face was now filled with a sinister smile, sending chills down one's spine and making one feel extremely oppressed. Just then, Xiaofu casually waved his hand, and various medicinal herbs appeared before him. So many medicinal herbs? Chen Feng felt a chill run down his spine looking at the hundreds of herbs. Controlling so many herbs at once required immense mental and spiritual strength. Absolute focus and concentration were essential, leaving no room for carelessness. Watch closely, Xiaofu shouted, and instantly the hundreds of herbs were arranged in an extremely orderly fashion. Under the control of his yuan qi, some were ground into powder, some turned into steam, and some even became flowing water. Each herb was incredibly versatile. The dazzling array of herbs overwhelmed Chen Feng's eyes. He could only desperately try to memorize their sequence. Driven by Xiaofu's fingers, the herbs completed their evolution, and then, with a casual wave of his hand, they entered the alchemy furnace in perfect order. Beneath the furnace was Xiaofu's yuan qi, transformed into a raging flame, causing the herbs to fuse together. One of the most crucial steps in alchemy was to discard any incompatible or similar medicinal properties and fuse them together. This stage requires not only meticulous control but also an extremely profound understanding of pharmacology. Lacking either one would drastically increase the chance of failure. Slowly, hundreds of medicinal herbs entered the furnace, gradually mixing together under the blazing flames. But at that moment, Xiaofu suddenly stretched out his palm and slapped the furnace hard in all directions. Seeing this, Chen Feng, who had no deep understanding of alchemy, froze, completely bewildered, not understanding what this was all about. However, as Xiaofu continued to slap the furnace from side to side, the herbs inside were gently fused together, preventing the furnace from exploding, a common occurrence in alchemy. After completing this sequence, Xiaofu gently exhaled, withdrew his palm, and focused solely on controlling the flames with his vital energy. Soon, wisps of white smoke appeared above the furnace, possessing a refined and elegant appearance, and emitting an extremely fragrant aroma. The pill was successfully refined, and in such a short time with absolutely no mistakes. He's practically a pill refining genius. Looking at the finished pill, Xiaofu waved his hand, instantly lifting the furnace. A rich, intense medicinal aroma immediately filled the space. Don't inhale too much. This is Lost Paradise, a powerful anesthetic. However, this time I've improved it considerably. The effect isn't as strong. After Xiaofu's reminder, Chen Feng didn't inhale too much of the fragrance, but he still absorbed some, causing his dantian and spirit to be slightly paralyzed, and the circulation of his vital energy to be restricted. This shocked Chen Feng immensely. Just a modified version of the Lost in the Land, less potent, had paralyzed him to this extent. If it were the complete Lost in the Land, he would probably be completely paralyzed and unable to get up for a long time. Xiaofu, teach me the formula. I must learn this lost in the land, such a powerful poison. Chen Feng felt he absolutely had to learn it, otherwise he would be wasting Xiaofu's confidence in him. Didn't I already teach you just now? Xiaofu's timely words silenced Chen Feng, leaving him speechless and stunned on the spot. Just now, I didn't. Before he could finish speaking, Xiaofu left, closing his eyes to the side, seemingly recuperating. It was clear that Xiaofu didn't intend to demonstrate it again. I'll do it myself. It's just a pill, what's so difficult about that? You underestimate me. Seeing Xiaofu's attitude, Chen Feng's competitive spirit ignited. He'd do it himself then. The pill furnace was still there, clearly prepared for him. Chen Feng remembered most of the pills Xiaofu used. He could almost refine the lost paradise. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of medicinal herbs flew out from his special ring, hovering above his head. A surge of yuan qi flowed from his body, transforming into strands of yuan qi that enveloped each herb. Just like Xiaofu, some herbs turned into powder, some into steam, and some into water. Although not as skillful as Xiaofu, he at least avoided major mistakes. Some powder particles were too large, some didn't completely turn into steam, and some weren't refined perfectly. Overall, for a novice like Chen Feng, the task was quite successful. He neatly placed the refined medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace. Simultaneously, he enveloped the furnace with vital energy, generating a blazing fire that manipulated the herbs inside to fuse together. He even imitated Xiaofu, patting the furnace back and forth with his hands, looking quite adept at it. After a long while, Chen Feng slowly withdrew his hands, and the vital energy gradually diminished. Towards the end, the required temperature wasn't too high. Success. Chen Feng watched the pale red gas continuously billowing from the alchemy furnace, a surge of joy welling up within him. He hadn't expected to succeed on his first attempt at refining pills. He enveloped the furnace with his vital energy to prevent the aroma from re-entering his body. He certainly didn't want to experience the numbing sensation again. The energy also locked the fragrance of the lost paradise within, preventing it from escaping. On the other side, Xiaofu, witnessing this, was also astonished. Chen Feng had succeeded on his first attempt at refining the lost paradise. It had taken him nearly 7 days to refine it successfully back then, and Chen Feng had succeeded on his first try. It was somewhat of a blow to him. But at that moment, Chen Feng suddenly noticed that the pink fragrance within the furnace wasn't mixing together. Instead, it was scattered, seemingly repelling each other. This sight immediately made Chen Feng's heart tighten. The lost paradise gas couldn't gather together and couldn't form a pink pill like Xiaofu's. What was happening? Chen Feng was filled with doubt. He had copied Xiaofu's instructions exactly, so he couldn't figure out where he had gone wrong. Do you really think alchemy is that simple? Xiaofu, watching from afar, breathed a sigh of relief as he saw Chen Feng about to fail. If Chen Feng is this powerful, then he might really have his starry sky iron stripped off. Chapter 274 Breakthrough. Bang! A crisp explosion rang out, violently scattering the primordial energy surrounding the alchemy furnace, causing the pink gas within to spread outwards. Seeing this, Chen Feng quickly moved away, simultaneously channeling the primordial energy from his dantian towards the pink gas to prevent further damage. However, the moment the primordial energy touched the pink gas, it was instantly dissolved and vanished into thin air. This gas, refined by Chen Feng, seemed to no longer have the same effect as the lost land, but rather possessed a strange additional effect. When this gas came into contact with the stars and sea within the sky-gazing exquisite pagoda, it seemed to want to dissolve them along with the energy. However, the sky-gazing exquisite pagoda was, after all, a divine weapon of the Dao, its defensive power far exceeding that of Chen Feng's primordial energy, thus forcefully blocking the gas's attack. As the gas continued to spread, a change occurred within the sky-gazing exquisite pagoda. Most noticeably, a barely perceptible ripple emerged from all sides, enveloping the pink gas in the blink of an eye. To Chen Feng's surprise, these gases couldn't break through the encirclement or dissolve them. They were only slowly squeezed out by the ripples, their internal energy exhausted and dissipating within the sky-gazing exquisite pagoda. As Chen Feng marveled, he also began to examine himself. How could he have refined the lost land into this state? Wasn't he just making a fool of himself in front of Xiaofu? He glanced back at Xiaofu and, finding him indeed watching him, quickly pulled his hood back. I can't let him look down on me. Chen Feng clenched his fists and shouted inwardly. Hundreds more medicinal herbs appeared before Chen Feng, enveloped by his vital energy. Step by step, he slowly refined these herbs into the form he desired. Time passed second by second. This time, for perfection, Chen Feng devoted endless effort to refining each herb, not letting himself rest until he achieved perfection, and insisting on refining with new herbs. After a long time, Chen Feng finally finished refining almost all the herbs. Then, Chen Feng guided the vital energy within his body to the furnace, igniting a blazing fire. When the temperature was right, he placed the herbs one by one into the furnace. This time, Chen Feng's face was full of confidence, looking determined to succeed. He closed the furnace lid, concentrating all his energy and spirit, controlling the vital energy before him, and controlling the temperature to ensure the herbs inside could achieve optimal fusion. Although it was impossible to tell from the outside of the alchemy furnace whether the medicinal herbs inside had actually fused together, Chen Feng could clearly feel, with his own vital energy, that the herbs were perfectly fusing together one by one. Chen Feng roared inwardly, instantly raising the temperature of the furnace to an extremely high level. The herbs, already fused together, were stimulated by this sudden high temperature, accelerating their fusion process. Rise. With the arrival of the high temperature, all the herbs inside the furnace had gathered together, perfectly fusing together. He slightly reduced his vital energy, allowing the herbs to come even closer together, allowing them to naturally fuse at this final moment. He waited for a while, relying on the last, less concentrated vital energy, before dissipating it. The pink gas inside the furnace had condensed, about to transform into a pink pill. However, this time, Xiao Fu in the distance wasn't as surprised, not because the second successful refining of the Lost Land made it worthless, but because he noticed something amiss. Opening the alchemy furnace, Chen Feng carefully took out a Lost Land artifact and placed it in his palm, examining it closely for a moment. But for some reason, the more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. Something seemed amiss. There's something wrong here. Chen Feng looked left and right, but still couldn't find anything wrong. Suddenly, he flicked his wrist and threw the pink pill into his mouth. After chewing it, Chen Feng felt that his Danshan and spirit were not numb. Instead, a flame rose and burned within his body, seemingly about to incinerate him. Why is it so hot? So hot, Chen Feng suddenly felt a surge of heat within his body, as if he couldn't control himself and needed to find something to release it. At that moment, the jade pendant on Chen Feng's chest emitted a faint light, and a cool sensation entered his body through the opening, colliding with the scorching flames. Water and fire, mutually generating and restraining, neither respecting the other, thus cancelled each other out and dissipated within Chen Feng's body. However, even though the flames within Chen Feng's heart dissipated, it still couldn't stop the chill from entering his body from the jade pendant, calming him down. The coolness continued to circulate within his body, passing through his limbs, calming him completely. I must have used too much of one herb and too little of another, causing a clash of medicinal properties, with a stronger one taking the lead. Chen Feng immediately reflected on his mistakes and began the next round of alchemy. Using the same methods and following the same steps, Chen Feng was just as careful and focused, but a different result emerged. However, this result wasn't so pleasant. The pill he produced lacked the paralyzing effect of the Lost in the Land technique. Other bizarre effects, such as madness, body enlargement, body shrinking, and the disappearance of the lower body, appeared in the pill. My comprehension is good, but I lack experience, which led to imperfect control over the dosage of the herbs, resulting in other medicinal properties, Xiao Fu muttered to himself, watching Chen Feng make mistake after mistake. However, Chen Feng wasn't discouraged at all. If he could refine an effective pill, he could definitely refine the Lost in the Land pill. Good things come to those who wait. Relying on his persistent and meticulous nature, Chen Feng began refining pills once again. Compared to his previous attempts, Chen Feng's technique had improved significantly, reaching a level of near perfection. Each medicinal herb, in Chen Feng's hands, unfolded like a scroll, slowly arranged in its most suitable place, creating a beautiful and inspiring sight. His control over his vital energy was also more skillful. He had a better grasp of when to use which size of flame. Time passed slowly, and this pill refining process came to an end. A pinkish gas appeared before Chen Feng, slowly drifting out from the furnace. Chen Feng, momentarily distracted, forgot to surround the gas within the furnace and took a small inhale. Before he could speak, Chen Feng froze in place, seemingly imprisoned. He cautiously looked at the pink pill before him. His heart filled with immense excitement. Because, in terms of both color and other aspects, it was very similar to the Lost Paradise pills Iolfu had previously refined. However, to be on the safe side, Chen Feng decided to give it a try. First, he sealed his divine soul and Danshan, then peeled a small piece of powder from the pink pill and put it in his mouth. After putting this pink powder in his mouth, a numbing sensation immediately spread throughout his body. Suddenly, Chen Feng couldn't feel his body anymore, and he froze on the spot. The numbing effect traveled along his limbs and was about to enter his divine soul and Danshan, aiming to paralyze them as before. Fortunately, Chen Feng had the foresight. The sealed divine soul and Danshan erupted with incredibly powerful primordial energy the moment the numbing effect entered his body. Relying on this primordial energy, he immediately dispersed the medicinal effects that had entered his body and expelled them. Its effect is truly powerful. Chen Feng shook his still somewhat numb head. Fortunately, his lost paradise was still somewhat inferior to Xiaofu's, otherwise, even with his divine soul and Danshan sealed, he would probably still be paralyzed. Lost Paradise was finally successfully refined, and Chen Feng stored the first pill he had successfully refined, 427, into a special ring. Xiaofu also came to Chen Feng's side at this time and casually said, "You have good comprehension. You have the talent to learn alchemy, but now you can enter the Swordeo world to hone your swordsmanship." Chen Feng nodded. Lost Paradise had been successfully refined, and he had received what Xiaofu wanted to pass on to him. Holding the divine sword Black Knight in his hand, Chen Feng's divine sense entered the Swordeo world. The pressure those people put on him in the abyss and the prison cell was simply too great. If he didn't improve his swordsmanship, even with Lost Paradise, he wouldn't be able to contend with those elderly powerhouses in the prison cell. Swordsmanship, the way of the sword, is what I can rely on most, so I must raise my swordsmanship to a deeper level. In the world of swordsmanship, the initial part is still the familiar sword intent, the most basic sword techniques, constantly bombarding Chen Feng's body. At this level, swordsmanship has long lost its power over me. An invisible flying sword appeared in Chen Feng's hand, formed from nothingness, and the most basic sword techniques were executed, blocking and parrying, deflecting all the attacking sword shadows. Tomorrow's sword technique, flying shadow style. Chen Feng's sword speed seemed to break through the heavens. Amidst the flashing blades, all the sword shadows of Zhouguo were obscured. In this world, in this place, it seemed only Chen Feng's shadow remained. All the other swords were covered by Chen Feng's flying shadow style. Too weak, too weak. Chapter 275 Cultivation. Faced with a relentless onslaught of sword shadows, Chen Feng unleashed the crushing dust technique of tomorrow's sword art. A terrifying, boundless power surged forth, deflecting and blasting away all the incoming sword shadows. Within a 500-meter radius around his body, all the sword shadows vanished, leaving only his sword energy and his sword shadows. With a powerful push of his feet, Chen Feng propelled himself forward without any resistance, as the sword shadows that tried to stop him were all shattered and blocked by his sword technique. Chen Feng's swordsmanship was no longer that of a child, he had achieved significant progress in swordsmanship. However, he hadn't yet reached the first level of swordsmanship, remaining in the initial stage. As Chen Feng continued to advance, the sword shadows within his swordsmanship world became increasingly sharp and fast, and the swordsmanship itself deepened. But with tomorrow's sword art, he managed to shatter them all, reaching the deepest part of the world. Since Chen Feng received the inheritance from Taoist Beeling here, the Swordeo world has changed somewhat, no longer as simple as before. Perhaps it was initially designed to find a successor, but after finding Chen Feng, the world changed as Taoist Beeling envisioned, becoming a place for training successors. Therefore, when Chen Feng arrived at the innermost part of this Swordeo world, he immediately discovered that the sword energy was completely different. The sword energy here was nothing like the childish energy before, it was filled with a rich, bloody aura, not just simple killing intent, but truly felt like it originated from a sea of blood. A sword shadow flew by, its speed comparable to the flying shadow style, so fast that even Chen Feng didn't notice, leaving a sword mark on his shoulder. Pretty impressive? Chen Feng touched his shoulder, a trickle of crimson blood appearing on his fingers. He licked it and slowly spoke. However, just what I wanted, a phantom sword flashed before him, and he unleashed a flying shadow technique, striking the sword shadow that was once again hurtling towards him. The flying shadow technique kept up with the sword shadow, and the two collided in mid-air with a deafening explosion. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Feng executed the sword-piercing technique, sending the sword shadow flying. Suddenly, the sword flew away, leaving only the phantom sword in the air. Chen Feng stood there, his clothes fluttering without wind, looking every bit like a sword immortal. However, after blocking this incoming sword, another sword flew towards him. This time, it wasn't the lightning-fast sword shadow as before, but a powerful sword aura crashing down from the front. It was clearly the collapse dust style from Chen Feng's tomorrow's sword technique, only vastly different from his own. Seeing the extremely similar sword technique appear before him, Chen Feng decisively unleashed the collapse dust style. The two collided, immediately creating a massive, deafening wave that forced Chen Feng to instinctively cover his face with his sleeve. The combined power of these two strongest direct attacks was considerable. They clashed in the air for a while until their energy was completely depleted, before dissipating into the world. Just as they vanished, another sword shadow arrived, giving Chen Feng no time to react. This sword shadow seemed to tear through the void, piercing through space, instantly reaching Chen Feng. Its overwhelming momentum, like a mountain range, swept out, threatening to pierce through his body. Tomorrow's sword technique, point of light. Chen Feng didn't choose to defend with his only self-style, but instead directly confronted the attack head-on, unleashing his strongest penetrating attack. The tips of the swords clashed with his sword shadows, instantly unleashing a massive sword light before Chen Feng's eyes, seemingly capable of cleaving the entire world in two. Neither sword gave an inch, their passionate clash a raw and primal spectacle. The sword light stalemated for a moment, then flashed past, instantly forming a dazzling rainbow within the small space of this sword-wielding world. Chen Feng's pointing light style thus whittled down the sword shadows, another duel ending in a draw. Before Chen Feng could even catch his breath, countless sword shadows rushed in, densely covering the sky, making Chen Feng's heart pound with fear. Tomorrow's sword technique, yin-yang style. The strongest group defense was unleashed, all the sword shadows striking the invisible sword light before him, yet unable to penetrate even a fraction. All the attacks were blocked by Chen Feng. When the initial barrage of attacks failed, suddenly a flying sword appeared in the sky, the divine sword, Black Knight. A towering figure gripped the divine sword Black Knight, thrusting it towards Chen Feng. Instantly, the sword moved like a blade of grass, drifting slowly through the air. It appeared incredibly slow, not even a trace of sharp sword energy could be sensed. But with careful observation, one could perceive the boundless, burgeoning sword energy within Black Knight, like a vibrant blade of grass sprouting from the dark earth in spring. One grass, one sword. This technique was unleashed by its founder, Taoist Biling. Taoist Biling's personal execution of one grass, one sword was far superior to Chen Feng's, a world apart, making it impossible to resist its power. However, Chen Feng was not deterred. He too unleashed one grass, one sword, though its power paled in comparison to Taoist Biling's, its unyielding, relentless spirit radiating fearlessly. Come! Chen Feng roared and charged towards Biling Taoist. The two used the same sword technique, but with different power, clashing head-on. The sword transformed into tiny blades of grass, seemingly fragile, yet possessing greater flexibility and sharpness than before. Bang! The clanging sound of metal clashing rang out, followed by a deafening explosion in mid-air. Both Biling Taoist and Chen Feng were thrown back by the shockwave, taking several steps before regaining their footing. Biling Taoist's sword gradually gained the upper hands in the clash with Chen Feng's, seemingly about to defeat Yiming's sword. The two swords clashed repeatedly in the air, attacking each other's blades, searching for an opening, waiting for the decisive moment to decide the outcome. Chen Feng and Biling, who had been staggering backward, regained their footing and, without lingering, charged at each other. Their speed was lightning fast, reaching their opponent in an instant. Fists and feet clashed, the sound of wind whistling through the air, the relentless barrage forcing both to concentrate fully, daring not to relax for a moment. They fought for an unknown amount of time, both locked in a fierce struggle, unable to break free. Just as they were locked in a stalemate, a sharp sword suddenly struck Chen Feng, seemingly about to pierce his chest. Chen Feng slightly twisted his body to the side, attempting to evade the attack, but Biling Taoist before him delivered a fatal blow, giving Chen Feng no chance to dodge. It seemed he could only choose one, like the proverb "you can't have your cake and eat it too." A choice had to be made. Sword, come, Chen Feng roared, and instantly, a phantom sword reappeared in his palm, a sword light enveloping his entire body. Tomorrow's sword technique, yin-yang style. Beeling Taoist's spear and his sharp sword collided with his sword light. The constantly spinning sword was shattered by the two attacks, cracks instantly appearing on its surface before it broke with a bang. The resulting shockwave sent Chen Feng flying, staggering back dozens of steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Cough. Stabilizing himself, Chen Feng couldn't help but cough twice, showing the injuries he had sustained. Although he wasn't yet incapacitated, it had certainly made his subsequent battle with Beeling Taoist somewhat flawed. My successor, your swordsmanship is quite good, but to contend with true powerhouses, you're still far from it. Continue your training. Beeling Taoist flashed to Chen Feng's sight and spoke softly, the divine sword Black Knight in his hand radiating a terrifying, boundless sword aura. I will, Chen Feng nodded. This sword-wielding world was entirely designed to train him, his successor, filled with Beeling Taoist's sword techniques. Previously, the sword techniques displayed in this sword-wielding world were those developed by Taoist Beeling during his cultivation. Now, however, the techniques appearing here incorporate those used by Taoist Beeling in battles against his enemies. It seems this place is specifically for training his successors. Taoist Beeling's figure vanished from Chen Feng's sight. Perhaps his next appearance will mark the start of another battle. The exchange with Taoist Beeling gave Chen Feng many insights, making him aware of his shortcomings in swordsmanship and deepening his understanding of the one grass, one sword technique. Thus, Chen Feng's body moved to another location, where Taoist Beeling was practicing his sword techniques. Watching Taoist Beeling demonstrate his swordsmanship greatly benefited Chen Feng, giving him a deeper understanding of the sword path. Therefore, it can be seen that as Chen Feng followed Taoist Beeling's swordplay, a sharp sword appeared in his palm, which he also wielded. It looked quite impressive, and the feeling of swordsmanship within it was becoming increasingly different with the passage of time. It seemed as if the slow, gentle steamed bun had been sublimated, becoming sharper, faster, and more spiritual. The improvement in swordsmanship was achieved unintentionally, and time itself flowed rapidly within the towering, exquisite pagoda. Although it was 10 times slower than the outside world, for cultivation, an extremely time-consuming activity, 10 times the time was merely a drop in the ocean. Meanwhile, Xiaofu, inside the towering, exquisite pagoda, seemed to be engaged in some kind of cultivation, with dense primordial energy condensing around him. If discovered, it would be utterly unbelievable. How could a metal man forged from star-refined iron possibly cultivate? His realm should be fixed at one level, incapable of improvement. However, the truth was that Xiaofu was likely absorbing primordial energy to cultivate. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.